Spicy cat raid. What the hell is this spicy cat raid?
Oh, wow. My camera's broken again. Why this happening? Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I am a very EP Foxu. I had an amazing massage that I almost missed yesterday. I was so busy, I almost forgot that I even had a massage, so I was almost wicked late for it. It was Sag, but then I made it in time, and it was not Sag. EP morning. Munya. And who the raid? Who the raid? We got Francine. Hello, Francine. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Welcome, raiders. Shoulders better? I don't know about better. I mean, it's definitely getting better. Like, I have feeling in my left hand again. I can grip things. It's been great being a functional human. Munya. EP, but the fox who came anyway. Always do. Always do. Morning voice. Yeah, yesterday I had a massage at 5:30, and I made it by the skin of my teeths. And this woman, she did things to my shoulders and my neck that I did not think were possible. A man.
A white pill for the masses. After 5 long years, my unemployment has ended.
Oh, hell
I
yeah.
have a full-time position, making enough to properly save and invest. It's been a hard road, but I'm finally off to greener pastures. Don't give up.
Only the greenest, and not made of astroturf. Wag you, chat. Congratulations. Congratulations, Ariston, on a heckin' job. Congrats on no longer being Mr. Unemployed, you nuts. You fucking nuts. Wag you. I hope the job doesn't suck. I hope it's enjoyable for you to do as well. Fill the bottle with cup balls. Oh yeah, I guess I made an announcement in Discord, but we have Easter emotes on Twitch. Little Easter emotes for you to play with until the end of the month, and then they go back to normal. They'll go back to normal after that. Munya. White pills for everyone. Big. You're getting the cup and a weeb tray. Can't buy 2 cups. Hope you feel better. Don't worry about it. You don't have to buy a cup for your cup, but I do encourage you. Participate in capitalism. Buy a cup for your cup. Thank you. We have exactly 1 week left. It's kind of crazy to think about next Friday already being the 11th. Where the fuck does the time go? But there is 1 week left to buy Kirsche merch on GamerSups using code Kirsche for 10% off your order. The emote makes Kirsche look pissed off. It's a sus emote. It's based on the Peepo sauce emote. But now it's a peep. It's a Kirsche peep. Can already see the girls and cup jokes incoming at some point. Now, people have managed to not do that with GamerSups cups yet. Cross one should stay for when I have extra cursed shit. I mean, that one is there normally. It just doesn't have a cross. It's the daddy chill emote. So we can put it in the microwave. You can put Peeps in the microwave, but like don't put me in the microwave. That'd be painful. I just got your cup. I got your new favorite thing. Hell yeah, thank you. Thank you. Like nice big Peep hug. Very, very chewy. I don't eat Peeps. When I was in like 3rd or 4th grade, maybe it was 2nd grade, I can't remember. I was very fucking young, but I decided the Peeps that they gave us in class, I didn't want to eat, and I wanted to keep them as pets. So I had like this little tiny shelf in this alcove in my room near my Jesus cross with the false bottom that you could hide holy water in. And on this little shelf, I put the 3 Peeps that I was given during class for Easter to consume with the other children. And they stayed on that shelf, basically until I graduated high school. And they didn't attract bugs, they didn't deteriorate, they didn't change in color. So, based on how long I kept those Peeps as pets, I will not consume the Peep. I feel like it's probably not safe for your insides. The Peeps are weird, they just dry out. These ones didn't even really dry out. I could still squish them. That was very, very fucking weird. Very fucking weird. Your sister-in-law likes to freeze her peeps. Why? My peeps consumed. Holy shit, you ate some of those? Yeah, you know, just, yeah, you know, peeps are 90% preservatives. Help, you're gonna mutate. You used to eat a lot of those. I'm sorry, you're already 90% peep. There's no helping you. How does it rot? That which never had life to begin with. Behold the horror of the peep. Defend candy corn to the death, but never peeps. I also like candy corn. I'm also a freak. All high sugar foods do that, Kier? I don't know. I feel like if I left like chocolate out, bugs would probably be attracted to it. I was just saying. And candy corn gets too much hate. It does. Candy corn gets too much hate. I like candy corn. Candy corn's okay in small doses. I will also agree with that. I can't eat a lot of candy corn at once because it is very fucking sugary. What is worse, Twinkies or Peeps? They will live together in harmony with the cockroaches after the apocalypse. How to eat Peeps and candy corn? Throw it in the trash. Well, it's like, you know, candy corn is like candles, but in bite-sized form. There are jars of honey that are thousands of years old that are still good. But are they left out in the open so that they're aerated and bugs can get them? You love Peeps and circus okay, circus peanuts are freaky. How could you do that? Candy corn deserves the hate. So you're saying you will eat the candy corn then? I will eat the candy corn. You gotta find, I can't remember who it was, but somebody turned me on to like some kosher candy corn that doesn't have corn syrup in it. Ah shit, that shit slapped, man. You mixed bowberry with yogurt, it was really good, so you made chocolate-covered froyo with it. Oh! I'm not very much a fan of yogurt, but I wonder if I could make some sort of like bowberry encased vanilla ice cream like I'm a weird back alley Dairy Queen. Candy corn and a bugoo. I wonder if you could kill bugs with candy corn. She doesn't actually eat the candy corn, she just places them over her canines and pretends to be a vampire. I don't need to do that though. Isn't candy corn just 100% corn syrup? Apparently not. Apparently you can get like candy corn actually made with sugar. Turn me on with candy corn? What is this aphrodisiac? Bowberry and ice cream, you must attempt this. Now see, now I want to attempt this. I wonder, would you be able to like mix Gamer Supps powder with ice cream at its natural temperature? Or would you need to like kind of have it melt a little bit first, mix the Gamer Supps powder with it, and then refreeze it? Fernando01, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders! Welcome, Raiders. The Americans are talking about corn again. All is right in the world. We have a lot that I want to talk about today. A lot has happened over the past couple of days. I have bridge shit that I would like to go over. We got like, man, fucking crazy Vice quote unquote journalists. So we got fucking voice actors literally losing their goddamn minds. Like, just everything is happening. There are a couple of updates to stuff that I read recently as well, and so I managed to find some updates on things. One of the updates, not too much of an update, but I figure I should read it anyway, and I disagree. You know, Okage, almost never video games on Friday. Almost never on Friday, and hopefully if I get through most of what I want to talk about today, tomorrow, I can limit my yapping to like an hour. Switch 2 pre-orders are delayed indefinitely. Really? Interesting. You could probably mix Gamer Supps into melted chocolate to make something awesome. Bowberry would be great because chocolate and blueberry is orgasmic. It really is. It really is. Haven't seen it. Jon Stewart Red Pill video is insane. I don't know what's happening where Jon Stewart and Red Pill can be used in the same sentence. That seems a little weird. For some reason you were thinking today was Tuesday. Relatable. I do that all the time. I do that all the time. You'd imagine it would be better to mix it in, like, when you would initially be making the ice cream. Well, that's if you're making the ice cream by hand, right? But, like, if you just get, like, a tub of, like, vanilla ice cream from the grocery store, what doesn't add up? He's not red-pilled, he just wishes the Dems won. There's a videos coming out from, like, 1996 of like Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer being like, we have to make sure that illegal immigrants aren't being given priority over American citizens. And I was like, what the fuck happened? What the fuck happened between 1996 and now, where Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer were basically reiterating both Trump and Doge talking points? And then I guess maybe they got taken in by the money. They were like, oh, if we just flood our country with illegals, it makes it worse for everyone else, but at least we make millions. Like, what? What the fuck? Homemade bowberry ice cream is a good stream idea. Monya. Switch 2 release date is the same. They just delayed the pre-sale. Weird. Remember that Jon Stewart... I don't know if I can read that. Today's Republicans are just Democrats from 25 years ago. I fucking guess so, man. Shit's weird. Kirsche's mother, thank you for the 2. No daughter of mine will be buying a Nintendo. I guess that's fair. My mom didn't buy us any consoles. She had some Sega console for herself, but I can't remember which one. Do you think Nintendo's reasoning for tariffs being the reason they're increasing the prices are legitimate? Absolutely not. I do not think so. They were literally brought in by money. Granted, the Dems have always been corrupt fuckwits. I feel like most of our government is corrupt fuckwits. Remember that Jon Stewart blamed you for his show sucking and having to go back to the Daily Show? It's all my fault. Internet fox woman. Where is my browser? Where is my browser? So, that Happy Cat Sanctuary thing that we read about last stream, with a fire that killed the owner and at least 100 cats, it's now being claimed that it wasn't arson. The fire at a Long Island animal sanctuary that killed its owner and at least 100 cats has been deemed not suspicious, authorities said. Arson is not suspected as the cause of the tragic blaze that destroyed the Happy Cat Sanctuary on Monday, killing animal rescuer Chris Arsenault as he tried to rescue his beloved felines, the Brookhaven Fire Marshal announced, according to reports. Detective from homicide and arson squads were originally investigating the cause of the blaze. The cause is now officially undetermined, which means that the inferno was not deemed suspicious. Now, I'm not, like, a master in legalese, but I feel like when you issue the cause as undetermined, how did you rule out that it's not suspicious if the cause is still undetermined? Like, that seems a little weird to me. I'm gonna say something that'll get you banned if you stay. Like I reported initially, there has been immense harassment against this guy. That doesn't necessarily mean it was arson. And, like, even though there is, you know, a lot of motive, it was not reported as arson. It was just like, it could be, it could not be, we don't know. It seems very strange to me that they would come out and say, the cause is undetermined. That means it's not suspicious. It's like, well, how do you know? If the cause is undetermined, how do you know? Arson requires a clear, this is where the blaze started, along with a cause. Yeah, but if they don't know where the blaze started, how can they rule out arson? It's like it could have started in like one of the underground cat tunnels or some shit, right? Cat probably knocked something over. I could have just been a cat knocking something over. You're completely correct. It could have been. Just because you don't know what the cause is doesn't mean you can't rule out things. They're saying we don't know exactly what it is. We just don't think it's arson. It just seems like a weird way to say things to me. It just seems like a weird way to say things, because like I don't trust authorities, man. It's that one person's fault, but I won't say who. Forget arson. Why call it not suspicious? Because you don't know how it started? Yeah, it's just like, maybe this is just the way legally things are stated, but it's weird to me. The blaze is believed to have started indoors, according to Brookhaven Fire Marshal Chris Merriman, who told CBS authorities cannot rule out a fire caused by propane-fed portable heaters that were in the area of fire origin. Arsenault had converted his Medford home into the Happy Cat Sanctuary, where he housed at least 300 felines. Holes that were cut into the walls and floors for the cats helped the fire spread, Merriman said. Authorities said the blaze started around 7:15 a.m. March 31st, and firefighters had the Dowerland Road fire under control by 8:35 a.m., but not before the sanctuary had burned to rubble. Brookhaven officials said that they had been working with Arsenal to resolve code violations before the fire broke out, though it's unclear what specific issues they were addressing. Well, that's also incredibly sad. If there were, like, issues with keeping the house up to code because of the way that it was designed to house that many cats, and so he was having to, like, work with firefighters for that. There's no limit to how many cats people in the area can own. That's a very weird thing to put in the article, I suppose. Surviving felines could be spotted roaming around the charred rubble this week, with rescuers set up feeding stations as they tried to corral them, according to the outlet. Oh, that's really sad. There's, like, the cats on the roof of the house here. They're just like, this was home. This was home. The cats were clearly planning something. The Strong Island Animal Rescue League has located more than 30 cats and transferred them to animal hospitals for treatment. Some of them are in critical condition, some of them have burned whiskers, some have burns on their paws, smoke inhalation. Frankie Florida of Strong Island Animal Rescue League told the outlet. The remaining 150 cats will be transported or donated to a warehouse. That's also a strange sentence. What do they mean, donated to a warehouse? And the Suffolk County SPCA will bring a mobile veterinary hospital to the scene to provide medical care. Arsenault, 65, happened upon a colony of 30 sickly cats and kittens by the train tracks near his home, changing his life forever, as well as the lives of hundreds of cats over the years to come. The retired New Jersey Transit conductor started the cat sanctuary in 2006 after he lost his 24-year-old son Eric in a motorcycle accident and was in desperate need of solace from his pain. He took the strays in and nursed them back to health, which, to his surprise, helped him slowly begin to heal after the lowest point in his life. After my son died, those cats gave me something to do, Arsenault told the Daily Mail in 2018. Eventually, he transformed his entire home and yard into what would later become Happy Cat Sanctuary, keeping only his 8-by-12-foot bedroom for himself, where he both ate and slept. Which, if you have that many cats, you kind of need a place to seclude yourself in order to eat. Those cats are going to be all over you trying to eat your food. Warehouse equals Chinese restaurant. Don't say that! He purchased additional property in 2007 as the operation expanded, where he provided everything a wayward kitty could ever need, from heated perches to hammocks. Arsenault spayed and neutered the lucky felines that he took in, and served up roast chicken dinners to his whiskered companions, who basked in safety and comfort with tummies full night after night. This man, like, cooked actual chicken for the cats? That's crazy. Can you imagine how expensive that would be? Dude, bro, those cats eating better than I was for many years. He was the most genuine and sweetest person ever, a humanitarian and a great person, neighbor Nellie Mendoza, who called 911 to report the fire, told the Post. A GoFundMe account has raised more than $675,000 for the sanctuary and to care for the animals as of Friday. They were living a better life than you, bro. Yeah. Yeah. It's, a sad story overall. I mean, like, I guess it's a small good thing if it is in fact not arson. Probably could have just bought $5 Costco rotisserie chicken and saved money. I mean, it's possible that's what he was doing. They weren't saying what kind of roast chicken he was giving the cats. And they're not skinless, boneless breast Kirsche. Probably offal. I mean, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, you could just be going to Costco, throwing out a whole bunch of rotisserie chickens. Who knows? You cooked a steak for your dog for her last 4 years, but it was just she and you. Cooking for 300 is insane. Yeah? Yeah, I could not imagine doing that. I'm dying. And then, also a small update for the box truck that crashed in Boston. This video isn't playing, but it is playing. There we go. I was like, it is playing, but it isn't playing, so I can't stop it. Driver of box truck that crashed in Boston had a bad history of seizures, sources say. The driver of a box truck that crashed in Boston on Tuesday and seriously injured multiple pedestrians has a history of seizures. A yellow Penske rental truck crashed into a light post, a business, and then another light post before it hit several people on Neelan Street during the busy lunch hour in a part of the city known for its restaurants and foot traffic. ABC News reported the driver, who has not yet been identified, told police he has a history of seizures. That's weird that he hasn't been identified yet. There's some indication of that, but it's way too early to tell. A number of the people, including the driver, are still in recovery. We're a long ways away from making a determination on the case, Suffolk County District Attorney Kevin Hayden said. Witnesses said the vehicle was speeding before it crashed and toppled onto its left side on the sidewalk. According to Boston EMS, 6 people were hurt, including the driver, and 4 were taken by ambulance to area hospitals. Authorities said the truck driver was pinned inside the cab and had to be extracted. There were 2 or 3 people laying on the ground, and others were helping them out, calling the police, said witness Chris Sullivan. The crash happened just steps away from Tufts Medical Center, and a nurse at the facility jumped into action after seeing the crash outside her office window. Knowing that it happened outside Tufts Medical Center, it makes me want a tinfoil, but it's very unfortunate if this guy was actually, like, having a medical emergency. I'm here, Nurse Veronica Testa recalled telling the injured persons as she tended to them. You're gonna be okay, the ambulance is coming, we can hear them, they're on their way, just hang on. Maybe I don't really understand the difference between a medical center and a hospital. Maybe the medical center is just like a primary care place. That's why they couldn't actually care for them there and they still needed a hospital. You know someone with seizure history, you're legally not allowed to drive. Yeah, which would bring into the question, how are they able to get a commercial license to drive the truck? Because it was on loan to a commercial trucking company. Most normal Boston driver. Why would they let someone who's known to have seizures behind the wheel of a box truck? That is what I am wondering. Right, and the reason I say it makes me want a tinfoil is because the woman that was just detained by ICE and Boston is trying to fight to get back because you're not allowed to deport people, it was a Tufts student, right? So like that makes me want a tinfoil. But if this was a medical emergency fueled by incompetence by even allowing someone with a seizure condition to drive a commercial vehicle, you know, it has nothing to do with that. Box trucks don't require CDL, do they not? When you're driving for a commercial company though? Like, if you're driving for a company, it doesn't require you to have a commercial license? Boston DA wants to arrest ICE agents doing their job. I have a tab on that. No, really? That's kind of weird. That's kind of strange. I learned today. No, they do not. That's really fucking weird. Well, alright. I guess you don't need a commercial license, but still weird if someone with seizures should not be able to drive like that, right? Like that's just a danger for them and other people. Truck in question looked like it weighed less than 10,000 pounds, so it wouldn't require a commercial driver's license. Still requires a normal license, though. Truck was a rental, kind of like U-Haul. You rent the truck. That's what I'm saying. It was on loan to a commercial company, is what we read last time when we initially read the article. So it wasn't like someone renting it like a U-Haul. It was on loan to a company. You get your license back if you go 6 months without a seizure. That seems like a really short period of time. You're able to rent a 40-foot truck once. No need for CDL. They just let you rent it with a plain old G license. Yeah, but you're renting it like as a person, not as a company. I think you guys are missing the fact that I said it is on loan to a company. It is not an individual that was driving it. It was not an average person. It was an employee at a company that the truck was on loan to. Some people with seizures can keep their license depending on the triggers, but you can't confirm the 6-month rule. That's crazy. That seems short. May have been on loan to fill a fleet truck at a rental place. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means, I'm sorry. The company might have been a rental company. So they loan a rental truck to another rental company is a possibility. Air brakes are rare for under 10,000 pounds. That's where CDL is needed. So I guess they need to tell us where the company or who the company was that was handling the truck. Penske handles rentals to companies and individuals the same way, same paperwork. I don't see what that has to do with anything. It's like a truck loaning pyramid scheme. If any old schmuck can drive it, why would they need a special license for a company driver? Well, chat said that they didn't, because it's under 10,000 pounds. Am I like the pinnacle of intelligence for being able to follow a conversation? Hell, you don't have to have a hazard material handling license to transport old 18-wheeler batteries for a company once. Confusing as fuck right now. Well, I thought things were one way, and chat was like, no, Kirsche, they're this way. And I was like, oh, okay, chat. Oh, okay, chat, that makes sense. I don't feel like that's confusing. I was able to follow. You've had epilepsy for 40 years. Holy shit. Driving for 25 years and have a license. 6-month rule has been in place for years. I don't know, I think 6 months is a little short. But I guess it depends on how severe the seizures are. Fucking... Sorry you had to deal with that for so long. That seems pretty fucking bad. You worked at a steel shop a few years ago. They hired a shipping manager who had a drinking problem and a suspended license through a temp agency. Sent him on a local delivery in a company van and he totaled it. Temp company just said, you asked us for a shipping manager, not a driver. Brother, what the fuck? You're below the national intelligence quotient by about 50 points. Relatable. Where the fuck was I fucking reading in here? One man was pinned under the truck, face down in oil. My goal was to get his mouth and nose out of the oil without moving him too much, and I waited until help came. This is like smartest pedestrian on the scene. It was just like, yeah, I'm gonna rotate this guy's head so he doesn't drown in oil, but also I'm not gonna touch him because I don't know what could be broken. Smartest pedestrian. Boston Police Commissioner Michael Cox said the crash appears to be a tragic accident. Preliminary investigation suggests that this was more of a tragic accident than anything else. However, it's still under investigation. 2 other people were treated at the scene but did not go to the hospital, and at least one of the people injured was in the ramen restaurant. The truck crashed just steps from Tufts Medical Center, where doctors and nurses heard the commotion and sprinted to help. I ran over to the gentleman who was under the truck on the road. He was face down, he was moving a little bit, but he was not responding to me at all. Tufts Kidney Clinic nurse Veronica Testa said. It was very chaotic. I saw people hurt. I saw people injured. It's hard to explain, but it was very chaotic, said Gloria Rodriguez, who heard the crash. Boston Mayor Michelle Wu said the city's building inspector will assess the structures involved. Is that all she said? Okay. In a statement to WCVB, Penske said it's aware of the crash and the company will be cooperating fully with authorities to support the investigation. Our thoughts are with those who have been injured in this unfortunate incident. The company added, based on our records, the truck involved was out on rent to a commercial trucking company. We have no other information at this time. I'm glad they recapped that. What recourse does someone have if they're injured by someone having a seizure? Is the seizure victim still liable? I'm not sure. I would think that the seizure victim would still be liable, because it's like, you have this condition, you know you have this condition, and you made a choice to drive still. Therefore, you would be held liable if your condition kicks in and causes an incident. Doesn't involve an immigrant, Wu doesn't care. But even for commercial use, isn't what CDL means? Your job has 2 work flatbeds. I needed a moment to restart myself to not just harangue people for being like sub-zero IQ. There's liability on the patient's party? Yeah. You being impaired doesn't make you not liable. That's what I would figure, right? Like, I'm not a fucking doctor guy, but I would assume you're still liable. I would assume you're still liable, even if it's like a condition that you can't control. Is this a truck that plowed into people the other day, the one we were not sure if it was a peace truck or an actual accident? Yes, because they released 0 information. So in this update, they're saying that the driver of the truck has not been identified, but he told police that he has a history of seizures. Whether he actually has a history of seizures will probably come in a further update after police investigate. So, like, if this was a guy who had a seizure, like, yeah, that's very fucking unfortunate. One of the best medical emergency crash stories you've heard. Diabetic had low blood sugar and ran into a drunk driver. What the fuck? Normally I wouldn't use the word best, but yeah, I think you explained it pretty fucking well. My medication history will absolutely show that. Yeah, I'm sure we'll get another update, but like, I'm kind of glad that we at least have a little more information. You know, it's been a couple of days after all. Weird to not identify, but know they have seizures. I agree with you. It is weird to be like, oh, this person that we can't identify, They said they have seizures. It's like, okay, alright, okay. The diabetic saved someone that day? Thanks, diabetes! I care about you. Might, as the epileptic, be able to argue in court about not being liable if you never had symptoms before. But you'd need a judge who's sympathetic to get away with it. I mean, possibly. If you didn't have a history of seizures, you had never been diagnosed with seizures, and then you suddenly had a seizure, I guess that could be possible, that you could be like... I'm dying. It could be like, I'm not liable because I didn't know that this was a condition that I had. I have no idea. I have no idea if there's like precedent for this having happened before. Diagnosed with Boston driver. I don't know, man. We've been reading articles about how, along with the incoming housing stuff, people who were under like COVID relief programs for their student loans are going to see their credit scores drop. So like this has been something that's in the news for quite a while now, and has even been like briefly mentioned in some of the housing articles. Where like if you were part of these COVID relief programs for your student loan paybacks, if you haven't been paying, you're gonna see your credit score drop. And so I found it really funny when I woke up this morning and I saw this article. Gresham woman shocked by drop in credit score as student loan payments resume. And it's like, don't call me crazy, but if I'm someone with student loan debt and I know that I'm on borrowed time for my borrowed money and that I'm gonna have to start repaying eventually, it might be in my best interest to know when those repayments start again. And it's interesting how this article is framed. Also, of course, this person's from fucking Oregon. On January 1st, COVID-era student loan pauses ended, but many borrowers were unaware. Fucking how? This led to overdue payments and a drop in credit scores for many. One of those borrowers is Kiana Kiss, a single mom of two from Gresham. She's just... Can we play bingo for this article? Like, the consequences of my actions do not affect me, bingo? She took out astronomical student loans. She didn't pay attention to when she'd start having to pay them back. She's a single mother. What else can we rack up on this bingo card? She hadn't made student loan payments in a while, thanks to the pause. But in March, she received notice that her credit score had dropped and that she was 90 days late on payments. You got honest to God phone calls telling you when payments were going to resume. There's just no fucking way, man. I haven't had student loan payments in many fucking years. Like, before I moved to Georgia. And I still occasionally get emails about student loan shit. Like, there's no way, dude. Moomy playing games. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. All your friends who work in banking warned you at the start of COVID that you should never stop payments no matter what they say. Like, I have the sympathies for some people who were laid off through no fault of their own, right? And like, they're just like suddenly in a position of, how the fuck am I going to afford things? So like, I can kind of understand that, but a lot of people took advantage of these like moratoriums on rent and the stimulus checks we got. And they were just like, ooh, free money. I can buy nice shit. Ooh, I don't have to pay rent. That means this is just free living. They didn't like conceptualize that, no, it's not free living. During this moratorium, you don't have to pay. But once the moratorium's over, you have to pay all of those months at the same time. They forced you to stop paying? What the fuck? 100% took advantage of it. It sucks. It does. There was a lot of people who took advantage of the shit that was going on during the COVID times, and I just have zero fucking sympathy for those people. So that in turn dropped my credit score 165 points, she told Fox 12. Also, I wonder what her credit score was right? Because like when my mortgage lenders run credit checks on me, because they have to do a credit check like every 6 or 9 months or some shit, I can't remember. They have to run the check just to like make sure, and that drops your credit score by like 12 to 16 points every time they run it. It's like you usually recover that in a couple of months, but it's like 165 for like how many years of non-payment kind of seems like not that great, right? Like that's not that large of an amount. What a stupid system. You know, Dave Ramsey said that your credit score means nothing. I wonder what he meant by that. I wouldn't say that it means nothing, but I would say the more you try to act as like a good person, right? Where you're like, I'm gonna pay my debts on time. I'm gonna pay my loans on time. I'm gonna pay this shit off like an intelligent human being. The more you do that, the more you're gonna get taken advantage of.
Slaves built America. Slaves, this is your song. Thank you.
Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do.
This is your song. Thank you.
Thank you, NP153 Garlics. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Most people are so incredibly stupid that you wouldn't even believe it. Ironically, the dumber someone is, the more intelligent they think themselves to be. Your chat isn't even that bad. Just look at the brainlets that argue with Smuggalana and Asmongold. I wonder what makes more brainlets attracted to those streams. Cause like, I mean, you're right. I don't have to fucking IQ check people very often, right? I'm not just like, leave your IQ at the door, all right? You can't get in. Like, it doesn't happen that often. It's funny when it does, but it's not like too frequently. You remember being in a server with a very poor guy who used to whine a ton about how hard it was to make ends meet during COVID? And then when he got his COVID bucks, he immediately spent all of it on games. Not even games for himself, just games for whoever asked for them in his friends list. It was bizarre to watch. That is bizarre. What the fuck? That is fucking bizarre. Your IQ is the same as your age because you are smart. True. To be fair, if their IQ is too abysmal, they're shot on sight. Maybe it's because they're centrist and think they can sway them? I don't know. I have no idea. I feel like a lot of the time we get like low IQ individuals. It's just like less low IQ and more people just unable to follow conversation. But it's funnier to say low IQ. You knew a guy who spent his welfare money on games? I don't understand it, man. And like, maybe it's because like of the way I grew up, but I feel like you need to spend money on necessities before you spend money on things that are just nice to have. And for some reason, a lot of people will get that mindset of like, well, everyone deserves nice things, and if you think otherwise, you just hate poor people. And it's like, well, I'm a poor people, and I don't hate myself, so like, I don't know what you mean by this. It's like, I don't know. It just seems really weird to me. They've better taught to be in perpetual poverty. I hate the perpetual poverty. Chat is basically an orange cat. So you guys are the ones licking my feet? It's because you're on a list for being the canary in a coal mine for constantly bringing up the prevalence of bridge. I'm on a list! I made it! I made it! That explains the feat. Can confirm you're on the rice and water diet after buying 2 cups with code Kirsche for 10% off. Good fucking god. I was in complete shock because I'd been working so diligently on repairing my credit and getting it where it needs to be in order to buy a home. You take such an extreme hit on your credit, and one that's not even accurate at that. Is this bitch retarded? Is this bitch fucking dumb? First of all, I'd been working diligently on repairing credit, getting it where it needs to be to buy a home. Why the fuck do you think you can afford a home if you have this much in student loan debt that it tanks your credit score? First of all. Second of all, if you're not repaying your student loans, what do you mean? Not an accurate hit? What the she's straight up lying? Well, I don't know if she's lying or if she's just this fucking dumb. She's like, oh, if I just don't pay my loans, they'll go away eventually, and then that's fine. I just don't have to pay them. Oh my god. Just use your credit card to pay off your loan. Oh man, I watched a financial audit where there were like these two lesbians who like just could not agree on finances, and I don't know, Caleb just kept drilling one of them for using like a manipulative language, and like they were both kind of retards, but like at one point, like, the butch one was just like, yeah, I'm gonna take out a payday loan to pay off the credit card. And he was like, you guys bring in like $3,000 a month and you're spending over $8,000 a month. If you take out a payday loan to pay off your credit card, you're just gonna go all the way fucking back up. Like, you're gonna have 2 bars instead of 1 bar. Like, there's not gonna be any, you're gonna be in more debt. That's ridiculous. Of course, there's a butch one. I was like, I finally called my bank to switch my credit card over to like a different rewards card. And the lady was just like trying to explain some sort of point system. And I was like, I don't have a point system on my card. Why do you keep explaining this to me? It's not relevant to either the card I have now or the card I'm trying to get. And like my one question, I was like, I'm weird, chat. I have a card that gives me cash back, and I love saving my cash back. I like watching Numby go up. So I have like $3,000 just like sitting in my credit card reward area, where like over the past however many, like 4 or 5 years, like it's been a long time, right? Numby goes up very fucking slow. And so I let it sit there. I probably shouldn't, but I do. So, true MMO player. Yeah, it makes me feel good. Fuck you. It's probably not the smartest thing to do, but I like doing it. So, I have like almost $3,000 from like my cash back on my credit card. And I'm like, will this cash back transfer to the new card? Or will it just go poof into the abyss because it's a different card? And she's like, well, when you have points and the points transfer to either miles or cash, the points won't transfer to a new card if it's a different... I'm like, I don't have points! I don't have points, I have cash! And so, like, every time I, like, asked her to explain it, she would start talking about points. And then she was like, did I resolve your issue today? Have I done a good job? And I'm like, no! No, you haven't done a good job. I'm more confused than I was when I called. Never trust a transfer. And so, like, she kept having to put me on hold to, like, ask her supervisor about my question, because I guess since it wasn't dealing in points, she didn't understand how to answer me. Kirsche, in this woman's mind, you don't have cash. You have points with a cash equivalent. They have points cards. Like, they literally have cards with points, which is what she kept talking about. I had to keep asking her supervisor things that weren't on her script. Thank you, Auntie 153 Garlics! Thank you! You're dirty, poor, and you hate yourself for sure. You just can't seem to save up money for some reason. It's a damned mystery! It's just like some people are absolutely poor through no fault of their own. It's like I feel for those people. I am those people, right? Like, I'm in a much better position now than I was like even a year ago, right? But it's like I fucking lived that life for many fucking years. You know? But I don't feel bad for these people who are just like, I borrowed all this money and then I didn't pay it back. Why are bad things happening to me? It's like, well, because you're a piece of shit. Like, what do you want from me? Had another interview this morning. You hope this one sticks. Good luck, dude. Good luck. And points, was she born in a mining collective? So, like, my credit card issuer, they have credit cards that give you points back when you spend money. They have credit cards that give you cash back when you spend money. And they have credit cards that give you, like, a frequent flyer miles. All right? That money is rotting worse than if you just put it in a savings. Like, I know. I know. Which is why I prefaced all of this with saying it's probably not smart of me to leave it in there. but I like it, all right? Like, it makes me feel happy, and I have very few sources of happiness. So, if losing my 0.003 of a penny is what I give up to be a retard to watch my numby go up on my credit card cashback, like, I'm willing to do that retarded thing. You're guessing it's Capital One. Your brother went through the same thing. If you're keeping the cashback card, keep the cash. I'm getting a different cash. So I'm going from a low tier cashback card to a higher tier cashback card. Like that's the only difference. And so my question was like, I have all of this in my cashback. Do I need to use it before you give me a new card? Or will it transfer since the card is going from cashback to cashback? And anytime I asked this question, this dumb bitch would just talk about the points card. And I was like, I don't care about the points card. I'm not getting a points card. Points are irrelevant to me. And after the third time I asked this question and she gave me an answer related to points, I was just like, can you tell me where you're getting points from? Because I don't have points on my current card, and the card that I'm asking to switch to also doesn't have points. And there was a long pause, and she was like, oh, I'm sorry. I meant to be talking about the cashback cards. And I was like, it's okay. It's okay. She's working in a call center. Don't feel the need to strangle her. She's probably 40 IQ. Just feel bad instead. Tap into your sympathy instead of your anger. You're a woman. You can do it. Purple to gold rarity card. She must have been a casual gamer. Only cares about points. It's like, whose line is it anyway? The points don't matter. And then when she finally spoke to her supervisor and I was on hold for like the 5th time, she comes back and she's like, okay, so since you're not going from cashback to points or points to cashback or cashback to flyer miles, since you're going from cashback to cashback, your cashback will stay on the card. And I'm like, okay, I don't trust you anymore, but okay, I'll take this answer. And she was like, is there anything else you would like to know? And I was like, well, that was really the only question I had. I feel like this is definitely the correct choice for me to be making. Is there anything else that I need to know about these cards? And she's like, well, with your current card, you have a lower APR on balance transfers. And if you want an even lower APR for balance transfers to consolidate your debt to one card, you can get a points card. And I was like, I have never done a balance transfer in my entire fucking life. I was literally eating ramen and wondering how I'm going to pay my rent the next month, and I was still not doing balance transfers. As someone who briefly worked in a call center, sometimes it's not the IQ, but the constant threat of losing your job over not pushing a certain product. Oh god, this right here is why you don't keep the cash back. You don't trust them with it. Yeah, like I guess I can try to use it before my next card comes in, but like, I'm not really someone who frivolously spends money. So the thought of trying to spend close to $3,000 in like a week is just like, I don't want to do that. That feels really icky. I don't know how else to explain it. Points, baby. Gotta obfuscate how much you're getting reamed. I don't want to have to play fucking figure out the gotcha currency conversion with my fucking credit card, okay? Balance transfers can be good if you know a cash injection of some sort is coming, as you can avoid monthly interest with some options and then pay it off. I haven't paid monthly interest in like probably 2 years now. Like after I was able to pay off all of the debt that I had racked up from being unemployed, I just don't spend more than I can afford to pay off on my card. Oh my gosh. Kirsche, transfer the fucking cash back to a savings account. I don't know if I can even do that. I mean, I guess maybe that's an option. I've only ever used it to like pay off my credit card, but maybe I can transfer it to a savings account. I've never tried. I've literally never looked, but like, you know, Transfer to checkings or savings, or at least request a check? You can? Oh, heck yeah. Alright, that's pretty cool. I don't want to. I want to be retarded and keep my big numby going up, but you know. You work as a phone rep. Not all of us are idiots, but there are a lot of them who are. What? Avoiding debt slavery by living within your means? What is this magic? Kirsche is just a racist Nazi who wants to genocide the poors by telling them to live within their means. Stop being retarded, you woman. Well, I'm allowed a little bit of retardation as a treat, okay? Numby, go up. You understand, but you also understand having $3,000 with morons is also a bad idea. I mean, prior to this conversation with the representative on the phone, I wasn't worried about my cash back just evaporating. Now I have that worry, right? Like, Kirsche, it's called cash back. They give you cash back. Use the cash back to invest in Tesla and gamer subs. It's smarter. I have no idea how to invest. Although since everything's crashing, I guess it's about time to buy the dip, eh? I guess it's a good thing I have a conversation with my investor guy this week. If you want Numby go up, you could have a savings account with just that deposited in it. I get like $1 a month from my bank in my savings account. That's fucking huge. I get a whole fucking $1 a month, man. I'm living large. You're racist for having financial literacy. Our stock market is massively overinflated right now. Fucking everything's massively overinflated right now. Oh! Let me finish this article because I have another house. I have a beautiful house to show you, chat. Let me be your realtor today. According to the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, around 9.7 million student loan borrowers have taken a hit to their credit scores due to the sudden change. Gabriel Casas, the branch manager of On Point Community Credit Union in the Beaverton Town Square, said they have to deny a handful of loans from credit cards to auto loans so far due to the drops in credit. Good. Call me crazy, but if I have to play this rigged game that proves that I'm a better, lender than other people, I should have access to better lending than these other people. And if their scores show that they are dangerous to lend to, they should get denials. I don't think that's far-fetched. Ton of beaver. Yeah, it's a lot of beaver. That's a lot of beaver. It's just like, I have a decent credit score, and I was poor. Like, very fucking below the poverty line until last year. And I feel like if I could make sure my credit score didn't go fucking crazy, other people can also have financial literacy. I'm a fucking anime clown on the internet. I'm not exactly the pinnacle of intelligence here. If I can figure it out, certainly other people can. I now get as tired as Caleb does when people go on his show and they're just like, oh, you know, I was young and nobody taught me how to do financial shit. He's just like, nobody taught anyone. None of us knew how to do it. We just had to learn. And it's like, yes, that's exactly what happened. I probably had to grow up a lot faster than most of these people because I had to have some type of financial literacy to make sure my brother and I could eat when we were at my mom's house. Like, I had to learn how to do a budget from a way younger age than most fucking people. You got onto the internet. That's a marker above average intelligence. Kirsche didn't know she could take cash back from her credit cards. Exactly! I'm kind of retarded. Like, I know when things are a bad idea, like keeping cash back in my cashback card instead of using it or putting it into a savings account. But I like Numby go up. I want to be a little retarded sometimes. But it's like, I can afford to be a little retarded sometimes. It's like when people order like copious amounts of DoorDash and they're just like, Caleb, surely you understand. We love eating this food. He's like, yeah, I'm fat. I get it. But I can afford to do it. They should be taught. But if they were taught, the number of debt slaves would go down and banks don't like that. Well, yeah, they're using these perpetual debt slaves to get payouts. Not on the student loan portion, on the housing portion, but, you know. MMO brain took over smart investment brain. I've always maintained I literally know nothing about investments. If I had known how to, like, invest anywhere, I probably would have tried to figure out if I could take my cash back out and make it into cash sooner.
Slaves, this is your song.
I'm dying! Oh god! The cashback we get for being responsible credit card users is on the back of the debt slaves? Wait, really? How? My cashback is just like, if I make a purchase for like $10, depending on where that purchase came from, I get like a certain percentage back. She's drowning, help her! I'm drowning, man. Motherfucking Jimothy Farm! Jimothy Farm, thank you for the 100 slaves. Thank you for the 100 slaves! Good morning, Foxy. You've been up for 22 hours. Quick question, did you figure out how to gift cups to other people? If not, that's okay. I have no way to do so. They don't have like a gifting interface on Gamersupps, and I don't have a P.O. box, so it's not like I can accept cups and then like give them out later, unfortunately. Unfortunately, I'm sorry. I wish there was like some sort of like gifting interface I could use right now, but I cannot. I asked about the thing Fifi is using, and I guess that is like a beta test kind of thing, so only like a couple of people have used it. Sort of like how we're the beta testers for like their real-time Numby thing here on the bottom. Check, get this woman a P.O. box. I had a P.O. box for a while, but I closed it because the post office kept returning to sender my packages. Like, they just refused to deliver my packages to my P.O. box. So it was basically like I was paying for something useless. Debt slaves finance your cashback and travel rewards, so we're making money off of retards. How does that work? Debt slaves pay for the interest on their cards? But what does that have to do with our cashback? 15-year call center veteran, 90% of your coworkers are dumb as a doorknob, the smart ones don't last long and move on. Only reason you haven't left is because you're too lazy to leave the working from home. Understandable. Were people sending me pipe bombs or drugs? No! They were, like, sending me flags of Kim Jong-un that said live, laugh, love on them. Like, Atlanta USPS Annex is notoriously shit. I told the story about the UPS. The UPS is worse than USPS. Wait. No, I have that backwards. United States Postal Service. Like, the government one is the worst one. UPS, the brown box one, is okay. The government one, they steal my shit all the time. Like, I've had credit cards stolen. I had my grandma's birthday card stolen. Like, my dad sent me a check once and that got stolen. Like, it's actually fucking awful down here, man. The profits the banks make from interest is used to pay out other rewards. Interesting. The money from the interest is used. Debt slaves paid 20 to 30% APR on their debt. Credit card companies give you 1 to 5% of that back. Huh. I didn't think that our rewards had anything to do with the debt slaves. Interesting. Interesting. I guess the financially illiterate are slightly beneficial to me in a weird way. You think almost all the birthday money your family sent you when you were younger got stolen by USPS workers? I hate it. Wrong! Cashback is financed by businesses who are charged 3% transaction fees. Credit card rewards and profit all comes from debt slaves. What? You fear what may happen to the Kirsche plush as it's being delivered through USPS? Slaves made the cash back! That's what we just said. Yeah, that's why I was like, wait a minute, this guy said wrong, but then he said the same thing, so now I'm confused. Dilly boy, thank you for the 5. Did you know that if you buy a house, you're demoting yourself back into being a debt slave by enslaving yourself to a mortgage, right? Yes. Yes, I am very well aware of that, which is why I make jokes about becoming a 30-year debt slave whenever I get a house. Because I am incapable of affording a house without a mortgage. But also, when I get a mortgage, I know that the best thing to do is to have a mortgage that is less than like 38% of your total income so that you can pay off your mortgage early. You want to make extra payments on your principal and pay less on the interest. I also learned that there's like this thing that you can do with like buying points. And buying points is like basically front-loading paying for interest to get a lower APR. Which like in theory sounds nice, but then my brain is like, why would I want to pay you extra interest and not just put that extra money towards the principal and then get naturally lower interest that way? That seems like a smarter thing to do. We back to the points. It's a different point. Did someone say points? That's your MK Ultra activation phrase now? Do the points transfer? I don't think so. This isn't a credit card. We're not looping. You can pay more upfront to buy down your rate. Yeah, but it doesn't seem worth it to me. It doesn't seem worth it. There's a big effing difference. A house you have equity into and can sell at least to clear that debt. A credit card just hangs over your head. Yeah, it does. It does. Points mentioned. I'm locked in. The points reduce your interest rate versus the amount you'd save putting more into principal. Yeah, that's what I said. That's what I said. We're back to the points. Get our points pointing. Points, points, points. Munya. Did someone tell her about the points? Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Thank you, Geometry Farm! Thank you! It's all good, you might pass out. Oh, brother. Oh, brother, Jimothy Farm, thank you for the 100 slaves. I went to get my massage last night. The noises this woman had me making, oh my god. At one point, she usually works on my neck when I'm face up. But she did a lot of shoulder work and, like, lower neck work while I was face down this time. And, like, she worked out some knots that had, like, I don't know, the amount of, like, cracks that my back was making as she was working these things out was insane. And so, by the time I flipped over to being face up, I was basically, like, on another plane of existence. Like, I felt more high in that moment on her table than I ever have with, like, any kind of medication or marijuanas, as it were. I just had my eyes closed. My entire body felt, like, super limp and airy. And, like, I could feel her pushing into, like, other knots in my neck. And I'm just like, And, like, all of my brain processing power was going towards breathing. And I had managed to figure out exactly how she was going to move based on where the knot was and what kind of motion she started with. So I was able to, like, breathe in time with the work she was doing. And she's like, how do you know what I'm going to be touching? And I'm like, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's just working. And so, like, she would start, like, one motion thing, and I'd be like, and I'd hold my breath at, like, the peak of the suck in, and then when she went to, like, fucking push extra and then try to, like, work it out, I would do the breathing out, and then I could feel it sort of jiggle inside of my skin, and sometimes it would get a nice, like, pop, and then I would have another, like, wave through my body of just, like, oh god. Oh my god. By the time she was done, I was like, I can't even move. I can't move. I can't think. I just am. And what if this is what life really is, man? Or, like, you don't think, you just are. And if you just are, all of your normal worries just seem so stupid. Like, why worry? Why worry? It's like, you just do, man. She's like, okay, I'm gonna go pee. You can take your time. Don't get up too fast. You know, just get dressed at your leisure. Like, after she got into the bathroom, I, like, slowly sat up. Like, the room was kind of spinning. I was like, yeah, I like the Caribbean. It's really nice to be on a cruise ship, you know? It's like you can see the water. But like the water is all around us, even when we're not on a cruise ship, if you think about it. Like the air, that's just water that you can't see. And like we're just like fish with feet. And we're breathing the water air. And that's why mold exists. Because like the mold is when too much concentrated air water happens. And then it grows into beautiful life that can kill other life. Thank you, Kirsche. Very cool. Oh my god. Phoenix Diaz, thank you for the 200 Canadians. Thank you. Thank you for the 200 Canadian slaves. Are those gonna work more or less frequently than the American ones? And does your card give you aeroplane points, GM points towards a car, or the plethora of other points out there that you could get? Or is it just regular credit card? Canada Post is getting to be as bad as USPS. Shit gets lost up there or arrives late, and if it's time-sensitive mail. Yeah, I can't trust the post office anymore. I hate it. But I don't get airplane points. Those would be like the miles that you get on your card. The points are like a convoluted gacha system where like you get points and then you can use those points to either turn them into cash back or buy things in the credit card store with your points. So like you could buy like 3 nights at a hotel or like a plane ticket or something. But it's like, that doesn't interest me. That doesn't interest me. I just want the plain cash back. I don't want to have to do gacha currencies in real life, man. I don't want to have to do that. But I got out of my massage, and I hate where she moved, because like as I've just imparted this knowledge to you, chat, after a massage that's good, I'm basically like out of my mind. Like I am out of commission for a bit, okay? And my massage lady, I'm glad she moved, for the reason that her old place used to be like in a gym. So I would have to walk past a whole bunch of people in a gym to get to her office. But in her new place, I have to walk up like 3 flights of stairs to get to it, which isn't a problem. But when I get out of the massage, I have to walk down 3 flights of stairs, which is a bit hard if you're tripping out of your mind from being massaged really good. So I have to like death grip the banister and walk down these stairs like I'm an 80-year-old crippled woman. And so like I finally get down the stairs, and I'm like mouth breathing like the entire way to the car. I just have like this glazed over look. I'm like hunched forward with my arms flopping, just like breathing through my mouth, because like I'm just not even in this current reality. And I get into the car and I just sit there and sort of like sway back and forth, and Tim's like, so how is your massage? I'm just like, I need steak. I need to consume the being of cow. It needs to happen. And he's like, okay, I take it that means it went well. So we went to a restaurant, and I eated a steak, and I was like, that was the best thing ever. And then we came home, and I immediately fell asleep. Like, I didn't even take my clothes off. I just fucking flopped in bed and died. And when I woke up, I was hit with the soreness of like, I don't know, I got hit by a car or something. Like, everything was just so incredibly sore. But an after massage sore is like an after workout sore, you know? Like when you work out and you kind of like push, not for like a personal record, right? But like you push yourself a little harder than usual, and then like your muscles are all like sore afterwards, if you know what I'm talking about. It kind of feels like that, but in like very specific pointed areas because of like how knots are worked out. So like I woke up feeling like that.
And saw a video of Kirsche. He would be asking the opium owner to give him what she was having.
Spider God, thank you for the 35. True and real. True and very fucking real. I was just like, I was so out of it. This is why I impart people should go get massages if you have like back issues, man. If you have back issues, if you have neck issues, if you have like even like foot and ankle issues, man, like fucking go. You might have to shop around to find a good masseuse, but good lord, when you find a good one, you don't let them go, man. Splacky, thank you for the 5 hour. With how she describes it, you'd really think this was a massage with a very happy ending. Also, good morning. No happy ending. No orgasm. Falling asleep with your shoes on is the worst. You wake up feeling like death warmed over. I don't think I've ever fallen asleep with my shoes on. I was like, maybe I have and I just don't remember because maybe I'm just not affected. Because like if I lay down on like my couch or my bed with my shoes on, I never put my feet on the bed or the couch. Been taught my entire fucking life, yo, shoes don't go on no fucking furniture, okay? Braingasm. Well, you narrated it, it sure sounded like it. I mean, I make retard noises the whole time she's fucking working out my muscles, man. I wonder how much of a mess Akir made on the massage couch. Well, that's just rude. I don't leave it a mess. I mean, it gets oily because she's rubbing oil all over my skin, but that's really about it. She complains about how like women come in to get massages with full faces of makeup on, and I'm just like, what the when you massage me, my face is like getting pushed into the head cradle, man. If you're wearing makeup, you're gonna get that shit all over the pillowcase. Like, that's just dumb. Like, why would you do that? She's like, I don't know. I have no idea. How much are these toe curling massages? Feel like you pay a lot and you don't get nearly as good. She has a little punch card. So it's like, I pay like $120 for 2 hours. And then every 5th massage, I get 10% off. And then every 10th massage, I get 20% off. Damn, that's a good deal. Yeah, it's fucking amazing, man. Yeah, I go for 2 hours because mine is for pain relief and not like, oh, I really want a massage today. Like when her son was like back to back getting strep throat and I couldn't see her for like almost 2 months, I could feel myself deteriorating health-wise. Like, I need massages regularly because of the issues of my back. Yours is like 140 for 90 minutes. Yeah, she's definitely a little, you know, underpriced, I feel. This is why Kirsche tips extra well. Exactly. Just the tip. How do you go about finding the magic people instead of the pushing on your back aimlessly people? You just have to go and try people. And like typically, this might just be me, all right? I'm not going to say this is like what you should do. When I go to a massage place and I try one massage therapist and they're garbage, I just won't go back and try anyone else at that place. Because in my mind, if you hired and retained this garbage massage therapist, I don't trust any of the other ones that work there. And again, of course, this isn't necessarily the case. It's just how I operate. And after my original massage therapist retired, or like she tried to like put up, like she wanted to make her own massage place, but I don't know if that ever happened. If it did, I haven't seen it pop up anywhere. But she like left the place that she worked at because she wanted to try and set up her own massage parlor. And I tried a couple of the other massage therapists at that same location. I didn't really like them. I didn't think that they could hit my like trigger points as well as she could. I didn't feel like they listened as well as she did when I told them like, hey, I need specific pressure in these areas and I need like these areas focused on more than the others. I'm here for pain relief. It's not like a happy good time massage, right? Like I'm a regular customer who comes to you for pain relief. And so I tried a couple of other massage places, and there are massage therapists that are so bad in their technique. I've gone to them and I've felt worse and been in more pain after the massage than when I went in, because they're just like that bad. And so it's just unfortunate that you have to go and you have to sometimes waste your time and money on people who aren't so great to eventually find one that is. And I don't really have anything that I can really notice to tell me if someone is going to be good or bad when I just like look at them online, right? You've wanted to go for a massage, but you're afraid you'll get accidentally tug and rubbed. Don't go to an Asian fucking like slop parlor then, right? Like if it's the same as like looking at nail salons. I'm not gonna go to a massage parlor that has like 15 fucking rooms in it. Right, that seems like a little bit odd to me if they're that large of a place. The only time that them being a large place wouldn't be a point against them is if they're a massage parlor as a part of a spa. And even then, as a part of a spa, there's usually like maybe 5 or 6 rooms total dedicated to the massage. Just say no if they ask you if you want to come. If you go to the happy ending parlors, the massage is probably not going to be that good because the draw to them is going to be the happy ending. So they're not going to put that much effort into the actual massage itself, I assume. An old friend recommended a parlor close by to you. Is it normal to be both excited and terrified if you've never been? Yeah, it's absolutely normal. Like, even as someone without anxiety, it would be normal to be anxious to go and get touched like that by people you don't know. I had never been to the Four Seasons, obviously, that's very far out of my price range, but when you guys paid for a spa day with me, I went to the Four Seasons. I obviously didn't know any of their massage therapists, so I was like, alright, just give me any female, right? It doesn't matter who, just any female. I wouldn't feel comfortable with like a male masseuse. I'm sure they're professional, but you know, if I'm gonna be butt-ass naked, I'd rather it be with another woman, as it were. So I didn't know any of their massage therapists. I was just like, give me any woman. And it worked out well. I had 0 complaints. The lady that did like my body scrub and massage was very good. It felt amazing. The lady that did my regular massage, also amazing. She did shiatsu as well. I got like 10 minutes of free shiatsu because like she combined doing my facial and the massage at the same time. So because of the way I had to sit for the facial, it kind of ruined all of the massage work that had been done. So she gave me a little bit of shiatsu at the end there, and I was like, fuck, maybe I should get a shiatsu at some point in the future. I'd never had a shiatsu before, and if you don't know what shiatsu is the foot massage. So the massage therapist will get up on your back with her feet, and there are bars on the ceiling that she will hold on to help distribute her weight, and she'll push into your back using the like heels of her feet. And it feels really fucking good. The spa people were really nice. Yeah, the spa people were really nice. You can do facials and massages too. Hold on, wait a minute. Happy ending places share the same tells. They have blocked out windows, usually a doorbell to get in, scantily clad masseuses, and they'll have a neon open sign. Just avoid those. Won't believe you, but you just got your 73-year-old Vietnam grandpa to buy a cup. He loves based foxu. I'm gonna need a picture of grandpa with my cup. I want to see grandma and grandpa holding anime merchandise. As a man with shitty posture, it's quite hard to find a reasonably priced actual masseuse where you live. You don't want a happy ending, you just want to stop sounding like someone tap dancing on a bag of chips every time you move your spine. Yeah, understandable. Very understandable. It's like, I wish I had like better advice, but when I shop around for massage therapists, typically I'm looking for at a minimum 1 hour, 30-minute massages. If they do 2 hour, fucking amazing, beautiful. 2 hour massages typically aren't normal, right? Usually you'll only find those when people do specialize in like sports massage or pain relief. But 1 hour, 30-minute massages are pretty typical for the top end. So I'll look for those. I'll also look at the price. If I'm going for an hour and 30 minutes, my previous massage therapist was about $90 for 1 hour, 30 minutes. Current massage therapist is, you know, the 120. And so it's like, that's a pretty good price, I feel like. I would probably pay up to like $150, $160 for 2 hours. I imagine it's probably going to be more expensive if I move up north, just because everything up there is more expensive. But some places it'll cost, you know, like $200, $250, $390. That's a bit much to like test out if the person is good at what they do, in my opinion. Why not a stretching routine? Sport will do it for you too. I do stretch. I stretch frequently. My massage therapist had given me a whole bunch of different stretches to use to like keep myself a bit more limber, but my back like hardens. And I found out through recent MRIs why my back hardens. So that's nice. That's nice to finally know. But like my back hardens constantly. And so I just have like massive amounts of knots everywhere. And the longer I spend standing up, the harder my back becomes. So if I don't have a massage therapist that will regularly work out these knots that just occur because of the bone issues in my back causing stress on my muscles in my back, I will just be in excruciating pain constantly. And it's not fun. It's not a fun time. Come in here, the first thing you hear is knots everywhere. Yeah, muscle knots, you degenerate. You degen! Speaking of which, Mr. fucking Phoenix DS, thank you for those 20 gift subs. Thank you for the 20! Thank you. Thank you. Stretches do nothing for back injury pain. Doctors refuse to admit that. It's very true. It's very true. Like, it feels good when you do the stretches in the moment. And sometimes, like, when I wake up and I feel like I'm a stiff cardboard box, doing some of those stretches can, like, help prepare me to get on stream. But they don't have, like, any sort of lasting help to them. Do I still do the pasta box thing? Occasionally. That pasta box thing came real fucking handy, dude. Oh my god, it feels nice. It feels nice. Garlic knots, certainly. If we somehow end up in a situation that would warrant it, you'll ask your sister to teach you. Yeah, my aunt, my super religious aunt, for a while before she became a mother, she did massage therapy. And so when I first had my accident that fractured my tailbone, I would ask her to work on my back pretty frequently back home. Kirsche likes being stepped on. Only by a professional. You have to strengthen the muscles, actually, to get them to loosen. Tightness is weakness. Again, my issue is my spine making extra bone. Like, there's nothing I can do to prevent my spine from making extra bone, and that extra bone is causing pressure on my muscles and my nerves. So there's not really anything I can do to, like, long-term fix that. There's just things that I can do to make it, like, a bit more relief. She got the bone-itis. Nice. It's great having a family member that knows any kind of medical stuff, massage or otherwise. Yeah, it's fucking great. I want to get off Mr. Bones' wild ride. Speaking of which, let me finish this fucking article about this dumb bitch. I read that about Gabriel Casas. He said one person had a drop from the mid 700s down to 450. Okay, see, I'd be interested in this. How long were you not paying back your student loans to get your credit score to drop from mid 700s to 450? Because that's a crazy drop. That's insane. How did you do this? I think the largest drop my credit score took was when I paid off my car loan. Paying off my car loan tanked my credit score about 50 points. And, like, I only just recently recovered it fully from that. You always wanted to get a massage, but there isn't any good places around you, and strangely enough, you find watching videos or even just listening to me talking about it oddly relaxing. I fucking wish everybody could find a good massage therapist near them. Like, it's great. It's great. 450 is recent bankruptcy. Yeah, that's fucking insane. How dare you pay back your loans? I know, it's stupid. You're very close to paying off your car loan. Congratulations, but also I'm sorry for your incoming credit score drop. You've never had a car loan, oddly? The only debt you have is each month's credit card payments? Yeah, same. What the fuck? Paid it off, but it went down? So your credit score is a measure of how good or bad you are at paying your debt. And if you have no debt to pay, it makes your score go down because they can't measure how good or bad you are if there is no debt to pay. So when you're a good boy and you pay off all of your debt, it tanks your credit score because there's no more debt to be paying. It's really fucking stupid. I hate it. The system is rigged. It is rigged. I hate the game, man. It's so dumb. Ah yes, credit score is an indicator on how likely you are at paying your debt. So paying your debt tanks your score. It makes sense if you don't think about it. Do the Chinese really eat eggs pickled in piss? Yes, about 4 years ago was when I first talked about the Chinese boy piss eggs, where random Chinese men would hang out in parks with containers with eggs in them, and they would ask mothers walking their male children in the park if the boys could piss in the Tupperware containers so that they could enjoy the boy piss eggs. China's a weird place. What? Yeah, there's probably a lot of you who weren't around when I talked about the boy piss eggs. I didn't believe it either when a chatter brought it up, but you know, it was real. How the fuck do you guys function in America? Just barely. In this particular situation, they only had student loans on their credit report, and as a result of them not making any payments on that, that's why it was such a drastic change. How much in student loans did they have that they weren't paying on that it tanked to $450? That seems insane. He personally is among those who has had to resume student loan payments. And while it was a surprise, he's doing his best to budget and cut back on things like eating out and other extra expenses to make ends meet. Is this supposed to make me feel bad for him? Is this supposed to make me feel bad for this person? Oh no, man who has to resume paying off his student loans that he took out to go to college can't eat out and spend on extra fun things. Oh no! Why the fuck would I feel bad for this individual? Oh no, you have to pay back your debt. Womp womp. Costa said the biggest reason for the shock was primarily because it hadn't been communicated very well. I just don't believe you. He's recommending that his clients prioritize loan payments in their budgets, use very little of their other existing credit, and seek out assistance for payments if needed in order to start the arduous process of building their score back up. Kiss said that she has disputed the 90-day delinquency with the credit bureaus and her case is under review, but she'll be surprised if it makes a difference. For now, her dreams of a new home are on hold. I'm a single mom of 2 kids and trying to do the best not only for myself and my children. It's just not fair to the thousands and millions of borrowers. Borrowers, that's what you are. You borrowed the money. You have to pay it back. I don't feel bad for you. You're a single mother. You clearly are unable to make good decisions. Tough shit. Tough titty, said the kitty, because the milk went dry, as it were. Everyone is ready to hate the rich, but chat, do you have the courage to hate the poor? As a person of underdeveloped means, oh yeah, I have the capacity to hate the poor. Nowadays, student loans are basically scams. I agree. And I feel like if you're dumb enough to take out a student loan to get a degree in like the feminist slant on basket weaving in Eastern Europe, you get what you fucking deserve, as it were. Like, I don't feel bad for you. You hate the idiotic poor. We only need to bring back baby bonuses for people with kids, but only for kids born in wedlock. Hard agree. I mean, I'm sure there'll be people who will game the system by like pretending to get married, right? But it's like, this is also why you need to end no-fault divorce. There should be no such thing as no-fault divorce. They want daddy government to pay for them. And once they get used to daddy government replacing an actual person that they rely on in their lives, there's no turning back, man. You owe like 25K in student loans, but at least it went to a useful field. I was like, I feel like obviously college is way too expensive in the US. I feel like it's become like a for-profit diploma mill at this point. And especially since the institutions have been captured by ideologues who do not want to teach the students. They want to impart them with an ideology and create like nice little foot soldiers after university. I feel like it's detrimental for the most part to be paying for these things. Something needs to change where the price of college is drastically reduced in the United States. But also, if you know that the system is so fucked, why would you enter into it and get a degree that will not help you make money? That also doesn't make sense to me. It's all subsidized by government shit, not just for profit. It's government guaranteed money. Yeah, unfortunately. Speaking of government guaranteed money, 35-year-old was 29 months away from getting her $247,804 student debt forgiven. Now she's stuck. Alright, I have multiple questions just based off of the title alone. First of all, why did they say 29 months instead of like, what is this, 2.5 years? Wouldn't it have made more sense to say 2.5 years? That's also a pretty long fucking time. And also, why was she getting her student loans forgiven? I feel like if you put a time limit on when people can get their student loan debt forgiven, they're just not going to pay and eat the interim tanking to their credit scores so that they won't have to pay off hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt that they took out from probably government-backed loans. How do you have that much student debt? That's a great question. Next question. Why are they that much in debt, and why should we be the ones paying to forgive them? Yeah, like, student loan forgiveness is a crazy thing to me. Because, like, you can't just wave a magic wand and make that debt go away. Someone is paying for it somewhere. Audrey Bertram was starting to imagine her life without student debt. Bertram, a staff attorney at an environmental conservation organization in Montana, had just around 2.5 years left of payments before her $247,804 federal student loan balance would be excused under the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program. A staff attorney at an environmental conservation organization. How the fuck does she have hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt? How? She's likely a career student. That is an insane level. Law school? Any student loan forgiveness program should be paired with ending giving out student loans. Flunked 6 times. Law school is that expensive? That brings us back to the original problem. Why is law school that expensive? The bitch has a job, figure it out. But chat, how is she going to afford to live if she's expected to pay back her student loans? 7 years of Ivy League. If the Federal Reserve can make money appear out of air, they can make it disappear just as easily. Yeah, but when the Federal Reserve prints money out of thin air, it makes things worse for everyone. Which is, if they make it disappear just as easily, that's not going to be without consequences, what I was saying. Why was she about to get her debt forgiven at only 35? Yeah, good point. Joke's on us. She was a major hopper for years. For many months now, she's been frozen on her timeline to that relief. We're not getting credit, said Bertram, 35. This time, it's been devastating. Bertram took out her loans in law school knowing she'd work in public service and pursue PSLF. That was the only way taking on this debt made any sense. Okay, so if she had a plan, right, if she had a plan that I'm gonna get this job and be able to pay off this debt, and she's saying that was the only way taking the debt made any sense, I'm gonna press X to doubt here. I'm thinking she took on this much debt with the intent of actually never paying it back and hoping that the debt relief programs would just absolve her of it in the future. You imagine that people just assume you have to go to college and take out a loan? I don't know. I mean, it was perpetuated for quite a long time, right? Like, even my dad was like, I want you to have a better life than me, so you have to go to college. My dad pushed me into college right after high school, wouldn't even let me take a year off because he was like, if you take time off, you're probably not going to go to college, so you have to go right now. And I was like, I don't know what I want to do. I don't know what I'm interested in. I don't want to waste thousands of dollars doing something that I hate, right? That's exactly what ended up happening, unfortunately. Meanwhile, you paid off your loans yourself, $1,000 a month for 12 years, interest is a bitch. Yeah, it's like, it's absolutely fucking ridiculous. It's still being perpetuated. I don't doubt it. It feels like it should be very easy to wake up to this kind of thing, though. Like, unless you need something like a medical degree, you don't really need to go to college. The students made some really bad choices, but keeping the system is worse. I think if you took out loans, you should be required to pay that money back. But I do think the system should get overhauled. I think college is way too expensive. You had that exact conversation with your parents and the same thing happened. Like, the only time I would be like, okay, maybe we can do some sort of debt forgiveness are for the people who have, like, required degrees, right? Like doctors, like surgeons, like that kind of thing. However, considering how many people have been given degrees through DEI programs and how many people are no longer qualified to actually be working in their field because of the reduced standards to get these degrees, that also makes me put a pause on it, because it's like, if you shouldn't have that degree in the first place, I don't really want you to have loan forgiveness. System shouldn't give you such a high interest as well. Yeah, I agree. You took no loans for college, thank God. The trick is to go to community to start and then transfer to university for the last bits. You have to be careful about what community colleges you go to as well, because some community college credits won't transfer to the quote-unquote real colleges because they want you in a debt trap there. Isn't it curious that the NAACP is right next to the student debt one? The what? When government started backing student loans, schools started charging more and making up shitty degrees. Oh yeah, because they're just like, we can get free payments from the government. You have 2 master degrees, you're proud of them, and even if you don't have a job for them, well, if you could afford them, you know, more power to you. Made you reconsider getting a master's because of all the lower standards. It's a very unfortunate situation. Millions of other student loan holders are in the same frustrating limbo now after Republican-led legal challenges blocked the Biden administration's new repayment plan in the summer of 2024. The borrowers who enrolled in the program, like Bertram, have found themselves stuck. Many of these borrowers remain in a forbearance that doesn't bring them closer to debt forgiveness, while the Trump administration recently revised other student loan repayment plans to no longer conclude in debt cancellation. I mean, again, why should I feel bad about this? You took out debt with the understanding that you would have to pay it back. So why should I feel bad that you are not having your debt canceled? Please explain. Why should you have your debt canceled that you took out under the understanding that you'd have to pay it back? And why should I feel bad that it's not going to happen? Here's what to know about the current challenges to federal student loan forgiveness and what you can do about them. Many federal student loan borrowers who enrolled in the Biden administration era SAVE, or Saving on a Valuable Education, that's funny, plan remain in forbearance as a result of the GOP-led legal challenges to the program. Unlike the COVID-era pause on student loan bills, this forbearance does not give borrowers credit towards debt forgiveness under an income-driven repayment plan or public service loan forgiveness. A recent U.S. appeals court decision blocked SAVE as well as the loan forgiveness component under other income-driven repayment plans. Historically, at least, IDR plans limit borrowers' monthly payments to a share of their discretionary income and cancel any remaining debt after a certain period, typically 20 years or 25 years. PSLF, with President George W. Bush signed into law in 2007, allows certain non-for-profit and government employees to have their federal student loans wiped away after 10 years of payments. Chat. I wasn't very old in the Bush era. Was it this Bush or the other Bush that did the No Child Left Behind? Because it seems very interesting that we had like back-to-back, hey, we're going to just cancel your student loan debt after 20 to 25 years. And also, no child left behind before you get to college. So we're going to make children dumber in high school, and then we're going to push them into being debt slaves to get into college, and then we're just going to cancel all of that debt later on. I don't know. That seems like a really weird system to play with. Bush 2001, W Jr., Bush Sr., Foxu? What do you mean? Forgiveness after 20 was Obama? I literally just read that it was President George W. Bush who signed it into law in 2007. Literally just read this a minute ago. You disagree on a key point. Letting these scam college and universities exist that sucker people into useless degrees do need to be shut down permanently. I don't think that's disagreeing, because that's also what I said. I said the systems need to change. I think the first things first is remove all of the Marxist ideologues from universities. And then once those are gone and degrees are actually on a useful field again, then you need to tackle how to reduce the price of getting said degrees. The government isn't there to like hold your hand and prevent you from being scammed. You just kind of have to, unfortunately, be smart enough to not get scammed. Misheard you, my bad. No problem. Need a whole foundation rework for college? Absolutely. Absolutely. We used to have on-the-job IQ test. Degrees are that. You have college debt. Obama also made a law after 20, and it's full of BS. I mean, I'm sure Obama also did stuff, but like, this one that we're reading about, canceling debt after 20 to 25 years, was George W. Bush. Which I'm saying, If it happened to be the same Bush that did this debt forgiveness for colleges, while also doing No Child Left Behind for high school, this seems like a double whammy of creating a whole bunch of useful idiots. And the problem is many of these scam colleges only exist because they can abuse government funds. Yes, that is a problem, but you also don't have to get a degree on African American milkshake tumbling, right? Like, you don't have to do that. If you're spending tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars getting like a liberal arts degree, yeah, you're gonna get into debt that you can't pay off. If you're going for a creative writing degree, you're gonna get into debt that you can't pay off. You don't need a college degree to become a writer. It's fittingly evil that colleges are fooling stupid people into debt they're too stupid to understand. It's the same as the mortgage system, right? All of these lending companies are incentivized to give out loans to people that can't afford it and are too dumb to understand they can't afford it, because again, it's the appeal to authority thing. They're like, oh, this is a mortgage lender. They're not going to want to lend me more than I can afford to, so this pre-approval letter that they're giving me, clearly I can afford to do this. When they can't. And the lender is then going to get paid by the government for this person who's not going to be making loan payments, and they're then going to be able to backload all of those missed payments onto the back of the mortgage, keeping that person in perpetual debt for God knows how long, until the government decides, okay, you can foreclose on them finally, right? Which is what's going to be happening in April. 8 million homes, at a minimum, are going to go into foreclosure proceedings because people who were given loans that shouldn't have been and weren't making payments for the last 1 to 5 years are finally going to be allowed to get foreclosed on. Taxes are intentionally convoluted to make people keep paying for tax services. Tax filing companies spend millions lobbying to not simplify taxes. I can only imagine. This April, April 30th is when all of these foreclosures can start happening. Tanking the real estate market. Yeah, baby! The only reason you're going to college is the state gives you a scholarship that is 100% covered. The Georgian Hope scholarship is great. Yeah, like looking into scholarships, and if you meet the requirements for them, absolutely. That's like what they're there for, right? 1 month before it all goes crazy. Yeah. When people have like high enough grades or high enough test scores to be able to qualify for scholarships and shit, that's like a meritocracy based, giving to somebody who's going to give back in brain progress. I can't use English. Why are scholarships fine? That's the taxes paying for school too, because that's a meritocratic process, typically. There are some scholarships that are DEI based, and this is what Trump's department is going after to try and get rid of. Scholarships and government funds should not be given out on racial or sexual bases. There shouldn't be like black only scholarships, women only scholarships. It's like, I think that these things should all be merit based. How much are you crossing your fingers for the foreclosures? I am waiting with bated breath. Millions will foreclose. And like retards who don't understand how the housing market works has tried to be like, why are you hoping poor people get their homes revoked? It's like, because they were given loans that they can't afford knowingly by lenders, because the lenders are going to be paid by the government to give these out. Very familiar with the program we're talking about. The forgiveness happens after 20 years of payments while working for the government. You have to make 20 years worth of payments. You then can forgive the balance of your loan, which is just the government paying it off. It's an employment incentive to get better people in the government. So this one specifically by Bush, you're saying, is like you have to be a government worker in order to qualify for it? Super hyped for the foreclosure, might be able to get a house or two. I've already been seeing some of the prices in New England go down a little bit. Like houses that usually would be selling within like 48 hours are staying on the market for like a week or so. Some of these houses are seeing like actual price drops. And so like the fact that it's happening in one of the most competitive markets in the country, hell yeah, dude. She has 250K of debt after 20 years of payment. This is where interest is a thing. I don't like interest in general. I feel like adding interest onto all of these things in the large amounts that happens is another way to keep people perpetual debt slaves forever. Because if you have something like, let's say, a $50,000 loan and you have a high, interest rate on it, you're going to end up paying much more than that initial $50,000. And this is how the banks and the lending operations make their money off of you. And there has to be something incentivized to get these banks to lend you money. So I don't know if interest could be completely eliminated in general, right? Because otherwise, what incentive do banks or anywhere else have to give you loans? But I don't like how interest is used. Kirsche has no interest in interest. Have I seen the curve? How they make early payments have more interest in the split to keep the principal higher for... Yeah, that's the way it is with mortgages as well. When I asked to see a graph of my payments, if I were to take a mortgage out on a $500,000 home, the interest is way higher for the first couple of years because they want you to pay more in interest rather than paying off your actual loan, which is why it's very important in the first few years to try and make as many extra payments as you possibly can to reduce that amount of interest you're going to be paying. Help. No, because this isn't a bank. This is debt bought by the federal government and therefore cannot be removed by bankruptcy. Should not have interest. We're still fighting tooth and nail for a rental that isn't 3K in New Hampshire. You're making the 2,000-mile drive on Monday. Good fucking luck, dude. I wish you good fucking luck. My realtor sends me automated updates because they have searches set in the MLS backend for me. And so I get updates on rental properties in southern New Hampshire as well. And sometimes I'll come across one that's only heavy quotes, a 2.3K a month. But it looks like a meth den, right? It's I don't know if that's safe to live in, man. Check DM. I'm checking DM. Oh, Phoenix DS. Phoenix DS, thank you for those 100 Canadian slaves. They're scared to come into the country, but that's okay. I'll take care of them. Thank you, Phoenix. And Klaus Schwab, you will own nothing and be happy. And this is another thing I feel right? All of this perpetual debt slavery, the talking about forgiveness of debt for these people who make terrible choices, and obviously people getting angry at debt forgiveness for people who make terrible choices, all of the crazy high interest rates on everything. I think this is a way to sort of push people into being okay with the owning nothing aspect of things. Because if you get used to perpetual debt slavery, if you get used to daddy government saying that they will get you out of debt slavery, and if you get the people actually paying for things angry enough that they just give up because what can they do about it, you kind of just win. Kind of just win by attrition. Remember when your agent saw the option to pick a variable interest rate for the mortgage and we both laughed? Yeah. Telling me that I don't have to own anything and I can still be happy. Interest should not be allowed to go very far beyond inflation. Maybe 1% above should be max. Anyone arguing that they should be allowed more interest because of the risk of lending, don't lend to people who can obviously never pay it back. I agree. It's just I do not like interest. I think it's really gross in a way. And when I hear Caleb talking about credit cards that have 35% interest rate, I'm like, how even do people see this and still get the card? I don't understand, man. That's why people see taking their business and their money and livelihood elsewhere, overseas, abandon ship. Also, there are some cases where high schools just fail to teach the required math to take on university courses. But that's because math is racist, didn't you know? It's because usury is a sin. I hate the usuries. You don't know what the interest rate is on your mom's card, but it's under 20%. You thought 19.99 was high, but holy fuck. 35% interest is predatory. That loaning is very high delinquency rate expectancy. Yeah. There's a reason most societies throughout history saw people who charge interest as absolute scum. Yeah. They take it because they think I'm gonna make all the interest back on points. Not like this. It's like the people who are just like, oh, I got this card because I wanted the cash back, but then they end up paying more in interest than whatever the cash back gave them. And it's like, man, I'm not good at numbers, but even I know how to do this. Where the fuck was I reading? In the end, we may see borrowers lose over a year of monthly payments to count towards forgiveness. Said Elaine Rubin, director of corporate communications at Advisors, which helps students navigate college costs and borrowing. If you're eager to be back on your way to debt cancellation, you have options, experts say. You may be able to switch out of the now blocked SAVE plan and into another income-driven repayment plan. The Education Department recently reopened several IDR plan applications following a period during which the plans were unavailable. The Trump administration said it was updating the plan's applications to make them comply with the recent court order over SAVE. The IDR plans open now, according to the Trump admin, are income-based repayment, pay-as-you-earn, and income-contingent repayment. The caveat on ICR and pay is that automatic forgiveness after 20 or 25 years is not available now since the courts have questioned that permissibility under statute, said Scott Buchanan, executive director of the Student Loan Servicing Alliance, a trade group for federal student loan servicers. Still, if a borrower enrolled in ICR or pay and then switches to IBR, their previous payments made under other plans will count towards loan forgiveness under IBR as long as they meet the plan's other requirements. Meanwhile, borrowers in any of the 3 IDR plans can get credit toward PSLF. Those who want to be making progress toward debt cancellation should see which plan comes with a monthly payment they can afford. There are several tools available online to help you determine how much your monthly bill would be under different options. For now, Bertram has decided to stay put in the SAVE forbearance, even though she's not moving any closer to debt forgiveness. She's worried she'll switch into a new repayment plan, only to find that that program has also been halted or amended. You're constantly being jerked around by political rhetoric, Bertram said. I just hope I'm student debt free before I'm 40. Just pay it. Well, I don't know what else to say, man. So many acronyms in this article, I know. Your eye twitches uncontrollably when half a paragraph or sentence is filled with acronyms. Same. I feel your fucking pain. I feel your pain, man. Fuck interest. I think like the only forgiveness I would be okay with, right? Cancel all of the interest on these loans. If these people only have to pay back their initial loan payment, but all of their interest gets forgiven, I'd be okay with that. I'd be completely fine with that, but you know that's not going to happen because all these lending companies want their money. Did she take out the loan assuming it would be forgiven? Otherwise, she's not losing anything at all. It said in the beginning of the article, Bertram took out her loans in law school knowing that she'd work in public service and pursue PSLF. That was the only way taking on this debt made any sense. And PSLF is the name of the program, Public Service Loan Forgiveness. So she took out her loans for school thinking that in 20 to 25 years it would be completely canceled and she would not have to pay them. So I think that going into debt based on I won't have to pay this after so many years is a really shitty thing to do. This is a low amount of student debt for law school. You can rack up just as much getting an art degree. Money. Fair, Foxu, if the interest is forgiven, they're still paying off the principal in full. They still borrowed the money, and they should have to pay that money back. But interest is inherently predatory, and so if they were forgiven all of the interest tacked on to their initial loan, I'd be completely fine with that kind of thing. Normally, lenders don't change the rules years into the loan, though, do they? This wasn't years into the loan. This was a program that was set up for loan forgiveness, and both the Trump administration and courts, it said in here somewhere, like a court, recent U.S. Court of Appeals blocked SAVE as well as loan forgiveness component under other income-driven repayment plans. So this is the government saying, yeah, the government issued this before, but that was incorrect for the government to do. It's like committing crimes knowing you can't go to prison. Yeah, absolutely. If there's no consequence, why be responsible? True. And while government is being daddy more bucks, what incentive is there to do anything about it, as it were? As it were. Interest can be non-predatory. Inflation is a thing. Not charging interest above inflation rate is losing money, but 35% plus is predatory. Yeah, like I said, I don't think there's any way to like completely negate interest in totality. I think if we're going to do student loan forgiveness, only forgiving the interest would be something I feel like people could compromise on. Because these people who took out these loans, especially thinking that they would never have to pay them back, absolutely should be paying them back. What people don't understand is that lots of people have private college loans, which can't be forgiven by the government. Finance classes need to be required curriculum in middle and high school so that people don't fall for the interest. Yeah. More than 15% is predatory as hell. I wouldn't even want 15%, man. That's fucking high. Banking wouldn't be free without interest on loans. Yep. Like, I think at this point it's like so embedded that we can't get rid of it entirely, but I still don't like it. And I wish there was a way to get rid of interest entirely. But if there is, I am certainly not smart enough to figure it out. You're at 6%. Are you really that lucky? I guess so. I guess so. Don't lend tens of thousands of dollars or more to an 18-year-old for anything. And I think, like, if our credit scores weren't just a rigged game to punish people for doing well, and they were actually a measure of, like, how well people were doing, you wouldn't give all of this stuff to people who are risky to lend to, and make the good to lend to people pay the differences. There is a way, but it requires flying the hammer and sickle. Yeah, I'm not about that life, man. On the flip side, if banking weren't free, banks may actually have to compete on service again. There's a way. We just need the political will to use some tariff money to pay off the closeout the fucking student loan program. You'll never forget talking with a very lefty raid member back in 2019, how if the US, and especially Cali, kept going in the path the lefties were defending, they'd end up with the same issue as South America. 6 years later, you're starting to see it, and they have the perfect orange scapegoat. No one really did teach these kids shit. I mean, yeah, we didn't learn anything about, like, finances in high school. I was lucky, quote-unquote lucky, enough to still have, like, a home economics course in high school. But unfortunately, I went to a paused high school in a very dyed blue area, and so my home economics class didn't really teach us actual cooking skills. It had us cook things that were, like, vegan and vegetarian friendly. And it's like, at no point in my life am I going to need to know how to cook, like, vegan substitute pork rolls. Like, that's just not going to be something that's ever useful to me. Most adults don't even know basic budgeting. Oh yeah, the new math method is also called area model method. I don't know what that is. But as we look at all of these negative numbers for the stock market at the beginning of this article, VTubers getting a little bit more mainstream again. We've had a VTuber interviewed by Fox News Australia before. We've had Bernie Sanders interacting with VTubers. And now we have a Business Insider article. I make a living on YouTube playing an anime character. I'm very shy and it's helped me get out of my comfort zone. Mint Fantome is a virtual anime-style influencer with 347,000 YouTube subscribers. This As-Told essay is based on a conversation with the creator behind YouTuber Mint Fantome, a virtual influencer who appears as an anime character. Like other virtual YouTubers, the creator is an anonymous online, but their identity is known to Business Insider. What a weird thing to say. Why would you have to say that? I play a 19-year-old ghost online. My anime-style digital avatar goes by many names. Mint, Made Mint, or Mint Fantome. I have 347,000 subscribers on YouTube where I live stream my avatar chatting, singing, and playing video games. This is my full-time career, and it has become all that I do. I'm a part of a growing trend of virtual influencers called VTubers. Like many others, my identity is anonymous. I recently joked with a friend that our jobs are like the TV show Severance. The virtual characters we play online are like our innies, which are separate workplace identities of the show characters. I've never seen Severance, but I kind of like to compare like VTubers to like the Space Ghost show. I fucking love Space Ghost when I was a kid. Shame a fucking actor guy died this year, dude. But like Space Ghost would do interviews with like flesh people, you know? And I always thought that was super fucking cool to have like flesh people interacting with this cartoon who's like very rudimentally animated. Like it was so much fucking fun. And so like especially when I see VTubers doing stuff with flesh streamers, it just always makes me think of fucking Space Ghost. And clubbing fingers are early warning signs of heart problems. What does this guy mean by this? Get out of my seat, you chicken McNobody! Space Ghost Coast to Coast, you have seasons 1 through 3. It's a fucking fun show, man. You've already seen adverts at the gym using anime? I want anime commercials. The McDonald's commercials in Japan are so fucking cute. DDP sang a song on Brack's show. Oh my god. The character I created allows me to have a public persona online without fully sharing my personal self. I discovered virtual YouTubers several years ago. Many of those I followed were from a Japanese company called Cover Corporation, which owns one of the top VTuber agencies, Hololive. I found their content really fun to consume. Living in the US, it wasn't until Hololive put out auditions for English-speaking creators that I realized this could be really cool for me to try. I kind of had like a similar thing where like I knew what Hololive was. And I was just like, I think this would be a really fun way to stay anonymous online. You know, I wouldn't have to put on clothes to stream. I like anime. I think anime women are beautiful. I was like, this would be a lot more fun than just being a regular cam streamer. And so like I had started out as like a PNG streamer, and then I went to a GIF, and then I had to like make the decision of if I wanted to do like regular camming or if I wanted to get a model. And obviously I went the route of getting a model. Like it's just more fun. It's just more fun. I enjoy it. It's great how big Minto is, considering how much of an actual weeb culture she taps into. Absolutely. It's always fun for like more weebs to have more noticing happen. Beautiful pulchra. Bellissima. I auditioned, but I didn't get the role. However, through the audition process, I met some independent VTubers who inspired me. I realized you don't have to work with a huge corporation to do this work. And she's completely right about this. And this is like one thing I'm really glad that they mentioned in the article that I've harped on so much throughout the years. It's like there's so many VTubers that think that they need to get signed to a corporation in order to get their big break. And like, yeah, sure, it might be easier to have, you know, a management behind you, have gen mates to collab with to propel you off the ground easier than it would be as an indie 2view, right? But you don't need that. There's been so many indie successes like Fillion, like Shy Lily, like Cinder, like myself even, and all of us have different niches that we play to with our audiences. Like there's no one route to success. There's no one thing you have to do, and you absolutely can do it without a traditional VTuber company. When I started in 2020, I wanted my avatar to be completely separate from my normal self. I told no one, not even friends or family. Same. Then, as I started to become more popular, some of my friends came across my videos and recognized my voice. The craziest thing is when I've gotten like Discord DMs or text messages from people that I either played games with years ago or knew in real life, and they're just like, hey, so this thing came up in my YouTube feed and it kind of sounds like you. What's going on here, Kirsche? The Foxy will report for the White House. It's always really jarring when someone like organically consumes your content without knowing it's you, right? Honestly, kind of hilarious coming from Mint. You know, she probably can't talk about like Niji, but it's a big slap in the face to them. I don't know about that. I think this article is presented in a very like nice way, and like regardless of what her contract is about mentioning or not mentioning them, I think putting this article in a good light instead of mentioning something that was probably, you know, she'd prefer to not think about it this time, right? I like the way this is laid out as is. You're in a very traditional VTuber company, Phase Connect. I'm not part of the company! That's how you found the Foxy too, organically through Jim, of course. I later told my mom she didn't quite understand it, but she knows I've always loved Japanese culture and anime. She can't believe what she thought was a phase has evolved into my career. My dad said something similar. Like, I had always been playing video games growing up, and when I was a teenager and like a kid, my dad played video games with me. You know, I've told the stories about Mouth in Pokemon. He played Xenosaga. He played the Final Fantasy games. He played Gex. He played tons of stuff with me. And so like getting older and still being into video games, and him thinking like, oh, this is just a waste of time. Like, you're not gonna go anywhere doing this. Like, you need to, you know, focus on getting a job like better than what you have in like retail, better than what you have at like this hotel, right? So me finally, I guess, like getting somewhere, not even just playing video games. Like half the time I just fucking yap. Maybe 75% of the time I just fucking yap. Like, I don't know, but it's like he told me he's like incredibly proud that I managed to make something out of something that I very much enjoy. especially since he was the one who encouraged me to quit my insurance job because of how bad it was tanking my health. And so he's like, I'm glad that after all of the difficulties you've been through, you're able to do something that you enjoy. You're able to do something that you enjoy that makes you money. Like, I'm incredibly proud of you for your perseverance. And so it's like, hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah, dude. A job talking. You love talking. Remember playing Gex, Enter the Gecko? I fucking love Gex, man. I fucking love Gex. Get Kirdad to play a game on the stream. He does a lot of like nature photography now, but I would love to wrangle him on stream at some point to play something. I think that'd be a lot of fun. You'll never work a day in your life if you do something you love. That's absolutely not fucking true. Well, I love what I do, but it definitely still feels like work. Not when I'm on stream, but like all of the other shit that I have to do. Because, you know, fucking entrepreneur, business owner woman. It's mentally draining sometimes, as it were. Found Kier from her FNT appearance. Loved. Oh, man. It's a shame that FNT is on Fridays. I'm gonna have to do Tuesday night's main event again sometime, though. Work is work, even if you love it, especially if you work for yourself. Absolutely. How I make money as a virtual influencer. Most of my income comes from donations on YouTube. That's just out of people's generosity. That's how I've been able to maintain this as a career. I also sell merchandise and promote brands through sponsorships. I talk about this sometimes as well, because this is the same with my income. The majority of my income is from like direct donations. And it gets dangerous the longer you go and the more your income stays from direct donations. And it's not like to sound like I am ungrateful or anything, so please do not take it that way. But it's just like when you're relying on the generosity of other people, it's not steady income. The more you have like sponsorship kind of deals, the more reliable that income is. And I, specifically, obviously, am a bit of a brand risk, so I have to be a little cautious, both like of who comes to me for sponsorships, who I reach out to for sponsorships, and also like I don't want to take slop of sponsorships just because. I don't want to like promote things to my audience that I would feel bad about. So there's a lot of sponsorships over the years that I've just declined to do because I don't like the product, or I wouldn't feel comfortable shilling it to my audience. Thank you for the blastius. Cute sneeze, thank you. You want salary for steadiness instead of contract work? Same thing. Well, I mean, it's always going to be contract work, right? And even getting sponsorships is entirely because of you guys in my audience. Like, I wouldn't be able to get sponsorships or leverage myself for sponsorships if it weren't for you guys watching streams, right? It's just the difference between relying on a donation versus a company giving me a reliable set amount of money in a contract. HelloFresh. I fucking hate HelloFresh. More and more VTubers are infiltrating Western culture. For example, HoloLive's VTubers collaborated with the Los Angeles Dodgers. I've seen other independent VTubers work with hockey teams and at other events where you maybe wouldn't expect to see an anime girl. I've performed at a couple of live events and I want to do more. At these shows, I'll dance and sing with other VTubers. And online, everybody is just a number and a username in a chat box. But with live events, I can feel a true connection. I don't know how I feel about that one. Like, I kind of get it, right? Because, like, you feel detached when you talk to people online, I suppose. But you get to learn who the people behind the usernames are, right? And that makes them feel like more than just a number. Hell yeah, I'm a name. I typically try to stream for 2 to 4 hours a day on YouTube. Filming is simpler than people think. I use a phone, and there's programs like VTube Studio and VCFace that VTubers use to generate their avatars. I went to school for filmography, and I have some experience, but I also watch a lot of YouTube tutorials. This is actually really cool, and I kind of wonder if she'll do, like, mini-series in the future, right? Like, I'm sure that would take startup funding to be able to do, but, I'm sort of thinking of, like, Merryweather's comics, but instead of comics, doing sort of, like, filmography stuff for, like, little mini VTuber series. I think that'd be kind of fucking cool. If VTubers were supposed to break out of the idle framework, not reinforce it. What do you mean by this? Hell yeah, Random Panda 67210. Gotta love it! When I first started, I streamed in my closet. It was a small walk-in closet with good sound insulation. Now, I have my own dedicated streaming room. I just cuck my roommate out of the living room when I stream. When I'm not streaming, streaming, I create my own graphics and thumbnails. I scroll through X where I'll post and check hashtags. Also take notes on my phone for ideas for live streams or merchandise. I do the same thing, and then I immediately forget those notes. I even have a note server that I immediately forget that I posted in. People who counter-signal idols don't actually understand VTubing. I mean, I think there's definitely things from idol culture that we would be better off not adhering to. Right? Like, I think the whole, like, not being able to mention past life stuff is a little silly. Alright, I want to be able to tell my audience about, like, oh, Sammy Sandwich is now Cammy Cream Puff or whatever, right? I want to be able to do that because I feel like if somebody reincarnates, I want people to be able to find who they are. I'm glad I took that note. Now I can forget about it. Same. It's hard for me to turn the switch off. Some creators can say they don't go online or on social media at certain times. I don't have strict boundaries like that. Instead, I log off from my job by browsing my personal Instagram and TikTok accounts, which are centered on my hobbies and interests, such as anime and Japanese culture. I fucking feel this woman, man. It is also very hard for me to switch off. I don't know how to not be in work mode. And my mods will harangue me to even take, like, sick days because I'll be fucking dying and it'll be 10 minutes before stream time. And I'm just like, I don't want to cancel. I feel bad when I cancel. Like, I want to stream. Please. I just, like, I don't know. I don't know how to relax is, like, my problem. An alternative pathway to entertainment. This passion for anime helped me break into the entertainment industry, which I consider virtual YouTubers a part of. I agree, and so do nefarious people as well, unfortunately. As in any aspect of entertainment, so much success is the luck of the draw. Also true. When I'm streaming, I'll see a number on the screen of how many people are watching. Maybe the number says 3,000, but I can't fully comprehend that 3,000 people are watching me. I know that they're people, and I know that their usernames represent a person, but even after all these years, I feel so ordinary. I don't feel like an influencer. Oh, I get what she was saying earlier then. I understand. That makes sense, because I feel very much the same way. Right, like, I don't see my number anywhere. The only, like, indication I have of how many people are watching me is how fast the chat is going at any given time, which always isn't accurate, right? You always have more people watching than chatting because lurkers are a thing. And I prefer to, like, not pay that much attention to my number. I think the only time I was, like, hardcore number friending was when I was on Path to Partner and I needed to pay attention to, like, getting that fucking minimum 75, and even then I got rejected. But it's like, conceptually, when you think about 3,000 people watching you, that's like a massive arena, right? Like, not like a Taylor Swift arena, but that's still, like, higher than your local comedian or, like, your local garage band playing at, you know, some local shop. That's a fuck ton of people. And when you conceptualize how many people that is, if you were to do this in, like, a real life situation, it's like, holy shit. Fucking Jesus Christ. Can barely handle one, let alone two. Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous to think about how many people are watching at any given time. And, like, I'm like just below 3,000 most of the time for my average, which I see after streams are over. Are you nervous talking to so many people? I just kind of don't think about it. I kind of, like, don't think about how many people are watching, and, like, usually when people bring up how many people are watching in chat, and, like, mods will time them out as, like, a courtesy to me, because if I happen to read that, it can start me, like, brain worming and, like, throw me off of, you know, what I'm talking about, and just put me out of rhythm, as it were. So most people are fucking beautiful and don't say anything in chat about how many are watching. I'm gonna chat to speed up, freak her out a tiny bit. Oh, it always freaks me out. Like when I say something or something happens and I just see chat, like, go from normal speed to, like, flying, I'm like, oh god, what's happening? There's at least a couple dozen. Yeah, you know, I saw Baker's dozen or so. I don't think about it. It's woman coded. Well, it's like, one of my pet peeves when I watch streamers in general is when they just constantly talk about their viewer count. Like, I can't stand, like, going into a stream and I hear them just like constantly talking about like, oh, we have like 7 viewers right now. Oh my god, there's like so much more than usual. I was like, oh my god, we were one left. Haha. I guess they didn't want to hear us talk about it. I was like, oh, we got 3 more in here right now. Look, oh my god. It's like, look, focus on something else. Like, even if you're super happy to get like a higher number, which I get, like even that feeling of being happy of getting more viewers is never going to go away. Like, you always get happy, but like constantly talking about it makes you come off as like a disingenuous person. It feels really icky. If you're gonna make it, it better be important. Or if you're gonna mention it, yeah. Fake it till you make it. Like, after a raid, I could understand, right? After a raid talking about numbers, that makes sense. After an event talking about numbers, that makes sense. After, like, something special happening, that makes sense. But, like, just fucking randomly mentioning it and harping on it during your stream, it's kind of fucking weird. And it's like, if you're going to make this into a career, you have to kind of pay attention to your number count. Because you have to kind of understand when people are coming in as well as when people are leaving. And just like get an idea of what your typical stream flow is. I'm a little bit even more retarded than that. And I look at like my average after a stream. And then I just don't think about it. That was the way I was at 20 viewers. That was the way I was at 60 viewers. That was the way I was at 100 viewers. 250, 500, 1,000, 2,500. That's the same mentality I've had the entire time. Like, you have to care to a degree, but if you let it get to your head and you constantly think about it, it's going to make you suffer as a person, and it's going to make your content suffer. You have to just do things that you enjoy without thinking too much about the numbies. Because sometimes the things that you enjoy will not necessarily be what the majority of your audience enjoys. And it's like, I've joked about that before, where like, I lose half of my viewers when I play video games. A lot of people really just like hearing me fucking yap about nonsense for hours on end. And I'm very grateful for that. I don't know why you like hearing me yap about nonsense for hours on end, but I'm very grateful that you do. And now that you're at insert numbies here, damn, you blew up and or fell off. If Kier was audience captured, it would be sounding the whole time. Yeah, when my aunties talk about how my audience is gonna like leave me as soon as we disagree on something, it's just like, god damn, they haven't been here for abortion conversations, have they? We love it because your Boston debuff is hilarious. Oh my god. I can play video games on my own. I can't schizo. Well, you can schizo on your own, in theory. To you, it's like the morning radio DJ hearing talks of weird things. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You disagree with me on a number of things. We can't always agree, chat, you know? Can't always agree. You like witnessing historical events with the Fox. It's still insane that due to our on-the-ground correspondent, Cat P Fetish, I was like the first content creator to report on that shit. I don't know if I was like the first all around, but like, goddamn. And because it's funny, unhinged, generally positive, which is a contrast to how things are going at the time. A Foxu white pill prescription has been good for you. Hell yeah. I'm glad that I could make a positive dent in some people's lives, you know? A gamer and a yap freaking American. Stick around because you're a good person, even if we slightly disagree on things. I try best. I try best, and that's all really anybody can ask, you know? You like hearing me yap? Cannot endure 3 hours of yapping by anyone, which is why I usually pop in when I'm already yapping for a few hours. That'll be understandable. Eggs over novice, thank you for the 20. Kirsche, you're a gem and refreshing in a world of peelarsteds. What? What is a... Oh, petarads! That's a T. I thought that was an L. I was like, what? Sounds like a slur. You know, you have a special life when you heard about a presidential assassination attempt from a man named Cat P Fetish. I love my special life. Like a horny metal radio host talking about their past crimes. I love it. What did he mean by this? What what did he mean by this? Disagreeing on things is normal. That's where good talks can come from. It's by having two sides actually talk and not being toxic to each other. I'm only toxic when you guys don't listen and I have to call you retards. The anonymity that comes with being a VTuber has been really great for me. I'm not a very public person, shy, have a lot of social anxieties, but chatting for hours a day online has really helped me come out of my comfort zone. I'm so grateful I get to do this job. And I 1000% agree with her on all of this. Because, like, I started streaming in general to try and, like, get a better hold on my anxiety. I was like, I don't know what to do. I hate being unemployed. I feel like I'm just spiraling and getting worse. What's something I can do to try and make my anxiety better? Well, fucking I know. I have a decently well-known name in Terra. Why not start streaming? Because I'll already have, like, a small base of people. And I can try to talk to human beings in that manner. And I feel like it's definitely helped. It's definitely helped over time. Just remember, Kirsche, the car isn't going anywhere unless you put on the seatbelt. I need a fuzzy if you're gonna make me put on the seatbelt. You have to be careful when you listen to me yap while gaming. It's gotten you killed with comments way too many times. Oh my god. I'm a real human being. You like how much Minto love goes around in Kier's chat? Yeah. I thought this was a very cute article to have. I thought it was a very cute, nice little article thing. Phone posting on garbage? Yeah, I hate phone posting, man. It fucking sucks to try to post on the phone. Feel like that too? You're a male and thus cannot become a successful VTuber without selling your soul to Corpo? Males typically have more success as flesh streamers, and females have more success as VTubers. If you just... like, completely forget that, like, softcore porn cam girls exist, right? Because they have a ceiling. There's, like, a ceiling for how much success, like, those streamers can get. So just, like, cut them out entirely. Forget they exist. Male streamers typically do better as flesh streamers than male VTubers. And females who are not doing softcore camming have the chokehold on the VTuber sphere, as it were. It's like a nice little symbiotic relationship. Need a gimmick as a male chuba like Randon? Yeah. That's not to say that you can't be successful as a male VTuber. It's just a little bit more difficult. If you take out the large sample of cam girls, you're correct. Yeah, exactly. Like, cam girls definitely make it look like female flesh streamers are, on average, more successful than males. But, like, if you remove the ones who just use their body and don't actually do anything, you know? Soon VTubers will take over the world! You can be successful as a male VTuber, you just need to be gay and have a model that looks like he takes more dicks up his ass than an ovulating prostitute during a condom shortage. To be fair, I feel like that's very oversaturated, right? I feel like the male VTuber who is a gay twink that takes copious amounts of cock and then eventually turns into a woman is a very oversaturated market. You know what we don't have? We don't have manly VTubers. I was like super fucking excited for like that Vesper model with the military outfit. I was super excited for that, and then, you know, unlucky. You thought cam girls had the chokehold or something? No. That was quite the sentence. Aestelstan's the only non-gay indie that's popular you can think of? I mean, Randon's not gay, right? That's two. That's two. I'm trying to think of another non-gay male VTuber. You missed the Grampire. VTubers can't be manly. It's just the way it works. A lot of them are femboys. You know. Gundam makes sense. Yeah, Gundam's a VTuber. Bagman started as a woman, so no, Bagman doesn't count. He found success after shedding his virtual skin and becoming a flesh tuber. Bagman's probably not gay. He went back to being an orc. Yeah, we got Randon, orc man. You leave for a minute, come back to something about VTubers taking cock. Yeah, you know, just casually. Aethel walks the tightrope, to be honest. What do you mean by this? You're small, trying to be one of the few? Hell yeah. It was like the Australian bodybuilding twins I raided that one time in Quine Bob's. A manly. Wasn't Bagman in the Navy? Who's assuming he isn't gay? True and real. Speaking of gay. let's talk about Vice. Speaking of gay. So, if you guys have more information as we go through these tabs, definitely let me know, but I feel like I found a good chunk of info on this shit. This was kind of wild to see. I know nothing, really, about VLore. I don't really pay attention to, like, fucking sexual ASMR VTubers. I'm not the target audience. It's not my kind of content. So it's like, I have nothing good or bad to say. I'm, like, completely fucking neutral. But this Vice article, these VTubers want you in their lewd game, you might want to pass. LewdTuber agency VLore is set to bring on its Gen 2 talent. You could even be in a lewd video game, but you might not want to join. And this is an article by Anna Valens. Keep that name in mind. Auditions open today. This was done on April 1st. Auditions open today for the world's most popular adult VTuber or LewdTuber voice acting agency. Are they the most popular? Again, I don't follow this kind of content, so I wouldn't know. You didn't know Vice was still in business? Yeah, you know, it feels that way. For real, all the VLore girls are good despite the not safe for work content. I mean, I like these models. They're very cute. Melody's the most popular in your opinion? Yeah, but they said it's the most popular adult VTuber voice acting agency. And I wouldn't say VShoho is an adult VTuber voice acting agency. I also wouldn't call VLore a voice acting agency. I would just call it a VTuber company, but like, that's just me, man. You just search for Anna Valens. Kirsche, please don't do this. You're begging me. Oh, I'm doing it. I'm doing it, man. Only think you like Vice airs as the dark side of the ring. I don't know what that means. They're the most popular lewd corpo, but not the most popular lewd tubers. Foreshadowing. If you grab one of the 5 coveted spots for Gen 2, you might just get to star in an adult video game. But don't fill out that audition form quite yet! Despite VLore's offer of an 80-20 revenue split, equipment funding, fast popularity, and your very own live 2D model, the agency seems to be stumbling into one controversy after another. VLore messed up with trans talent early on. Okay. VLore originally made a splash in the VTuber landscape after the company debuted its announcement trailer in December 2023. Finally, an AVTuber agency for lewd voice actors across the English-speaking industry. Yippee! Even I was excited at the time, writing that VLore offers a really good deal to talent and promises more visibility to lewd tubers across the industry. To be clear, what VLore offers in theory is great. New and semi-experienced voice actors, adult models, and VTubers are encouraged to apply to the company in exchange for significant agency support. Equipment, editing, and script writing are all provided to the talent, along with an agency-created VTuber model and personality. Talent slips into the role they're given and stream on YouTube along with creating adult ASMR. In early 2024, VLore seemed like a fantastic opportunity for new talent to spread their wings and soar. However, trans VTubers started to have misgivings about VLore during the Gen 1 audition process. VLore's audition requirement said that the company only wanted quote-unquote female talent, with no additional clarification. I feel like to anyone operating in reality, a company wanting female talent would not need additional clarification. Female can mean a lot of things. I hate Clown World so fucking much. It can mean anyone who identifies as a woman. Chat, do you remember when they were saying woman is a gendered, female is the biological role, so it's inherently different. When you say female, you're talking about the biology, but when you say woman, well, a woman can be anything, you know, depending on your identity. And now, they keep undoing themselves by being like, well, female can mean a lot of things now. Like, actually, once I transition, I am biologically female. And it's like, hold on there, brother. It can also mean someone born with a specific set of genitals. This quickly left trans VTubers confused. Why female instead of woman? Because this was a nice way of saying something specific to people who live in reality. We figured this was just a minor point of linguistic confusion, so a number of us reached out for clarification last year to clear the air. I'm sure a number of them reached out not for clarification, but in order to see how much they could take this company down a notch by being transphobic. But we never heard back. Not in emails, not in tweets, nor with a public statement. Nothing. That is the only correct move this company could have made. Trans talent quickly feared the worst. Trans women weren't welcome, and VLore was going to dodge the question by leaving the answer murky. Considering the overwhelming audience to female lewd ASMR is probably straight men, I'm going to wager that these straight men probably don't want other men whispering lewd things into their ear and making sloppy blowjob noises with their mouth. Glad to be here before the author of the article shows up in chat and demands a chance to defend themselves on stream. Yeah, imagine talking to a Vice journalist. I would rather actually just be in a cam whore show. As a straight man, you're correct. That's very bigoted of you. Oh god! Not lolicon, VTubers! Time passed, and VLR finally debuted its Gen 1 models. And Jesus Christ, what the fuck? 1/3 of Gen 1 looks like children. Yes, children! I'm gonna go on a limb and say that they're only saying this because they know it's a popular talking point to denigrate people on social media right now. It's very popular to just call anyone and everyone a pedo, especially if they're anime adjacent, regardless of my feelings on having a character that looks a little too young doing lewd ASMR, right? Removing my personal feelings from that entirely, I don't think this person would be writing about the lolicon VTubers if they had gotten a positive response that they were looking for from this company. The first and third most popular VTubers in VLR are lolicon, or characters made to look like prepubescent girls. The company calls these models lollipop. Although the agency's most popular star, Imi Bijou, pretty openly goes around calling herself a lolly, everyone knows Imi and her fellow lollipop star Icy Snowpaws are leaning into lolicon viewership. One Redditor even said he was thankful for that because there's not a whole lot of lolly VTubers that actually lean into that fetish. It's because it was a pretty dangerous ground to tread, but like, the agency has 2 lollies at the moment, and it plans to unveil 2 more lollies for Gen 2. It means 33% of VLore will be made up of VTubers that appeal to a desire for underage girls. I'm gonna go out on a limb here, and I'm gonna say that the women who are voicing these characters are fucking adults. I'm gonna say that all of these women are probably over the age of 18. I haven't heard any instances of them being underage, and usually when people find underage VTubers, it blows up on Twitter pretty fucking fast. So I feel like if they did have an underage VTuber, we would have fucking known, especially because they are a lewd organization. It would have been a massive fucking firestorm. Correct, they're not underage. Who could have guessed? Who could have seen this coming? Adult women fetish bros, stay winning! Imagine having an adult woman fetish. How could you do this? You absolute degenerate. 410 adults do exist. They do. They do. Won't somebody think of the fictional characters? Imagine adult content made by adults! Imagine the horror! She was 25. She was 25 years old, but only 4'9", you sick fuck! There was a tweet going around recently of like a woman without makeup on and then a woman like with makeup on, and someone quote retweeted it and they were just like, oh, you only like the woman without makeup because she looks more childlike. And it's like, brother, the makeup of consent has hit the tower. Like, actually just losing my mind at how overused like pedophile has become online. It has become just as worthless of a term as Nazi. Pedo is like the fucking rights version of Nazi. It's lost all meaning, and pedo just means someone I don't like. They just keep on telling on themselves. The makeup of consent. As an adult woman who doesn't wear makeup, man, I must be pedo baiting all over the place when I go outside to buy my groceries. To be clear, adults are performing these characters. However, the lolly VTubers are creating explicit sexual content as their characters and proudly flaunting it. Okay, all right. Do I have to bring up Azure Lane again? Do we have to bring up the difference between like a petite character and an actual child? Are we gonna have to loop that again, man? Emmy Bijou's page has adult ASMR with tags such as jerk off from behind, blowjob cleanup, pussy licking, and ass eating. Is it her ass getting eaten, or is she eating the listener's ass? Because, like, man ass kind of hairy, kind of gross. As a straight woman, I never want to think about eating a man's ass. You know, like, is she moaning because the listener's eating her ass? Because, like, that would be good, right? Maybe she's eating her own ass. Oh my god, can we get the hella flexible ASMR of her eating herself out? Now I have to investigate for reasons. Emmy leans into the incest content too. I mean, there's a niche for that. Look at Andy and Lele. Icy creates content with tags such as foot bros eating good. The feet pics in the chat, dudes. Femdom, ball sucking, and anal. Oh, ball sucking is always, it always gets me like a little funny, right? Because like there's always that line between, you know, it feels good and then the guy is in intense pain. One sexually suggestive image created by an Emmy Bijou fan was purposefully designed to make her model look particularly underage, writing on Twitter that the image is literally illegal in the EU and can't be viewed. I'm gonna guess they mean Germany, because Germany's weird like that. But also, I guess it depends on what the art looks like, right? Like, if it literally looks like a child, I'm gonna be like, that's kind of fucking gross, man. Why would you do that? But if it's literally just her being petite, who the fuck cares? Alright, who the fuck cares? Fuck the EU! Like, guys, like, I don't know. As a functioning human, I can tell the difference between a child and a petite woman. Counter-signaling lolly lost at the ballot box, little bro. True and real. True and real. And also, how can you attribute like what the fans do to Bijou herself? Like I've had people make crazy fucking artwork of me, right? I've had people make like Bowberry tier inflation artwork. I've had people make like Kirsche covered in neo-Nazi tattoos at the fucking trials in Berlin artwork, right? Like, how can you attribute what they do to me, as it were? Base? It's not her fault. She's petite Patanko. Yeah, right? Twitter reportedly sent the artist a message warning that the content was banned from the platform in the European Union for pornography or sexualized content. Emmy responded by saying, "I'm just too sexy." That's the correct response! She responded correctly! There is no EU-wide ban on lolicon material. However, various European countries have laws that criminalize the sexual depiction of underage characters in artwork. I made a lolly cover of Fortnite Battle Pass. I just shit out my ass. Okay, Mari _EN. Oh, I can't play the video. Unlucky. Ohio State University's Shari L. Savage argues that the proliferation of eroticized girl imagery in visual culture seen in anime, music videos, and other popular media outlets further tantalizes and at the same time normalizes due to numerous available representations. Okay, Shari Savage. All right, Mr. Savage. All right, Miss Savage. Let's talk about Sissy Hypno. Images do hold the power to tantalize and move consumers to action. If images did not hold power and influence and consumers could readily resist advertising, image-laden advertising would not be a billion-dollar industry, Savage writes in one study. Sexual predators have also convinced children that sex with adults is normal, using the images in erotic lolicon content to say, this is how you practice with adults. Have they? Have sexual predators convinced children that sex with adults is normal? You know, that's kind of interesting. Almost like if you convince a child that they're able to make life-lasting decisions about their sexual organs when they're still children, they might be able to consent to other sexual scenarios. That's an interesting thing to say, dear author, sir, or ma'am. I don't know which one you are. Trans girls, I guess you can be a lolly now. What do they mean by now? What did they mean by now? A year later, VTuber is now prepping for its Gen 2 audition run, which starts today. Talent are promised the exciting opportunity to voice act in a lewd video game, likely performing as the VTuber models created by the adult agency. Along the way, new talent will likely pop up in video games by the agency's viewers. A twin-stick shooter fan game, The Endless Stream, is already out with Gen 1 cast. Naturally, VTuber's Gen 1 team decided to host an audition advice stream for their potential Gen 2 sisters. And that's when a second bout of controversy blew up for VTuber over social media. Are you saying that after you tried to reach out to them about hiring men and they ghosted you, you tried to do it again, but in a more public manner because they were giving advice on stream? Is that what you're saying? You were participating in like A-logging behavior so that you could write a hit piece about them? Is that where we're going here? Because, like, your history, dear Anna, definitely points to that being what you wanted to do. On Saturday's stream, so you want to be a whore, eh? The VTuber team finally addressed whether trans women can apply to the agency. The answer is yes. However, there are caveats. Maybe. Once again, communication is not VTuber's strong suit. I mean, all humans are pretty bad at communication, for one, and for two, they're in a corpo, so they kind of have to balance what they're allowed to say publicly and what they can't. During the stream, talent Chibi Cottonbum stressed VTuber will accept transgender talent as long as they go by female pronouns, live life as a woman, and sound like a woman. Oh, that's where she fucked up. That's unlucky. The Gen 1 team laughed as the issue was discussed. At one point, Chibi said transgender talent asking about the issue should shut the fuck up. Is there a clip of this, chat? Because I just don't believe them. If said fucking based, but also I just don't believe this fucking smear merchant, right? Oh no, she said the wrong thing. What the fuck? I love VTuber now. Rima saw it and it was a joke. I have one of Rima's tweets pulled up because Rima did a good, like, quick rundown of this Anna person being fucking crazy to them. They keep saying all the right things. There's a clip, but it's misrepresented. Azehara, do you have the clip so I can watch it? Like I said, I'm sure this is misrepresented because this Anna person is a smear merchant, but I would like to see the clip for myself if you have it. Like, I definitely do not believe this smear merchant, but I'd like to see it. Not believing a Vice journalist is your default setting? Yeah, abso-fucking-lutely. Sound like a woman, she knew what she was doing? Yeah, like, that's the nicest way you can phrase it. But I say that's where she fucked up because this is exactly what someone looking to make a hit piece is looking for, right? Like, she said the rightest thing that she could. This was like the nicest way of phrasing it, but even then, she went a step too far for the smear merchants. You're questioning if they even said yes or the journalist just invented it. The last Vice journo that's even kind of reliable was Tim Pool, and he's a schmuck now. I liked it when he did on-the-ground reporting, man. I thought that was, like, really fucking cool to see him do, like, when he went to Sweden and whatnot. Revealed an extreme level of unprofessionalism toward VTuber's transgender colleagues. What colleagues? That was like a decade ago. Man. Total VTuber victory if true. I'll keep watching chat, because I know Azehara will get slapped by the bot if he posts a clip. As I mentioned during my own discussion stream over the weekend, the 1-year delay on the topic and the insensitive tone during the advice stream revealed an extreme level of unprofessionalism toward VLer's transgender colleagues. Now, again, we're dealing with a smear merchant, so it's very possible that VLer has transgender colleagues, but based on their responses and based on the audience being overwhelmingly male and them doing female for male lewd audio, I feel like this is them trying to put like a nugget in the article to make the audience who watches VLer question if these girls are actually girls, which is a fucked up thing to do. You don't think there's colleagues? Yeah, I don't know. A shit nugget. Yeah, it's a shit nugget, man. You get a feeling that if there are, they're also telling her to shut up. Yeah, if there are, right? Then, like, how did this person find out? Anna's grouping VLer in with Marina? There's no way. For trans talent who considered applying to VLer during Gen 1, at least prior to the debut of aforementioned lolicon models, yeesh. The lack of communication towards trans VTubers was a clear sign that the company was not prepared for the professionalism and maturity required from an adult company. What about the professionalism and maturity required of a journalist, even? Don't get me wrong, it's great VLer does, in fact, allow trans women to work with the team, but even then, its standards are still very strict for trans performers. What does it mean to sound like a woman? Is VLer willing to accept trans women like myself? I feel like they dodged a bullet, and we'll go through why. Even though I have a feminine voice, I'm often clocked as trans during streams and in ASMR comments.
Sent an evil number multiplied by 10. Therefore, you are now evil. But times 10.
Cauldronair! You were so evil that you even got TTS. What the hell? Thank you for the 666, my guy. Thank you for the 666. Your evilness leaked through to the computer tubes. Also, I got some bad news. Even though I have a feminine voice, I'm often clocked as trans during stream. I would say there's a difference between effeminate and female. You know? Would I lack the right credentials to sound like a woman? In other words, do they want trans talent, or do they want trans women who sound specifically like cis women? Trans women who pass for cis women and could, if necessary, hide their gender identity. VLer never clarified these specifics during the stream, essentially putting trans talent right back to square one. How does VLer really feel about trans women? All right, hold on, chat. I need to do some method acting. All right, I gotta do some method acting. Female for male, cozy cuddling ASMR, fucking girlfriend. Okay, I need to find like a script, all right? Okay, here's a Reddit Gone Wild audio script. All right, here we go. Mature content. Yes, I'm over 18. View not safe for work content. I don't want the audio. This is a fucking script. Do I have to go somewhere else? What the fuck is this? Fucking reassurance, cuddling, hand job, kissing, praise, good boy, come in my hand. Okay, sure, this'll do. What the fuck? View not safe for work content. Script. I have to click on so many fucking links! I am of legal age, yes. Okay, here we go. Improv is welcomed. Have fun with it. Okay. Okay. All right. So, I'm not trans. Shocker, chat. I know, it's crazy. I am a biological woman, and I sound like a fucking leather-clad butch lesbian because of my Boston debuff, okay? All right. Let me open this clip from Azahara here. Thank you, Vosh. I'll play this after. And if I auditioned for a lewd ASMR, like, whore company, right? If I was like, I want to fucking go full in on my voice acting talents, let me come for you, right? And I just started in. Where can I? Control F hard. 6 matches. All right, where's? All right, if I'm reading a script in an audition and I'm like, you know, you can talk to me about anything, right? If something's bothering you, I'd like to know what it is so I can help. I'm on your side, remember? Just tell me what's wrong. Oh, yeah. Now that you mention it, I can see a lump in the blanket. Is that what you're embarrassed about? You didn't want me to know that you got hard just by cuddling me? Baby, come here. I know you're embarrassed. You don't have to turn around, but at least let me spoon you, okay? If I'm out here like, yeah, when you get home from work, I'm gonna lick your hard cock. I'm sure VLR would throw my fucking audition in the trash, right? Like that's just not what people are normally trying to listen to, right? Like there, accent 10 out of 10. I want your cock, you know, like. There's a very niche appeal, all right? Like, I'm sure some people are, like, furiously rubbing one out thinking about their Bostonian lesbian biker woman coming home from work and beating them into submission, you know? They're wearing the apron at home. They're the house husband. I'm sure there's a niche for that, but, like, typically, the company's gonna want to make money. So if I sent in an audition with my Boston-ass accent, they'd be like, what the fuck is this? What do you expect us to fucking do with this? Right? Like, so if I wanted to join and I wanted to do this, I would have to try and more sound like the part. Megalum VT, Mr. Megalum sounds like Mega Dumb, which makes me think of the Pokemon. Where you mix the I think it's Breloom, right? I don't remember what they're mixed with. What is like the iron penis thing and like some grass Pokemon. The Mega Dumb Pokemon. No, I'm not calling you dumb. The Pokemon is Mega Dumb. It's a Pokemon. Mega Dumb I can't spell Pokemon. Images. No, this just gives me Meganium. I need the Mega Dumb. Meganium and Beldum. Meganium, Beldum, Mega Dumb. I still can't find it. Chat, it's lost to the ages. The meme is gone. I mean, the voice actor may have to act the part. Clearly that's transphobic. Yeah. So like if I'm gonna try to audition, I'm gonna have to be like, you know, you can talk to me about anything, right? If something's bothering you, I'd like to know what it is so I can help. I'm on your side, remember? Just tell me what's wrong. Oh, yeah. Now that you mention it, I can see a lump in the blanket. Is that what you were embarrassed about?
These funds to be put towards the Kish Boston Blowy / Southie Sloppy ASMR goal, which hopefully Nim will put in the corner next to the subs cup meter.
You didn't want me to know that you got hard just from cuddling me? Oh, baby, come here. I know you're embarrassed, so you don't have to turn around, but at least let me spoon you, okay? Like, I would have to, like, fucking act like I wanted to get into the fucking company, right? Generic 2 out of 10. Well, I'm reading a fucking generic Reddit script, alright? Like, I just, like, picked something off of Reddit. Fuck, so that was so good! That's fucking, you know? I have to keep in mind what my powers truly can be. This is why you get the Boston brain damage chat. John Twitch, don't ban her. Yeah, I couldn't talk about licking your cock in that voice. I might get banned. Oh my god, 5 out of 10. Prefer the Boston. Do the Valley Girl. My soul is yours. Actually, I don't think that I would lick your cock because, you just can't afford it. You can't afford to take me out on the dates and, like, give me the lifestyle I deserve. So these lips are not going on that cock. too real. Last time you found a lump down there, you had cancer. Jimothy, no! I'm sorry, Jimothy, for your cancer. Somehow worse than the Boston one. A Megadum in stream suggestions. Oh yeah, give me the Megadum. That thing is so cute. Hold on. I know. There's other fucking. We're taking a little tangent detour chat. Yeah, Megadum. Yeah, this bitch. Look at this bitch. It's so dumb. I love it. Can you just say cock like 5 times, alternating between Boston and Valley Girl? Probably not. That's a bit too much for my brain. Hey, that me. A little detour is the biggest lie this foxu will ever tell you. Do a British accent. I kind of try to do like a fake British accent when I do Princess Marlene in Okage, but like I'm not very good at actual accents. You know, there's Chinese men in that game, and I cannot do a Chinese accent. You're laughing too much to get hard. Good. All right, Azahara provided us with the clip.
Can you times that? I think I rewinded too much.
We are looking for female talents.
Oh, but what if I'm... Shh!
Shut the fuck up! You go by female pronouns. You live life as a woman. Do you sound like a woman? Okay, we don't care about anything else. They're free to apply, ho. Males.
That just sounds like someone who's like tired of having to answer the fucking question. Cause like, I'm sure that gets asked pretty often. Her Valley accent's pretty decent, but yeah, Bostonian accent's top notch. Almost like she's from the area. It's almost like I was born there in a hospital. My mom tried telling me I was born in like a car, and my dad was like, don't listen to your mother, she's fucking crazy. Benoist based once again. Thank you, Azahara, for providing that context. We love to see it. Back to the article. Back to the article here. How does Velour really feel about trans women? And then, of course, comes the issue of pronouns and transition. Not every woman uses female pronouns. Well, that's who they want to hire for their company. They want people using female pronouns. So, like, why are you trying to play this, like, weird gotcha? Cis, trans, and non-binary women commonly use pronouns other than she, her. That's true. If you look at my YouTube page, my pronouns are he, him lesbians are out there. No. So are women who use they, them. And what does it mean to live life as a woman? I don't know. There's a whole bunch of men in dresses who keep trying to tell us what it means to live as a woman, so why don't you explain it? Why don't you be the one to explain that one? Do you have to socially transition IRL and present as a woman? Do you have to stream with a female presenting model X amount of times? I'm not a straight male. And I don't like watching female models that have a male voice coming out of them. I bullied Bagman for it all the time. Until he finally shed his woman skin. He finally was not going to build a hole and trap women inside of it to skin them alive. And so I can only imagine straight men would have an even larger feeling towards that, especially if it's someone talking about sucking their dick, as it were. Oh god. Rip fembag. These questions may seem silly and dumb to VLR's performers, but they are serious considerations for trans talent running a VA business. Just apply somewhere else? Like, if you think that the people at this company aren't going to treat you well, why do you wish to be a part of it? Or is this entirely just complaining to try and make the company look bad? Auditions take time. More specifically, they take time away from streaming or ASMR work. Why work hard on something that will lead to an instant rejection? Agreed. if you don't like the response they gave you about whether you can apply or not, why waste your time with that kind of company? I feel the same way if I'm talking to someone who's going to give me a wishy-washy answer about whether they would want to work with someone who's a potential brand risk like me. It's like, I can understand if I'm a brand risk, but I would like you to be straight up and talk to me about these things. And it's unfortunate when people are just like, I can't do that because there would be too much backlash, because it makes me feel like they're going to capitulate to people that don't necessarily spend a ton of money in the first place. And like, even talking to my Mythic talent manager, he's just like, you punch way above your weight class for where you are. And so pitching you to companies, regardless of the brand risk, is going to be much easier because of that. And that's, again, all thanks to fucking you guys. You guys are beautiful little babies. Holy shit, man, you're a dude. You guess, what? Don't fucking apply to agencies that want women. Whoa, what a surprise! How about find an agency that doesn't only want women? I wonder if someone's eventually going to be like, this is Civil Rights Act discrimination because these VTuber corporations don't want to hire men. What the fuck? I'm not a baby, I'm a man, Kirsche. Oh my god. Ironically, by addressing the controversy poorly, Veeler has taken one step forward but 2 steps back. I guess trans women can be lollies if they sound feminine enough. Yes, that was the whole point. That was also my illustrated point as a non-trans woman, as a biological woman. If I apply and I don't have a voice that fits, like, what they're doing, I'm not gonna get accepted. Like, that's not an insult to me. I'm just not what they're looking for. Kirsche wants a straight answer. I like my answers like I like my men. Heterosexual. If anything, you think this article will just make them more popular? Oh, absolutely. People are kind of sick of this weird smear merchant shit. If you try hard enough, you might just get a trans-inclusive fan who draws fan art of you that's banned in various European countries. Yeah, that's how you know you've made it. Can we get more questionable artwork of me that would be banned in Germany? Like if someone in German like looks at this artwork of me, they'll get arrested for wrongthink. Speaking of getting arrested for wrongthink, Rucka Rucka Ali has had his like entire discography removed from YouTube and Spotify because I guess there was like some German streamer who was like listening to his music and Germany decided that this is incredibly hateful content. So now Rucka is like facing actions against him for that now. I was like, I've sung the I Love Minorities song on stream before. You know, I've played a couple of his more won't get me banned on Twitch songs, as it were. I fucking grew up listening to that man's song parodies. This is crazy. How can they do this to my man's Rucka? I thought he could do whatever. He's white. How the fatherland has fallen. Emo like a Nazi, though. I have some music saved to my PC. I thought, like, I don't even know if I can say the parody guys who made it. Because, like, this is music that I literally cannot find anywhere online anymore. It used to be on, I think, Rumble for a little bit, but, like, I can't even find it on there anymore, dude. The forbidden MP3s. I've posted them in my mod chat. I opened my Donathon with the normal friend song that had to go through heavy censorship for the Twitches. Can't play it uncensored on Twitch. I need some Fash Wave. You know a guy who can hook me up. Oh my god. Ruck is making fun of racist and Nazis. People really need to know what dark humor is. Yeah. Yeah, it's like, just because you have edgy humor doesn't mean those are like the things you believe in. It's fucking crazy. Music in your PC is not very PC. Oh, and there's a ban on lesbian content. The second and more baffling controversy is VLR's policy on lesbian ASMR, or female for female. In short, there's a female for female ban, as the company has a specific method focused on appealing to straight men. When asked whether the company was open to content beyond female for male, VLR head Strony Cuddle said straight up no. Female company who provides sexual audio has overwhelmingly male audience. More news at 11. Also water. Is it wet? Like, the only way I could see them doing, like, female-focused content is if they were fetishizing it for a straight male audience, which, if they did, I think they would get more backlash than just saying, yeah, we're not gonna do that. Right? Like... A company that knows its audience, a recipe for success. Imagine! VLR is based on a previous established method that worked fantastically, and I want to ensure the success of anyone who is willing to take the risk to join under me, join under the company, and share the vision that is what VLR is going for, Strony said. So at this point in time, no, it will always be female for male content, and I can't see that changing at this point in time. VLR says straight up no to female for female content, as the agency says it cannot ensure success if it creates content for queer women. That's just being honest! That's just being realistic! Are these people so used to companies like bending the knee to them that when someone's just like, yeah, our audience is mostly male, we cannot guarantee you success as a streamer if you make content geared towards women? Like, what? That's just actually insane to me. Please, I beg, live in reality. VLR doesn't allow female for female content. Girl, this is why I'm doing lewd tubing for lesbians, because lesbians deserve adult material too. Oh, I'm gonna show you the content that he does for lesbians. I'm gonna show you the content he likes to do. So let me get this straight. Erotic content of young girls is fine. They're adult women. But lesbian content goes too far. What? This is particularly strange when you consider the popularity of female for female. Simply put, the genre is not only enjoyed by queer women, but straight men as well. Men commonly listen to female for female content for the same reason that men enjoy watching real-life lesbian porn, because it's about two women having sex. Wow! It's almost like I just said earlier that if they made that kind of content, it would have to be inherently sexualized towards a straight male audience, which would be fetishizing, which would bring them more controversy than just saying no in the first place. But leave it to a man to say, obviously, straight men are going to enjoy watching female for female content. They love watching two women have sex. Thank you for making my point. This is doubly the case when it comes to fetish material like bondage, feederism, giantesses, and vor, where the premise is more important than the gender of its performers. How did we go from, like, more normal things like feet and anal to talking about feederism, giantesses, and vor? Could it be that these are this man's fetishes? We'll find out in a couple of tabs. Also, female for female isn't illegal in various European countries. That's a plus, too. But female for female is illegal in other various countries, like in the Middle East, or in the Africas, or in some Southeast Asian countries. What about them? What about them consuming the content? But let's stop talking about men for a second here. Content oriented toward queer women is very popular in the ASMR space, thanks to the explosion of female for female and female for anyone content creators on Reddit's Gone Wild Audio. Hey, that's where I pulled up that script I was reading earlier. In just 5 years' time, GWA's sister subreddit, RGWA Sapphic. I feel like the word sapphic is always a red flag whenever I see it. And I can't help but remember that, like, weird sapphic furry person that was outed for some, like, real weird shit. I can't even remember what they were outed for. I just remember that they were, like, a big fucking controversy for, like, 2 years, man. And Kirsche just gripped the shirt. Boom. Hey, thanks. Our GWA Sapphic gained 137,000 followers. I post on GWA Sapphic myself, and I can attest to its immense viewership. My most popular audio on the site, a trans girl for cis girl yandere breeding audio. 18,800 listens. Oh boy, chat, you're in for a treat. That makes it more popular than one of Mercy Modistay's top yandere ASMR audios. Yandere forces you to love yourself. To quote the old adage, if you build it, they will come. Okay, there's many things weird here, alright? Like, if you want to create content geared for females, like, sure, you can do that, but, like, you can't force a company to do that. Especially if, like, that's not what they want to do. Forcing them to do something that they don't want to do is weird. And you can say, like, sure, but I'm just one content creator that they hire out of all of their talents. But again, that's where the other lady came in and said, we can't guarantee you success. Right? They're saying, like, if you come here and you do this, we cannot guarantee that you will be successful. Right? Like, journo projecting. And then to come in here, I don't know if Mercy Modiste is part of the VoD Alert company. Again, I don't watch them. I'm not a straight male, right? It's not content for me. But, like, coming in here, making a hit piece, and then just being like, my yandere ASMR has more views than your yandere ASMR. I'm not even an ASMR streamer. And, like, I'm sure my ASMR doesn't have that many views. But, like, let me open, hold on. I have Caleb Hammer in another tab here, because it takes me, like, 4 days to watch one of his hour-and-a-half shows. Let me go to my channel. Let me just see here. Let me just see how much my ASMR has for views. Fucking videos. I don't even know how to view my playlists because I'm retarded. I don't know how to view my playlist. Just type in ASMR and see what that pops up on my channel. Right, okay. Fucking my communist subversion ASMR has 16,000 views. Alright, forklift ASMR 5.4k. Me talking about how Umbreon is superior to Vaporeon when it comes to human Pokemon breeding, a 7.3k. I steal your kidneys, 5.3k. Alright, okay. Like, my date ASMR, 7.3k. My short one about, like, hugging and squeezing you has 20k views. So, like, you know, I'm not even an ASMR streamer, and I have, like, decent chunk of views on these things. So, like, coming in here, making this hit piece article, and then trying to, like, neg one of their talents about how you have more views than them is just fucking weird. It's just fucking strange, dude. Did not know the Fox had ASMR. Yeah, sometimes I give in to weakness and I have an idea and I do it. All of this is in your channel? Yeah, all of it is in my channel. There is an ASMR playlist. I just don't know how to use YouTube, so I don't know how to get to it. Is that who took my kidneys? Yes, I took your kidneys. You didn't realize the Fox who actually does ASMR? It's less ASMR, right? Because I'm not, like, sloppy blowjobbing in your ear, and more just, like, script reading. I like script reading ASMR. I think it's fun to do. Yeah, like, you guys are lucky that I haven't tried to join a Horpo, because, like, I would rape your wallets. Oh, God. Come. Sorry, I meant come. Look at how funny they are. No doubt there are more men out there listening to female-for-male content than there are queer women enjoying female-for-female. But what makes female-for-female incorrect for the method? Well, literal lollies are A-okay. Because you're selling things to weeb men. Like, sure, there could be a market for female-for-female, but this company doesn't want to do that. So, like, if you want to do it on your own, maybe you can be successful, go for it, create the content you want, right? Be happy. But, like, don't force it on a company. What the fuck am I supposed to do with the channel points with no ASMR redeems? I know! That makes no sense, especially when you consider the popularity of the female-for-female genre among listeners across genders. Even in spaces where female-for-female and female-for-anyone are highly disliked, it's not uncommon to see listeners request the occasional lesbian pairing with talent. Boys want to watch girls kiss each other, among other things. And it's an open secret that a lot of the VoD Alert talent are queer women. At the bare minimum, bring on talent for a female-for-female focused model or something. It would do numbers. Shouldn't that be telling to you? Right, if you're gonna say that a lot of the VTuber talent are queer women, if you're gonna say that these are like bisexual or lesbian women doing content for men, and they're telling you we don't want to do content geared towards women because that's not what gets us paid, shouldn't that be like an alarm bell in your mind, maybe? I don't know. Appeal to my fetishes or else. Yeah, it's very weird. It makes me feel weird reading this. Did Anna just assume their sexuality? Probably, right? Maybe it's an open secret. I have no idea. I have no idea what the sexuality of any of the VTuber girls are because, again, I don't watch them. It's not content geared towards me. And this sounds like a certain NPC from Cyberpunk. Don't expect me to play that lewd game. Such is the case for VTuber. How is this still going? How is this article still fucking going? How much more is this person going to seethe? Okay, we're almost done. Thank God. The VTuber agency that continues to disappoint. As for that lewd game in the works, Gen 2 auditions open today, and if you want to play as one of 3 remaining non-lolly talents, the opportunity is yours. But things are not looking particularly flattering for the world's first VTuber agency. The lack of professionalism, the lack of sensitivity, and the fans drawing illegal content. Why bother? Oh man, this fucking journalist thought that they were cooking. But in fact, they were just serving for their competition. To be clear, Strony is talent. Oh, here it comes. Here, chat, remember how I tell you, anytime you see someone typing the like, I like Kirsche, but... and everything after that is just like the most asinine shit you've ever read. Like, they try to pretend that they're a fan and that they like you because they just spent like an hour denigrating you. This is exactly what this is. To be clear, Strony is talented. I have a lot of love for Mercy as a fellow yandere myself. And I do legitimately enjoy Chibi and her content. We're both degens for Fudanari, after all. But even though I want the best for the girls piloting the non-lolly models, yeah, fuck the petite women. I can't support what's going on at VTuber in good faith, nor do I think you, dear reader, should apply for Gen 2. Even if you want to be in that lewd video game really, really badly, which I won't be playing if there's lolly content. TLDR, just make 33% of the company Fuda instead, VTuber. That would be so much better. Once again, coon-brained Fuda enjoyers ruining everything for everyone. Fuda enjoyers get the bullet too. I can't support. Bitch, you were not invited. A brother thinks he's part of the team. I like how this sentence right here is like thinly veiled. I really wanted this and was told no, so now I'm seething. Now I'm seething. So we're gonna scroll all the way back up to the beginning here. This is a fucking long seething article. Rima had a tweet. Salty AGP fetishist. Oh, you don't even know the half of it. Rima had a tweet here. She said, the VTuber hit piece made by Vice is utterly ridiculous. Not only does it contain more ads than a damn porn site, it almost made my phone crash. It's one of the most condescending pieces I've read in a while. I'm not sure who the intended audience is for this, but it certainly isn't VTuber fans. And if the intent was to convince anybody, it definitely had the opposite effect. The VTuber girls are incredibly sweet and have navigated this space drama-free until now, which we're all grateful for. Unlike what the article wants you to believe. It's really sad and disappointing to see mainstream media try to tear down the hard work of these creators. I'll be talking about this in 30 minutes. This was the second, so this was a couple of days ago. And then she had a follow-up tweet. The journalist in question stopped by my stream. Of course, I'd like to give everyone the benefit of the doubt, so I was willing to listen. I'm typically the same way, but there are certain people you absolutely do not give the benefit of the doubt to. There are certain people, especially journalists because they aren't people, that you don't give the benefit of the doubt to. And this article was nothing but salty coping and seething for not being included somewhere that this person wanted to be included in and felt that they were entitled to be included in. However, she didn't clarify anything besides asking me to look at her Twitter as proof that she's a fan of Chibi, and then saying, hold on, I'm hoping to explain myself. I thought she would talk on Discord, but instead she started her stream and proceeded to come back 3 times to ask me in my chat to watch it. Wild. I apologize for sidetracking the stream so much. We had other topics to cover, and a good chunk of it was spent waiting. even if you wanted to give someone the benefit of the doubt, at the first moment that they like boot up their own stream to talk to you, that should show you, in fact, that they're operating in bad faith. If you, for some reason, didn't believe that they were bad faith already from just how shit that article was, like, there are some people that really need to learn journalists are scum. There's like 1% of journalists you can realistically trust. And even then, you have to be very careful. Isn't there a literal sin in the streaming community too? It's like, if the person in their chat was like, hey, if we're gonna have a discussion, can I start my stream, right? Then I would be like, okay, they're trying to be open. But if they're in your chat talking to you and then they just go and start up their stream and they're like, hey, come look at my stream, come watch my stream. You know, I want everyone in your audience to see my stream. Like that, no. That's a little fucky-wucky, as it were. And we had expert arm man over here also saying some stuff. We had to give an idea of the level of professionalism this journalist is working with, the quote below is taken out of context and chopped up into halves, which were then presented out of order. The full quote begins at 11:11 in the linked video and reads, "We're looking for female talents. Oh, but what if I'm..." And we watched this a second ago. The butt of the joke was very obviously rules lawyers and professional contrarians, not transgender talents, as Valen's attempts to imply. Upon reading the article, it's very clear that the issue that Valens has with VLR is that they make female for male content in an industry where that is by far the most profitable niche. VLR is a startup and a private business. If you're mad at that business for succeeding without catering to your own subjective criterion for what counts as fulfilling pornography, that qualifies as a personal gripe with the market, not a professional gripe with the company. Agreed, which is why that entire article is in bad faith to begin with. This is somebody who wanted to be a part of the company, who maybe got rejected, maybe didn't even reply because they didn't like the response they were given when figuring out if they should apply. If that's the case, please make your contempt for the contemporary state of VTubing clearer in the next article. The inclusion of VLR in this one felt forced at best. VLR has done nothing wrong besides know their audience and succeed without your blessing. True and real. 2 out of 10. The entire article should have been a blog post. No journalism was attempted. I'm gonna say, if we're talking about journalism, right, in the current year, this is what journalism is. There is no integrity in journalism, and it is just a bunch of salty, seething people writing articles about people and things they don't like. Which is why a lot of people have just disregarded games journalists in general. And then, Armchair Man made another post, receives criticism on the basis of their work, combusts hard-hitting journalism, ladies and gentlemen. And, yeah, this, the Anna Valens person completely combusted their Twitter account. It's no longer there. A lot of people did not archive links, which, like, please fucking archive things. Especially if it's, like, revolving around someone who is just seething infinite levels of salt. Archive their shit. That's a shame. I can see why you're hating from outside the club. You can't even get in! Here's a tweet that was screen capped from Anna. You're a weird trans lolcow going after my precious LewdTuber VTuber agency. TLDR, journalists are less than human. Wow, it's like almost like this behavior from fans reinforces the issue with unprofessionalism that my article brings up. Anna is, in fact, a weird trans lolcow VTuber. That's, you know, that actually is what they are. Apparently people have been, documenting Anna for quite a while now for doing lots of weird shit, which we'll get into in a second. Oko saying, Anna's just mad VLR does it better. VTubers are better than you. You know, Anna brought out the number friending first, so... Could you show how to archive X links? There is a website called Ghost Archive. Ghost Archive is typically the most reliable for archiving Twitter posts. So I would suggest using Ghost Archive to do that. There's another post here. Ozzy Horror said, in their attempt to smear VLR, Vice just gave them tens of thousands of dollars worth of free press. All because their salty writer got rejected from joining. I like that malicious attempts to cancel someone always seem to backfire and help the people getting canceled. Regular human beings are fucking sick of cancel culture. Your cancel culture only makes me stronger, as it were. And someone here said, wait, the writer was rejected. And someone else posted a screenshot here from February of VLR saying only 1 week to go before our VTuber auditions open. And Anna Valen's asking, auditions open to T-girl LewdTubers? Would love to apply. Feel free to DM me if you'd prefer instead. Wow! Who could have seen that coming? Who could have predicted this? That they were just salty. They were not invited to the club. No thanks. Wait, Vice is still a thing? You know, Vice should go back to writing articles about the coming of age donkey fucking instead of whatever the fuck this is, man. Imagine my shock. And I tried to search for this specific tweet, which again, archive your fucking links! But it wasn't on Archive today, and it wasn't on Ghost Archive, but thankfully, since someone posted it in Discord, I was able to get a screenshot of it. Quoting Mama Oko and saying that Anna's just mad. Anna responded, why would I be mad or envious? VLR is locked into female for male. Even if I wasn't an established slash successful female for female VTuber and ASM artist, I'd still hate to do a job creating content I actively dislike. No matter the money, numbers, fame, etc. Female for male is not my thing. That's very interesting. That's very interesting, Anna, that you would say that in response to Oko saying you're salty. Really gets my almonds jogging. They're running at a breakneck pace, Anna, please. Says the not mad man who's not mad. So again, why do they want to join VLR then? Imagine! Copacabana! Bro, what the fuck is their profile pic? I think that's an anime woman's mouth with their tongue out. I'm pretty sure that's what that is. Pretty sure. And then, oh, before I go to this, hold on. I don't want to show slurs. Hold on. I have a Blue Sky archive of Anna Valencia. Somebody archived there. I thought that was a worm. I have an archive of their Blue Sky thing here. And can you run from Giga Giantess Anna? A rumble in the distance draws close. I tower over your city, thousands of feet tall. Don't bother running. One lick of my tongue can wipe millions off the planet. Now stare in awe before your new goddess. What were those fetishes they listed in that Vice article seething about VLR? What were the fetishes that they listed again? Boom, boom, boom. Your girl has arrived. Uh-oh. Waypoint hired a giantess VTuber. Imagine my shock. And because you know, the specialty farming area has slurs in it, I want to be careful. I want to be careful not to show slurs on stream, but they have some interesting things that were saved. So this person has been documented since 2019 as a lolcow. Apparently Anna became infamous from Gamergate and being like associated with Zoe Quinn and fucking Liz Fong Jones of Drop Kiwi Farms infamy. Which is interesting because once again there was that other trans writer that Bridge has showcased that's also involved with Liz Fong Jones. It seems like all of these people somehow are connected to one another. That's very incestuous industry. Are you serious? Zoe fucking Quinn. Let me see if I can pull up one of the things that they had. A lengthy interview that Valens did with Gamergate supporter 2 years ago. Haven't re-listened, but there's one point where Valens says that Sarah Nyberg wasn't that bad and refused to elaborate further. Valens once DM'd me to ask me to comment on a Medium post I wrote, explained that everyone was misinterpreting it in the exact 180-degree wrong direction that I hoped she wouldn't. She misinterpreted it, I complained, mildly, on Twitter, and then I see stuff like this. We're gonna get to that in a second. These have all been compiled in... is the OP post. Oh my god, Sarah Nyberg! I know. It all comes full circle, chat! It's always about Gamergate! It's crazy! So, notable examples of Anna's body of work include masturbation is tough for trans women. I know firsthand. Don't judge a girl for what's between her legs. And it starts with President Trump's election. If there were no cis people in the world for 24 hours, here's what I would do, which besides low-key clickbait, reads like a personal blog post, including a selfie-like portrait to open the article. If you need a quick rundown on Anna's politics, here's the world-famous TERF cis girl breeding barn fantasy that was posted to Twitter. And I'm gonna just full screen this. This is the person that applied to be, or wanted to apply to be in VLR. I don't know if they did apply or not, but we have that tweet of them showing interest.
In the future, there are a number of institutions that emerged originally as mutual aid projects and publicly funded tech ventures, but over time they gradually became these community-run institutions where if you are a trans girl or if you are trans feminine, you can go ahead and sign up for a reservation slot to an all-day access to one of many breeding facilities where you get to breed the shit out of that cis girl pussy. You can absolutely devastate that shit, fucking destroy it, murder it. It's done. Like, they have to cycle the girls out because that pussy is absolutely out of commission.
That not autogynephilia whatsoever. That's not a red flag in any way, shape, or form. That's a stunning and beautiful dysphoric person.
And so, this originally started as just your classic breeding facility.
That's rape. That's funny that you say that. Because, some of the seething V-tweeters, who decide that I'm a, racist, Nazi, transphobic piece of shit, also have decided to make rape threats. It's like, imagine that. Someone who's not dysphoric threatening a biological woman with rape. The feminine urge to rape other women, as it were. Really makes you think.
But it was expanded over time through a Kickstarter, actually. And again, a mutual aid project. So there's a lot of cis girls in tech that really supported the venture. God bless them. They're real co-conspirators for the
a lot of cis girls who supported the raping breeding farms of other cis girls, because it won't be them eventually. Little do they know.
And now we have breeding saunas. We have breeding bookstores, breeding movie theaters. Those are really nice. We have breeding adult schools.
As opposed to what? As opposed to what other kind of schools?
You have breeding esports arenas. Very fun. Impossible to do voice chat on. But
Is that why women are bad at esports? They're too busy getting bread while trying to play?
Extremely engaging. It's kind of a mixture of your classic esports fair, but also whichever team nuts first loses. So there's double the fun and double the trial and error. This is something we're building. This is the future. This is what TERFs don't want. They understand that we're trying to build these breeding facilities. And it's really important for you to fund your local...
What are you listening to? A transgender VTuber journalist for Vice who wanted to join VLR and is totally definitely not mad that, VLR said that, they want people who sound feminine.
Trans girl top who is absolutely destroying that good pussy right now. Like, you need to give her the funds because she is the future. It starts with just the breeding facility where everyone blockchains a contract and gets inside. And it starts with the Mastodon server and the private. Hold
on, there's a second recording, chat. A second recording is about to hit your towers. And it's like, if he was gonna do this weird fetish shit in weird fetish places, I would still call him an autogynephiliac. But why the fuck are you posting this on Twitter? What the fuck are you doing?
Instagram group chat where all the cis girls share their nudes so trans girls can get ready to go breed them when quarantine ends. But
It's and it's definitely not a fetish you have there to be in a group chat where biological women share their nudes with you simply because you are a trans girl and they all want to be bred by you. That's not, it's a,
the future that I want is I just want to live in a world where you can walk down the street and you don't even have to worry about whether you're going to be able to breed that good fucking macaroni in a pot puss. That's not a tall ask. And I think that's the future for all of us, is just destroying that pussy wherever you go, whenever you go. How
is this person successful with any sexy audio when this is the way they talk? Nobody wants to hear destroying that macaroni in a pot good pussy. Like, nobody talks like that. Nobody's like, yeah, I want to hear you pissing like you're sizzling steak on $1,000 grill, baby. Like, what is this? They don't write their lines.
More to say on this that I'm going to be saving for my private Patreon account. But absolutely, fund it. Visit your local trans girl, cis girl breeding facility. And also, if you ever get the chance to go to a cis girl, trans girl breeding facility where the trans girls get bred, wild time, definitely recommend it. Unfortunately, they're a little gentrified right now. There's a lot of real estate developers.
Yeah, the trans girl breeding facilities are too gentrified. That's the problem. Not the wondering how you're going to give birth through your penis because you don't have a biological vagina and ovaries with which to give birth. Like you have no uterus. Sorry, I know it's a fetish, but like. Sometimes, like, I don't know. Why are you bringing the gentrification into this if you're thinking about it in a fetish term? I don't understand. What the fuck is happening? This shit can't be real. Oh god, we need to make insane asylums great again. This guy basically wants to be the P. Diddy of trans girls. Moot really fell off after he sold 4chan,
I'm cashing on that shit. But, it's the future.
It's the future, chat. You just have to get on board with it. It's absolutely the future. This is where we go. We have surrogacy right now, but surrogacy doesn't go far enough. We have to get to the breeding facilities. We have to get to the breeding facilities. So there's a lot of backstory here that I just it's not really relevant. It's not really relevant. They started writing at New Brunswick. They did Game Wars on YouTube. Started writing stuff for Bitch Media, Femme Hype, The Establishment at Medium, Mary Sue. He was a Mary Sue writer. Started writing stuff for Daily Dot, The Daily Targum, Den of Geek, Game Daily, Game Per, Kill Screen, Waypoint, and now Vice, I guess. Now Vice. Anna's inflammatory and truth-bending journalism has often resulted in the people on the receiving end to come out and refute the claims made against them. Wow, it's almost like the VLR piece wasn't his first hit piece. Alt-left bloggers are lying to you on Demore, Stuffily Dot in response to alt-right gamers are lying to you on YouTube. So let me bring up a little screenshot here. Beep, 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 ba-doop, boop. So this is an article that Anna Valens wrote. It doesn't say the year. This is 2018. Ian Miles Chong responding to the article saying, absolute jackasses you guys are at the Daily Dot. I'm neither alt-right nor am I lying about the GOG employee getting doxxed. Journalists lying about a person being doxxed. Imagine my shock. Imagine. Bring back the Vice subsection. And then there's another screenshot here of PK Parker Russell, which is a YouTube comedian with 136k subscribers at the time of writing this, replies to gamers take themselves way too seriously. On this screenshot, My Sonic Fox video made the news. This is probably the most bizarre way I've ever seen the media spin something. They take me out of context to make me look homophobic. They associate my video with Gamergate and PewDiePie saying the N-word. And this is a Daily Dot article by Anna saying gamers can't take a joke. The gamer identity has ballooned in popularity since Gamergate's inception, but its supporters tend to take themselves a little too seriously, as opposed to the salty journalists who just go around lying and defaming people, apparently. There's another screenshot here of Sophia Narwitz. I guess Sophia was a games journalist at the time. I only know them as a silly trans woman on Twitter. Claims not even women are safe from Anna's professional dishonesty. And there's this little screenshot here. Anna, you once framed an article in such a way and misrepresented my words in such a manner that you tried passing me off as a bigot because I don't like Sonic Fox. So shut the fuck up, because to use your logic against you, you also target women in games journalism. And this is screenshots of Anna Valenz talking about their reporting and how they don't target women in games journalism, which, wow, their VLR article sure is them targeting women. That sure is them targeting women, and not in the fun target women YouTube episodes I used to watch as a wee lass. Sophia's actually trans and dysphoric, not AGP. Yes, correct. Soph and her significant other are both dysphoric, and Soph was a fun streamer. I never watched their streams, I only followed them on Twitter, but yeah, they were also someone who spoke out against, like, the same things that, like, Buck Angel did. Ooh, a virtue turncoat, imagine. Imagine! And then, everyone's favorite journalist, Jesse Singal, I don't know who that is, Singal, also from Brooklyn, was misrepresented by Anna as well. And there's a screenshot here. And this is Jesse Singal quoting Sophia Narwitz. Sophia saying, a journalist, talking about Anna, who writes about Gamergate being a harassment campaign with every other one of her articles, is now starting a harassment campaign to berate a real journalist. Funny how that works. And then Jesse Singal said, Valenz once DM'd me to ask me to comment on a Medium post I wrote. I explained that everyone was misinterpreting it in the exact 180-degree wrong direction, and I hoped that she wouldn't. She misinterpreted it, and I complained mildly on Twitter, and then I see stuff like this. Journalism! How do these journos still have jobs? Seriously, who is paying for this content? I mean, in the same way that people like Alyssa Mercante was allowed to just run around and harass people and retain her job, the fact that people at Kotaku were able to go after Kabrutus and they were able to keep their jobs, it's all like an incestuous club, and it's getting kind of ridiculous, in my opinion. It's getting kind of silly. Thought his last name was Singal all this time. I think that was a lady, Jesse Singal. Maybe it's a guy. I don't know who it is. You could be right. I have no idea. I have no idea who that person is. I'm bad at names, chat. Probably you're paying for it through some government fund. Steven Seagal. No, not Steven Seagal. Jesse Singal. Jesse's a guy. Okay, thank you, chat. Jesse's a guy. Anna also wrote a 36-page book called Belle and claims to be working on a sequel for the upcoming trans literature collection Resilience from Amazon. Despite being priced at $2, there are no reviews of the book to be found on Amazon or elsewhere online. In June 2019, Valenz has also released a hentai porn game called Blood Pact. And some unfortunate fruit farmer apparently decided to play the game at one point. But isn't that funny? Isn't that funny that this Anna person wanted to become part of VLore? And in their article, right, let me go back to the article for a second here. Let me go back to the article here. Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny how they said, even if you want to be in that lewd video game really, really badly. Isn't that funny? Isn't that, what a coinky-dink. I'm sure there's no reason at all that this journalist is seething out of their goddamn mind. This is the website, a little archive screenshot of the website. It's best played in full screen at 1080p. Blood Pack is a wonderful, sexy merger of some spectacular and evocative artwork and writing, shameless and raw, but fantastical and darkly comforting. 3 thumbs up, said 30 Helens. Blood Pact is a queer erotica twine series about a trans girl named Alexa who accidentally unleashes Felenia, a domineering trans succubus. The story follows their exploits as Alexa enters into a dom-sub relationship with Felenia and embraces their sapphic occult blood pact. Inspired by such works as Nadia Nova's Housewarming Gift and Instar Books' Nerve Endings, Blood Pact features an ongoing story arc with periodic installments. The first part, which is built entirely in Twine, introduction readers into the main characters and their voracious sexual appetites. With writing by Anna Valenz and illustrations by Callie G, Blood Pact is an erotic love letter to Twine's hot, messy, and queer roots. Now, I'm not saying this person is completely delusional, but if you're gonna write an article attacking Veilor and their company and tell people that, like, even if you really want to be in their porn video game, you shouldn't, because they're bad, because I say so. Shouldn't you disclose that you might have a personal stake in that because you also have a porn video game? All right, like, I don't know, I feel like that might be a little bit of conflict of interest, as it were. But, you know, video games journalists don't care about that shit. It doesn't matter. Hold up! Succubi are only women? What do they mean by trans succubus? I mean, it's fucking fetish shit. I don't give a I don't care. I don't care what they're writing in their fetish shit, right? It's like, it doesn't matter. Imagine my shock that there's a conflict of interest. Sapphic shows up again, but none of the characters are actually women. Imagine! As we continue here, let's see. In August 2019, after a short-term outage because of a DDoS attack no one will remember, Anna officially claimed victory in the war against Kiwi Farms and wrote an article about it. In fact, they very professionally forgot to disclose that he has a personal vendetta against the farms in the article, and this had everyone's favorite pepper farmer say something about it. So the article on the Daily Dot back in the day here. Stalking forum Kiwi Farms went down after DDoS attack. Owner claims, updated, by the way. Kiwi Farms, dubbed the internet's biggest community of stalkers by New York Magazine's Intelligencer, has just gone dark. One day after the website security provider Cloudflare pulled popular right-wing image board 8chan amid the El Paso mass shooting, an enormous distributed denial of service attack brought Kiwi Farms and its backups down. On Tuesday morning, Kiwi Farms' homepage was replaced by a message from its owner and administrator, Kirsche, better known on Kiwi Farms as Null. On the front page, he announced that Kiwi Farms was undergoing a sustained DDoS attack of 1 gigabytes for several hours. Or 1 gigabyte per second, rather. Kiwi Farms' 2 backup sites were also down at press time, despite being hosted without Cloudflare. I'm trying to sort out a long-term solution with them and other peers who can filter traffic more effectively, Moon wrote on the site's homepage. Moon said he does not focus on who or why created the attack, as he doesn't care about mad hoes or their mad hoe logic. But he asked users to donate money via cryptocurrency because it's far cheaper to launch a DDoS than to mitigate it. And also, cryptocurrency is like one of the only ways he can get paid. At least back then. I think now it might be like the only way he can get paid, because I'm pretty sure he's been denied pretty much fucking everywhere from payment processors at this point. Moon told the Daily Dot that he was contacted by a Russian extortionist requesting 3 bitcoins per month, or approximately $35,175. He declined to share a list of demands that he received before the DDoS, but shared a message from a Russian anti-DDoS service claiming it could withstand 100 terabits worth of data. Remains unclear if the two messages are connected. In this case, they want 3 bitcoins per month, which is preposterous. If I had 3 bitcoins to burn, I'd just buy better infrastructure. Kiwi Farms is a successor to the CWC forums, a site infamous for tracking and trolling internet celebrity Christine Weston Chandler. They're using his new name, better known as Chris Chan. While the Kiwi Farms community collects information on internet celebrities of all political followings and mocks them, the site has become notorious for its threads on left-leaning targets, including trans women, queer internet personalities, and marginalized game developers. So they only started caring when certain people started getting documented, is what they're saying, you know? Oh, wow, Chris is eternal, unironically. They just can't help themselves. Transgender game developer Chloe Sagal committed suicide in 2018 after facing sustained bullying by Kiwi Farms over 5 years. Kiwi Farms users misgendered her, dead-named her, and mocked her death. You can't force people to use your preferred pronouns, especially on the internet. Like, these people aren't under threat of, like, UK's dystopian law as it were. Although recently I think Null put out something on Twitter that was basically like they can't offer service in the UK because UK people sent them something and they were just like, we're gonna start arresting people for what they post on your site. I might be misremembering it, but I think this was like a recent thing from the UK, and he's like, yeah, I'd suggest you use a VPN or some shit. If you try forcing people to do shit, you can almost 100% guarantee the opposite will happen. Yep. After the Christchurch mosque shooting, Moon posted the shooter's live video and manifesto to his site. More recently, he shared a leaked database containing the personal information of over 2,000 games journalists after it was accidentally shared by the Entertainment Software Association. Moon said the current downtime sucks because it hurts the community, given that it's a busy time on the internet. We do not have in-home DDoS protection, but I'm having trouble reaching my data center staff. I'm in talks with other people interested in long-term alternatives to Cloudflare, so it'll get sorted eventually. Other alternatives will include buying more capable hardware and just dealing with it myself.
Spicy cat raid. What the hell is this spicy cat
I may end up
raid?
crowdfunding for that, Moon told the Daily Dot before closing with a cryptic statement. People ought to be careful what they ask for. Yeah, that's a good point. Sometimes people ask for things and they don't really realize exactly what it will get them. Update, just before 4 p.m., Kiwi Farm's main URL came back online. While certain services are still down, such as its search feature, users can post on the site again. At the time of writing, site's URL's backups remained offline. And I wanted to bring up this part because, let me just make sure there's no slurs here. All right, okay. Null posted in response to that article, FYI, I asked them about the disclosure. He said, I didn't notice this until we were back up and MSpecs brought it up, but you have a thread. This feels like it'd be something that would require disclosing in an article, wouldn't it? And Anna responded, good question. We've decided not to add it given my thread size and relative unimportance to the story. Would be necessary for, say, a piece exploring Kiwi Farm's history with transphobia, but not necessarily in a straight report on the site's status and whether it's up or down. I would think if you're upset about Kiwi Farms documenting things that you have said on Twitter, right? Because, like, everything I've read thus far is not private information. It was stuff that this person has posted either in articles that they wrote or on Twitter. I feel like if you're upset with that, that's something you should disclose when writing an article about a site that you have an inherent bias towards. Just like if you have a porn game and you're writing a hit piece against Vialore, maybe you should disclose that you are also the developer of a porn game. Null said, I don't usually share DMs, but I feel this is a diplomatic enough answer to share, though I feel the excuse is weak. It was clearly not just an article explaining the site is down and evaluating the technical aspects of keeping a website on the internet. I replied about Chloe and got this answer. Null said in his DM to Anna, my only objection is the comment about Chloe Segal. Chloe Segal killed herself because the trans community basically dumped her. All the people who rallied to shut down the site after she set herself on fire were the same ones who canceled her and told one another to never let her live with them. Chloe's last words were about homelessness and mental illness in the US, but whatever ambitions she had with her suicide were set aside for the more politically tantalizing goal of making the forum look like it actually poses a danger to anyone. Now, I disagree with Null in the fact that the site doesn't pose a danger to anyone, especially more recently, where there are people who have been able to successfully use Kiwi Farms users as a personal army. There's a lot of summer going on, unfortunately. But, like, depending on what's happening, I don't like doxing. I've always been strictly against doxing, and obviously that's something that happens on the farms. I am vehemently against that, which is something that people who try to talk about me defending Kiwi Farms, making me a bad person, always forget. They always forget that. Null bans the schizos. Unfortunately, I think he lets schizos roam around a bit too much in current year. But, like, it's not my website. You know, not my clay, not my problem, as it were. There's a pack of jackals. They tear each other apart over the smallest things. Sad to see how hateful they are. It's just, like, I disagree with everything that Liz Fong Jones did to try and get Kiwi Farms taken down. And I maintain that it is an important part of an internet ecosystem where if people manage to get the farms taken down, it's only a matter of time before other sites are also attacked for similar reasons and similar criticisms. Like, you might not like certain things that are posted there, but if it is legal, then there's not much that can be done. There are things that I don't like that are posted there, obviously, but it's like, who fucking cares? I can't do anything about it. I'm not going to do anything about it. I think I remember like Null talking about, was it Rackets who like asked for things to get deleted from his thread? It's just like, it's a weird thing to do. It's a weird thing to do. And like there have been streamers who think that like they can cozy up to farms users and that will mean that like, oh, they can get like better coverage on the farms or like, you know, have things deleted if they wanted to. And it's like, that's not how that works. Then don't go there. Yeah, exactly. There's like one of the biggest rules that a lot of people seem to break that I have unfortunately come into contact with over the years. As like, if you have a thread, it's probably in your best interest to not read it. Rakita, yeah, the shower text. Was it the shower text? Okay, I wasn't misremembering. I have a shit fucking memory, chat, so like if I say the wrong thing, please correct me. Unrelated, but am I at risk of the tornado outbreak? I don't think so. I haven't seen a tornado. He would shower text Null and whine about the thread. I feel like that's strange. Like text someone in the shower. I can only imagine. Hi, you haven't been around in a long time. Hello. You don't know much about the kiwi farms. Your comment is mostly about what happened to Seagal. It seems like it happens often enough to notice a pattern. It's like I can't obviously figure out how much like online bullying will affect a certain person, but like if you're reading things that are bad for your mental, like go get help, right? Like go get therapy, go talk to your friends, go do something like healthy for your mental. Like these are just people on the internet. Nick did a stream with iHypocrite. The shower texts were different and just him bitching about rumors about him. Okay. I don't remember exactly what the shower texts were, all right? Online bullying is fake. It can definitely get mentally draining. Like, don't get me wrong. And I think when people haven't done anything wrong and you start doxing those people, like, you just make yourself look like a jackass, right? Like, people who have done nothing wrong, people who, like, aren't committing crimes or, like, smearing people as a journalist, like, I don't know why you would bother with them, but, like, whatever, man. That's just kind of how things are. You have to take steps to protect yourself, unfortunately. Kiwi Farms is like old internet gossip site. Treat it like that and avoid things you don't want to see, like how the sausage is made, and you'll do okay. Yeah, like especially after Poll started declining, the Farms was like the only place I could get real up-to-date and accurate information on mass shootings. I was just like, where else was I gonna fucking go once Poll started sucking even more cock than it used to? Go touch some grass. You don't have to stare at the mean words on the screen all day. Yeah, and like especially as a public figure, it can be hard, right? Like you want to know what's going on. You have like that need to know what people are saying, but sometimes it's better to just not disconnect and seethe until you vent it all. And so like the campaign to get the entire site taken down, I feel like if it had worked, it would be very dangerous because there are other sites that could get taken down after that, and restricting like regular opinion, or especially people like saying slurs or quote unquote dead naming. Like I don't even want to think about what that could mean for other sites getting taken down. And Rakita never asked Josh to delete anything, and he'll rant at the world for hours to prove it. I can't tell if you're being sarcastic or not. I mean, I would trust Skewky because I know he remembers far more about fucking Rakita than I do. Farms is the only good VTuber forum on the internet. I feel like the people who talk about VTubers on the Farms probably have the most sane view of VTubers. I can't think of anywhere else on the internet that has, like, sane VTuber posters. It's all, like, just, like, VT fucking nonsense. There's a truth going out to touch grass, going outside, listening to the birds, watching the clouds is a lot more beneficial to your mental health than you might imagine. Yeah, absolutely. Rakita probably should have just stopped paying attention. Probably. But, I mean, again, when you're a public figure, it gets, like... I don't know how to phrase it. It's not like an addiction, right? But like, you want to know what people are saying. And like, from my point of view, I have to deal with pretty much everyone who dislikes me doing nothing but lying about me. So I've kind of learned to stop caring to a degree. Like, I'm so fucking glad that more recently there's been people who correct lies. Because it felt like incredibly isolating for a while, where it's like, everyone everywhere that talks about VTubers can just lie about what I say, lie about what I do, lie about what I think, and like nobody's there to correct them. So it just kind of felt like, if everywhere that talks about me hates me, what am I even doing? And it took, like, my mods reinforcing the, like, your audience has people who have jobs for the most part, so they're not in these places talking about you. But it's felt incredibly better that I now have, like, people who have issued corrections. And, like, some people I've never even seen talk about me. And I'm just like, oh, thank God. Oh, thank God someone actually corrected the misinformation. Because it's like, I don't care if you hate me. I don't care if, like, you talk shit about me. I just want it to be accurate. Right? Like, that's what bothers me. And maybe that's autistic of me. Maybe that's, like, my failing as a public figure, like, caring too much about people lying, because it's gonna happen. But that's just, like, my opinion, man. Poor Proctor, his website is insane. A good chunk of lies about me came from Proctor's website, so yeah, of course I'm not gonna think they're sane. You don't spend any time arguing in random internet threads yourself? Yeah, exactly. The one thing you strongly don't like about the farms is how hard they would get at people they made threads of that are anime fans and were never confirmed in the slightest for being predators or harassers. Yeah. Like I said, it's gotten to a dangerous point where, like, people who are just doing things to normal people has grown so large. I don't want there to be any reason to give people like Liz Fong Jones a reason to say, like, this is actually what the website is. It's nothing but harassment, right? Because, like, if you let that kind of stuff fester, then you're going to make those people look like they had a point. Mostly have jobs. Neat sketching straight. Why say mostly have jobs? Because, like, I don't want to make people feel bad, right? I don't want to be like, yeah, all of you guys have jobs, and someone's like, well, I don't, and that makes me feel bad, right? Like, I don't want to make you guys feel bad. Doesn't help the man himself is also a spurg. I mean, fucking all of us have a little bit of the tism tingles, as it were. Goober, if we give a crap about you, what does it matter? I know. But it's like, that's part of, like, the mental fatigue of being a public figure. It's difficult. And I also have the woman debuff, right? As fuel to the fire when it comes to the anime hate. Yeah, there's a lot of anime hatred. There's a lot of anime hatred. And like, for all of the anime hatred, I'm very grateful, and, like, the clip is still up on Alyssa Clip's channel. Null himself, like, apologized to myself and Pippa. So it's like, I feel like that was an olive branch extension that was something he didn't need to do, but he did, and I was like, alright, that's very kind, thanks, dude. You have the job now, employment will happen for you, friends. Wag you, chat! And then Anna responded here to Null correcting her about Chloe, because, again, in that article, Anna wanted to claim that the farms was the reason Chloe killed herself, which, not true. Note, it legitimately does take a toll to have... Oh, sorry. I forgot to read her text. Anna's text, appreciate the feedback. I think Kiwi Farm's role is important to note, since it legitimately does take a toll to have a thread. Although I agree that Chloe's situation is complicated because she wasn't a saint, which is why we linked out to the earlier reporting on her, i.e. where we mention Zinnia's own history with Chloe. Which is why we linked out to the earlier reporting. I agree, it takes a toll to have a thread. So doesn't that reinforce his point, saying that maybe you should disclose that you had a thread, right? Null continued, note, it legitimately does take a toll to have a thread. This is first-hand experience that has informed the article what information to include and what information not to include and how to include it. The article on Chloe was by a different author, and I'd wager Anna was involved with that too as a first-hand source of information and didn't disclose that either. Disclosure, the author of this article has been a topic of discussion on the Kiwi Farms. That's all it takes, to be honest. And I agree. Like, I can understand from the journalist perspective, like, if they mention it, it might draw more attention to it. But if you're going to write about the farms and you have an inherent bias about the farms, even with that worry, that's something I feel like you should disclose. Or just let somebody else write the article, right? Really think someone who was not at least a little autistic would put up with the shit Null has over the last decade? Null has incredible weaponized autism. Not to mention it being a big red flag. I used to maintain, typically, that, like, when people have a thread made on them on the farms, it means that they're, you know, typically have done something wrong. That opinion has definitely changed over the years, because people have started on the farms going after people for absolutely no reason. And it's given basically the same point of view as, like, the screeching V-tweeters and Twitter freaks who just go after people because they have a personal vendetta or don't like them. And it's been very weird seeing that kind of mentality pop up instead of being, like, observers and archivers. Which, like, even though those bad people are there, and maybe they always existed and I just never noticed because I was looking at school shooting shit instead. Because as you guys know, I'm not very up to knowledge on fucking lolcows. But it's like, I don't know. It just seems like there's been a bit of a shift, unfortunately. Thinking of the League player who was very close, found by Richard Lewis. The League player? You guys talking about Remelia? Remelia was...
Fox Lady VTuber Kirsche.
Monia! Hi.
Isn't this bitch a Nazi?
Hell yeah.
Ish, the only thing anyone writes about you that matters is what I put in my weekly report to my bosses. Ignore the rest. Also, I'll be...
Why did he sound so sensual when he said ignore the rest?
Buy a cup for their cup. Love, definitely not your FBI handler.
Thank you, Mr. FBI handler, for the $88 noodles. Thank you, my guy. Thank you. Oh, thank you. I have a guy who's been commenting on my news grab bags recently. Who's just like, yeah, this is a nice one for my collection. And I just imagine him picking up the grab bag videos like little berries and putting them in a knapsack. Thank you, JK the Slacker. Thank you. Yeah, you know, it's just, I don't know. I'm happy people are actually issuing corrections for misinformation now, because it is like... I probably shouldn't let it get to me. And maybe this is woman brain. Maybe I just need to fucking toughen up, right? But like, it can get very annoying just constantly having people be incorrect. So I'm very thankful that I've seen more people out in the wild, and even more people who hate me out in the wild, being honest about why they hate me. Like, every time I look at Reddit and someone's just like, yeah, I don't think she's a Nazi, but like, you know, I don't like her opinion on this thing. I'm like, yes, thank you. Don't like me for the opinions I actually have. I appreciate you, dear hater. You too listen when you're driving. I can't help what you feel or don't. What matters is how you respond rather than react. Yeah, I try best. You know, I'm sure I've had woman moments before, and I'm sure I'll have them again. I'm not an infallible person. I am merely an anime clown. I hate her because she isn't showing feet. So I thought it was interesting that Anna Valens had a history of basically misinterpreting things in their articles, not making disclosures, typically making hit pieces on people. I thought it was a very, very interesting thing that this was a known entity that has destructed their social media accounts previously. No, that's a very, very interesting thing in my opinion. And I think there were some recent images as well. Hold on. This has a name that I can't show. It nuked his YouTube account. I can't read this person's name. Yeah, he'll be back in a few days, most likely. Locking or closing Twitter accounts, a classic attention whore tactic, up there with blacking out your profile picture. They have deleted their Twitter account as of right now. They've been posting on Blue Sky. On a related note, now that his account is closed, you can scroll down and find tweets shitting on him. There's an archive. And then there's a small video talking about like why he nuked the Zoe post video. This is again back in 2019. So this is again like more connection with like the Gamergate people. I don't know if I need to play it, you know? Just more connection with those people. And then before, let me see, when was the date on this thing? Let me bring up Azehara's tweet again. So on Azehara's tweet and the reply to it, they responded in February 24th to the VTuber auditions. And here, YouTube channel got taken down. That's that. YouTube pulled all of my video essays, all of my ASMRs, all Twitch highlights. Very sad. I backed up everything in case of this and will begin preparing for step 2 tomorrow. Very likely to me that my channel was mass reported and YouTube decided to listen to the bigots. Now, if they're doing ASMR content, this has been a problem with VTubers for quite a while now. A lot of people's ASMR channels have been taken down. I think even some other ASMR VTubers like Vox Akuma have stopped doing specific ASMRs to avoid this happening to their channels, right? So I don't think this was a case of Anna being mass reported. I think this is just the typical ASMR issue that YouTube has been having. And this was March 25th. So this is after Anna responded to the VTuber auditions, but before Anna wrote the hit piece on VTuber. Likely create a new YouTube channel for just video essays that pass muster. No ASMR uploads on YouTube anymore. My most important video essays are currently going onto the Internet Archive. Futanari are actually transgender. Fuda's relationship with trans women in anime and manga explained by Anna Valens. Let me just close the browser here for a second. Again, I want to just make sure I'm not showing slurs. Somebody, I wouldn't have known this, right? Somebody responded to the tweet saying this was definitely the work of a certain pedophilia defender from Brooklyn. I wouldn't have been able to put together who this is, but apparently, according to the farmer who posted this, someone is blaming Jesse Singal, that guy that we read about at the beginning of Anna's thread. And then, I'm sorry for what I'm about to do to you, chat. There's a little bit more of the fetish content here. Anna Valens posting on March 25th about a stream that they did.
And brown. Yeah, I almost had children around some days. Some of you just like farting. I come up to you. And then I fart. I would never to go to you. And
I don't know what this thing on the bottom is here, but this is like my expression the entire fucking time. Like, just, what is happening? Kirsche, have mercy. This is high quality. Yeah, it's binaural audio, man. High quality farting. High quality fart fetishing. This is a callback to the Harley Quinn fart comics. I don't know. You know, I don't know what the fuck I'm watching right now. Sorry, I hit the play button again. I was trying to unfull screen. Oh my god. And there's a, addressing the YouTube ban and how it will affect all Giantess and Vor ASMR on YouTube, as well as other ASMR formats, live now. Bro getting drunk! This is why God doesn't talk to us anymore. Thank you, Sergeant Buck. And, Anna reposted someone once again blaming Jesse Singal, apparently. Again, I don't know who the fuck Jesse Singal is or what these people's, like, vendetta against him is. Anna has a screenshot here, I guess. The year is 2028. The United Soviets of America have emerged, run by groups of 12 to 14 trans women who all initiate breeding facilities. It's the fucking breeding facilities again! Where we high-five each other while spit-roasting cis women. We call it the Gender Crit Wet Pussy Carousel, now with less respectability politics. An autogynephiliac wanting to rape women. Imagine my shock. Noah Fuel Gaming says, all this happened because the serious journalist Jesse Singal decided to take a shitpost about gooning from 5 years ago to harass a trans person. Fuck Jesse Singal and fuck anyone who defends him and calls him a serious journalist, including Aaron Blue Sky. I don't know who Aaron at Blue Sky is either. But also, like, if you want to do your weird fucking women breeding camp porn, do it on a porn site, you know, do your weird ASMRs there. Why are you posting about it on Twitter? Why are you bringing this into the public, man? Was that fart fetish or brain rot or both? Probably both, man. Like, I don't fucking know. And I am not informed enough to know what these people's vendetta is against Jesse Singal. And then there's another tweet here. We now have definitive proof that the very serious journalist Jesse Singal has harassed someone. Anna has been harassed, BC. Singal used a shitpost she made 5 years ago to paint her as a predator and using her as evidence to support her his transphobia. Is it a shitpost if they actually made, like, the videos? Is it a shitpost if it's actually something that they said, like, they want to do and write about? That doesn't sound like a shitpost. That isn't even, like, director's thinly veiled fetish. That just is their fetish. The Tumblr ban was a mistake. It really was the asylum. Sparky, thank you for the 5R. Chat, whenever you think you're too degen, always remember there's a bigger degen out there. Remain vanilla. Return to hand-holding. True and real. True and real. Then Anna said, full stream with explanation on the future, whether Jesse Singal was responsible, TLDR, no, and why I was banned from YouTube. I'm glad that Anna said that Jesse Singal was not responsible, because once again, I don't think this was any kind of mass reporting or targeted reporting. A lot of VTubers have had issues with their ASMR channels. YouTube has been cracking down on ASMR artists in general. So it was only a matter of time until this person's ASMR videos got hit, especially because these are like overtly sexual. What the fuck? Hand-holding is degenerate. And then apparently Anna offers advice to anyone else who wants to get banned on YouTube. Let me wake up and get a bagel, then I'll go live. In the meantime, my YouTube channel going dark means everyone now has full permission to upload any of my video essays onto YouTube or anywhere else. Monetize and remix them. My video essays are now officially public domain content. I think it would be funny if, in response to YouTube banning me, a bunch of people just uploaded a ton of my content back onto YouTube here and there. The video essays are probably fine to upload, but like, it's the sexual content that YouTube's been cracking down on, man. It's that kind of content. People are fucking stupid, you swear. Bagel? I don't know, man. Bagels are pretty good. Bagels are pretty good. And then, here's a post on March 28th. March 28th was just a few days before Anna wrote that article on VLR. Been waiting to announce this, now it's time. Extremely proud to announce I'm joining Vice's Waypoint as a reporter. That's right, returning to my roots, writing about video games daily, and yes, I plan to cover the 18 plus and indie side of games, not just AAA. Apparently, they could not resist hit-piecing VLR. More to share soon, excited to be back. Past year's been exciting but turbulent. VTubing is my passion, but as many of you know, I've struggled financially and missed being part of the games industry. I've learned a lot as a VTuber and want to return to the games media industry with a new, fresh perspective on gaming. I've chatted with Waypoint's incredible managing editor and feel big things are coming to the vertical. Big things I want to be a part of. I see my future as not just a VTuber, not just a games reporter, but a games reporter VTuber. Stay tuned for the incredible road ahead. Which, you know, I'd be all for a games reporter VTuber. Unfortunately, this person started as a journalist, which means they are inherently untrustworthy, and they've shown themselves time and time again to report in a biased and not truthful manner. Also, does this make me the first VTuber games journalist? No, I don't really think so. I feel like there's plenty of VTubers who talk about gaming news. They just don't call themselves journalists, man. We can just say you are and not likely to get a lot of pushback. That's true! Person with giant nose ring? Nobody cares about VTubers, so you can probably claim a lot of firsts and most people won't correct you. No, we have Ducky? Oh, man. Oh, man. Imagine. Except bullshit, because Kirsche's the games journalist. I don't know if I'd call myself a journalist. Even that think tank guy that I interviewed with called me a journalist, and I'm just like, I don't know, man. I don't really like that moniker. It's like, I guess what I'm doing with Bridge is inherently investigative journalism, but it still feels weird. Why are all the people complaining about people bringing politics into VTubing? Because the politics are already here, and when you point it out, it makes them seethe. Why is Skrillex not responding? And don't call me a journalist, that's insulting. Yeah, calling someone a journalist is a grave insult, pretty much. Kirsche, would Sargon be one of the first PNG poll and game tubers? I wouldn't say he would be like a games tuber, but yeah, I'd say he's probably one of the first like news-oriented VTubers. As much as he probably wouldn't want to call himself one, that's literally what he was. He was much more focused on games back in 2012. Yeah, he was much more focused on like the gaming sphere and Gamergate stuff back then. I miss This Week in Stupid, but you know, all things must come to an end. And given how the word journalist has been dragged through the mud by propagandists, it's basically now the ultimate curse and slur. Yeah. Aren't you a reporter? I don't know, right? Because, like, I read other people's articles. Right? The only thing I would consider, like, any sort of investigation or researching is what I do on Bridge. And even then, I'm still just reading shit. I mean, I guess I go to their meetings and I get inside information from that, but, like, I don't know. I really would like to go to their retreat in May, but I do not think I could do like undercover journalisms in person. Well, the only good journalist is Foxu News. Oh my god. Journalist son or whore daughter. Oh my god, journalist son or OnlyFans daughter's a fucking hard question, man. I guess if my journalist son is doing real journalism things, maybe. You're a noticer, not a reporter. I guess that makes a bit more sense. Where's the retreat in May? It's in California. I feel like I could probably blend in pretty well, but like as someone who doesn't have journalist training, I don't know what I can do that would and would not be illegal. And I don't want to get myself into like hot water by like recording people and shit. I don't know how the like what's it called? What's it Veritas. I don't know how Veritas does it, you know? Your son can change career. The daughter can't unbecome a whore. Let's see if there's any other recent tweets here. Oh, they have the congratulations from Liz Fong Jones saying, "Oh hell yeah, congrats on working at Vice," and Anna saying, "Thank you, Liz." A little thank you to our star here. YouTube channel permanently deleted. YouTube confirmed. Let's see here. They're asking, this is also kind of ridiculous, right? The only way to get YouTube's attention is to fucking post about it on Twitter, man. Like, that's so fucking silly that the only way to get help with your YouTube account if something happens is to just make a fuss about it and hope enough people respond on Twitter. That is fucking crazy, man. Oh my god, she properly pronounced water. What do you mean? Like, Cali's a two-party consent state, so you'd need to let them know you're recording or it's illegal. Yeah, like, I don't know how to do that kind of undercover journalism stuff, you know? So as I would need a little bit of like information from actual journalists, of which I am not, and there are very little that still exist. Let's see if there's anything else useful here. YouTube won't reverse the ban. For some reason, we're posting about Keffels in March 2025. Anna said, I reached out to Clara to welcome her back, and I want to +1 that her remorse is genuine. She knows she messed up. This is why I stressed on stream to let her cook, let her stream, see what happens. I'm willing to extend a second chance. I do think she will demonstrate growth through her actions. Yeah, I'm just not willing to care about someone who took thousands of dollars for drugs and also made bathtub hormones. I just, you know. I understand if others do not feel the same way. I respect that fully. I think it's important to watch her and see how her behavior and approach has changed. In my honest opinion, she'll demonstrate that she's changed her approach to others, social media, and criticism by her actions. TLDR, give her time to show she's changed. That isn't demonstrated in a day. I think it's understandable that many won't trust her, but I believe she's ready to show she worked on herself and won't do the shit she did 2 years ago. You know. Keffels came back to streaming, get super chats when they use a cattle? Wait, what? You saying Keffel streams with a cattle prod? Is that what I'm saying? Consult a California lawyer. It's a two-party consent state, but there are exceptions where privacy is not expected. Interesting. And this is like a private, or not a private retreat, but it's like a retreat you pay to go to. So I don't know like what the caveats would be there. Cattle prod? Why couldn't you just use a shock collar? Why do you gotta cattle prod, man? That seems a little excessive. All you're saying is it gives hormones to teens and kids if it was a lie. It's fucked up. And then Brianna Wu also gets a mention here. We're getting all the all-stars back on the team. Anna said, Brianna likes money and attention. That's it. Imagine Carmela from The Sopranos, but if she was also a transsexual. I thought that was a bad word in current year. I thought you're not supposed to use that word. And enjoyed being on Fox News. This is a quote retweet of someone saying, I'd like to know what exactly motivates the sycophancy here. Brianna Wu said, let's try this again, in good faith. She's here on a green card where it is explicitly said in law you are not fully protected from deportation. Serious crimes or immigration violations can still get you deported. She did that. She took over a building. People got hurt, and it was for Hamas, which is explicitly designated a terrorist group. She was arrested in a polite and nonviolent way. What am I missing? Why are y'all so upset by this? What is this fucking timeline where I agree with something Brianna Wu says? What is this clown world adaptation? Two-party consent means you have to inform them that you're recording. You don't have to tell them exactly what you're recording for. I feel if Brianna was placed in a paper bag, she'd call it woke, say we should bomb it from the moon, pass out, and ask her rich husband to bail her out. Imagine deviating from the cult by even 1 degree. Whether Brianna Wu is just grifting because they see the direction that politics is turning in and they want to still make money, or this is like a actual like turncoat kind of thing. The fact that the immediate thing is to just, like, insult them is kind of crazy. Politely detaining terrorists who's just taken the Ian Miles route to save themselves. That's what I feel like is probably happening. But, you know, we'll see. We'll see. I was just like... Imagine thinking that Keffels is being genuine and then calling Brianna Wu a grifter, though. Like, but... what is going on? So that was a little interesting thing on Anna Valens and some of their funnier Blue Sky posts here. Again, archive your shit, baby. Anna Valens said, I love being held hostage by VT posters. I love it. And I feel like if you're someone who was, like, complaining about Kiwi Farms and participating in, like, the Drop Kiwi Farms campaign, you should know better than to, like, mention these things publicly. If you talk about being held hostage by VT, you're just gonna rile the fucking hive, man. And in addition to that, apparently the only mention of them on VT was, like, one post. I had to, like, go look for their name, and I could only find one thing. So I don't know what they mean by VT posters holding them hostage. Like, are they talking about the VLore girls being held hostage by VT posters? Because, like, I also don't think that's true. I don't think the only audience for, like, lewd female for male ASMR are 4chan posters. That is a weird thing to say. Wu was a true scum, so even they all hate him. I didn't know that Wu was a true scum. Interesting. VT literally only talks about HoloLive. No one cares about this random. Funny? Where's the funny? We have another post here. I've been posting in the subreddit, and it's fascinating. A lot of people just downvoting comments because woke vice journalist clearly is jealous. Very angry man claims he's not angry for millionth time. And this is in response to someone saying, so if any of you saw that Anna Valens article I reposted, the one about Vealer, I decided to test something by also posting it on the Kuro Sanji subreddit, one of the few big places to talk about the more serious aspects of VTubing that isn't 4chan or Kiwi Farms. The results were not surprising. Even Reddit hates Vice. And Anna Valens openly saying that they've been posting there and it's fascinating that's really funny. That's really funny. Do not notice the hacker 4chan. Anna's a huge ego searcher. They somehow managed to reply to your reply of a reply where you called them a lol cow. Anna was not tagged at all. I'm sure they'll see this then. Usually people don't watch my streams, but you know, I'm sure they'll see this then. This is another tweet of Mama Oko here. I think I showed this earlier. Maybe. I can't remember. But if it's another one, Mama Oko saying Anna's just mad at Vealer doing it better. Anna says, be an established female for female ASMR performer. Be an established lewd tuber. Be a professional VTuber journalist. Check Twitter. Right-wing grifter says, I'm jealous of an agency with professionalism problems. Reaching so hard, it might, in fact, throw one's back out. Calling Oko a right-wing grifter is fucking crazy. Like an actual insane... Everyone who disagrees with me is right-wing. Oh my god. Hello, filthy journos. Live in fear of your jobs vanishing thanks to AI. And not even thanks to AI. Like, YouTubers and streamers have replaced most journalists in the gaming sphere already. How is Oko a right-winger? Everyone these people don't like is a right-winger. And this is why, like, you know, I understand wanting to extend the olive branch and, like, giving people the benefit of the doubt. This is absolutely someone who does not deserve the benefit of the doubt. Anna, not Oko, to be clear. Are the right-wingers in the room with us right now? Oko's right wing like Kirsche's left wing? Pretty much. Pretty fucking much. Do I think there will be indie news like myself or smaller news groups that will grow bigger like Vice has in the future? Or will the old alt news media be the main focus and die slowly? I don't think old media will ever, like, really die. And I think a lot of people like myself and like Tim Pool got fucking huge, right? Are going to be where people want to try and listen to things. And I was like, I'm not going to pretend to not be biased. Like, I have biases, obviously. I'm very opinionated and I speak openly about the majority of my opinions. And I get a lot of shit for doing so. But it's like, I do read encouraging things. Like people who have come in my DMs and been like, you've inspired me to be less afraid to speak out about things that I have an opinion on. I might not agree with you on everything, Kirsche, but it makes me feel like I can do things that I want to do. So it's like, I'm glad that I can inspire people, even if they don't agree with me, to want to talk about things that matter to them. But your honesty is appreciated. My honesty and retardation is on view for everyone. Sometimes I need correction. Bias is fine as long as one's upfront and open about it. Yeah. We have another tweet. This is, again, the I love being held hostage by VT posters. I have another screenshot of that. Whoopsie daisy. Anyone else who comes into my mentions to actually me about Lolly is blocked. You know my policy. Unless anything else develops, I'm done discussing about this. It's been 4 days and I'd like to move on. A person way smarter than I once told me, you will get nowhere discussing Lolly. It is a conversation that no one will ever agree on, and it's better to just probably not bring it up as often as possible. And it's like, I agree with that. Not even for any sort of like harassment reasons, but it's like no one's going to agree on a definition in current year. That's why anytime I do talk about it, I bring up Azure Lane, and I'm like, there's a difference between petite woman and literal fucking child. I think Azure Lane illustrates that very fucking well. But it's just like, I'm gonna call out companies when they use lollies for marketing and then try to virtue signal about how they hate lollies and lollies are disgusting. Looking at you, Opera. You're an actual journalist. I understand my bias and put it aside to get to the truth and are not ideologically captured like most people on Twitter. I mean, I try my best. I want to present, like, accurate information. Sometimes I've been, like, wrong on things and I issue corrections, and it's like, that's the best I can do. That's the best I can do. You agree, which is why Lolly probably shouldn't include petite characters. I was like, I grew up with Lolly meaning petite character. So when Lolly started expanding to be like, also children, I was like, very jarring for me. Some people have been like, oh, well, Lolly always meant children. I was like, well, that's not how I knew the term. That's not how I used the term. And I've been a weeb for fucking ages, man. I was running around with like homemade Xenosaga shirts and Naruto bags, okay? Like, I was a little bit weebish. I got in trouble because my grandfather found an anime that was kind of lewd, and he was like, I don't know what you're doing, but you need to stop that. He found it in the DVD drive of the laptop that I borrowed, you know? Like, Kirsche, speaking of anime, have I seen Devil May Cry yet? I've seen a lot of people complaining about Devil May Cry, and I don't think those complaints are unwarranted, honestly. Am I sure I grew up with Lolly and not the term chibi? No, Lolly and chibi are two different things. Like, they are drastically different things. Lolly was always children to you, but it never meant romantic sexual context unless you were lolicon. You see, there was also that, right? Like, Lolly just meant, like, the woman that existed, right? Like, it was the thing. It wasn't an inherently sexual term, but apparently now, like, it is. And it's like, I always thought that the people who sexualized them were the lolicons. So, like, there was a difference between, like, a lolly petite woman existing and then someone who's a lolicon who also, like, lusts after the questionable-looking ones, as it were. And a 20-year-old DMC fan, fuck the anime! Momo's a cutie in Xenosaga. Albedo was a sociopath. Albedo's my favorite character, and I hated Momo. She was insufferable. She was insufferable! You're thinking about streaming DMC4 again, just a bitch about the series? Munya. Yeah, Chibi's a drawing style in anime. Lolly refers to petite, or not as voluptuous, but still has feminine features. Yeah. Like, I always thought it was just, like, petite woman. But, like, maybe I was wrong, right? Maybe it's wrong now. I don't fucking know. But it's just, like, it's a never-ending loop on terminology that just doesn't go anywhere, and nobody wins in that conversation. We also have Opie Lolly. True. Cosmos was your favorite? I also like Cosmos. She's beautiful. If I was gonna cosplay someone, it would have been her, man. I love her outfit in episode 3, especially. Let's see, what else did I have here today after talking about that crazy fucking journalist smearing VA lore? You know? What else do I have here? Oh yeah, the fucking, VA bullshit going on. I have a lot of tweets on the VA bullshit. Momo is for protect, Wicked Fox, Telos for life, though. I liked Rubido a lot. He was probably my second favorite character, and I hated how much he loved Momo. I understand why he loved her, but I hated that he loved her because she was insufferable, and I didn't feel like she was anything like Sakura. You remember Lolly Baba? Fuck Adi Shankar, the Christian hater undoing lore. I saw someone tweet, they were like, I would pay so much money to have Adi Shankar deported and then put maximum tariffs on any property he tries to make afterwards. You know, I thought Lolly was from Lolita, which meant looking young, not necessarily actual children, hence stuff like Gothic Lolita. Yeah, see, when I was a child, I didn't know that, like, Lolita the Russian book existed. So the only terminology I knew lolly in was in Japanese slang for petite woman or for, like, goth lolly or, like, the fucking pastel lolly shit. Like, that's all I knew it as. Adi Shankar, you knew the show wasn't going to be good when he had something to do with it. He ruined Castlevania. For the Emperor, thank you for the 199. Cosmos and Rubido were your favorites. Yeah, my party is 100% always Rubido, Cosmos, and Chaos. Always use those three when I had them available. Must tariff the penguins. Ah, the penguins are a mafia, chat. So the SAG-AFTRA stuff's been going on for a hot fucking minute. People have, like, privated their accounts, they've, like, deleted their accounts, so, like, a lot of stuff is missing and weird. But SAG-AFTRA said, what Aniris said, the post is not here. Genshin Impact, Honkai Star Rail, Zenless Zone Zero, we'll make it easy for you. Here's a link to our interactive video game media agreements. Let's talk soon. And they got community noted. This agreement has severe limitations on how MiHoYo can work with non-union voice actors, including a lifetime time limit for the voice actor, and eventually forcing the voice actor to either join the union, which has large entry costs and fees, or stop working on the project. And so, to me, reading this, it sounds like basically bully mafia tactics where they have union voice actors infiltrate a project, get jobs through there, force the other voice actors and the company to sign on to the union, and then that becomes a de facto, like, union job at that point. They just keep collecting these properties to become union jobs. If this was just about protecting voice actors from AI, 100%, I would agree with that. But if there's something in there that's including lifetime time limits, and also forcing non-union voice actors to join the union, that's fucked up, and no one should be forced into signing this. And this is why no one is taking these voice actors seriously, and no one is caring if they're losing their jobs. This person said, I find it hilarious that HoYoverse isn't even the cruel ones that are heartlessly recasting SAG-AFTRA cast for no reason, but rather it's the Chinese player base that's threatening to drop the game if they don't recast. Imagine screwing up so badly the Chinese players want you gone. There's a screen cap here. If this is a Chinese player or not, I don't know. Again, this is Twitter. Grain of salt and all. Expanding on Chinese players' response, according to friends in China, players are uninstalling the game in droves as protest and sending emails to Peng Bo, the voice director, demanding him to pressure the English side and have the unprofessional VAs removed. It apparently got so bad that HoYoverse and MiHoYo made an official statement asking people to stop because it was freezing his computer. The Chinese player base is obviously much larger than the Western player base, and if Western voice actors are trying to use their bully tactics on the Chinese, it's not going to fucking work. And they're going to fuck around and find out much faster than they would from bullying Japanese or other Western companies. Hopefully, this finding out stage affects quite a few of them that have been being real bitches about this situation. Figured out why Chinese players are protesting. They're feeling insulted, saying that Americans are bullying a Chinese company. They are. And that Westerners are shameless and greedy. What the fuck? I love the Chinese now. Even asked MiHoYo which side they're on, assuming it's referring to US versus China, and they also called SAG-AFTRA Mafia. Here's some Chinese posts that I can't read because I am incapable of reading moon runes. It is not a language that I can understand. Look at that silly Doge. More Chinese. It was never about AI. If so, they wouldn't have gotten pissed off that another human non-SAG was signed on to replace those that refused to work. Yeah, I feel like it was never about the AI. They wanted to publicly make it about AI to get more people on their side to try and pressure companies like MiHoYo into accepting their agreement. but very clearly not about that. To summarize, CN players don't like the NA and SAG-AFTRA's attitude, where they treat the Chinese company as a pushover and doormat, so they'll force the union VAs out of the voice cast by boycotting Hoyo, MiHoYo's game. SAG-AFTRA forgot how prideful the Chinese people are. They're used to being able to bully companies into submission, both in Japan and in, like, the Western sphere, so it doesn't surprise me that they got high enough on their own farts to think that they could do this to a Chinese company. Like, literally does not surprise me. Since we know how much power the Chinese whales have over MiHoYo from past events like the HI Third community, Honkai Impact the Third, their demands will likely be met. The problematic VAs will, in other words, get recast because Hoyo can't afford losing the group that funds their games. MiHoYo and Hoyoverse represent China, and SAG-AFTRA represents America. What Chinese players see is America trying to bully their country. No wonder they want to force Pengbo to recast the individuals that are hurting the Chinese pride, and even asking which side he's on. I wish Japanese companies would do this. Can you imagine if Japanese game companies were like, stop capitulating to the fucking Westerners who are trying to inject their culture into our games? I want Japanese games to stay Japanese. I do not want them, like, inflicted with this culture warrior nonsense from the West. You wish American companies... Yeah, I mean, I wish Western companies did this, but, like, we've gotten used to these bully tactics, right? I mean, Japanese players? I mean, yeah, if Japanese players could pressure their companies into stop bending the knee, right? Like, I can't see MiHoYo eventually bending the knee if their largest paying customers are rallying against it. Japanese players have been vocal about Assassin's Creed Shadow, aka Johnny Somali Simulator. It seems like Reddit users asked Chinese players for help because they were being silenced. Please tell this to the Chinese family. Our posts are being deleted. We can't communicate right now. Even this post will get deleted soon. Please help us in EN. I'm begging you. I don't know how true this is, especially where he has like a fucking there's a high chance of messing with you thing as his little flair there. You know, when you're behind 7 layers of satire too often, no one's going to take you seriously. Here's the reason this is happening, probably, aside from their own pride. They were asked directly by Reddit users. To the one person who's sad their comment didn't get translated, I feel you. I bet you had a great opinion. CN Bros, help us complain to MiHoYo. There's a link to a video. CN players are inviting these Reddit users to XHS since they're being silenced on Reddit. So the Chinese players and English players can communicate directly. More Chinese I can't read. Found 2 Chinese players that mentioned complaining in player surveys. One is suggesting for fellow Chinese players to add that foreign servers should get player surveys too in their submission. The other ones say it's too late, they've already submitted it. And I'm sure people will like look at this and be like, but I thought you guys were against the cancel culture. What do you mean you want the English voice actors to lose their jobs? The English voice actors in SAG-AFTRA are the ones perpetuating the bully tactics. They're the ones trying to force their way into MiHoYo to sign contracts that aren't just about AI. And that's wrong. It's not cancel culture for people to be against you wanting companies and other voice actors to sign contracts that would be against their best interests. Another CN player that helped Reddit users write a review, and they're asking why AI protection is even a problem, since MiHoYo is a Chinese company that won't break their own AI laws. They're also calling SAG-AFTRA and Union VAs ungrateful, and said that they deserve getting replaced. One CN player says that it is reasonable for the Chinese player base to file complaints, because the EN dub is a part of the game and can be used by Chinese players as well. On XHS, Chinese players, at least the ones that were involved from the post 4 hours ago, are ruthless, saying that certain VAs better not be lying about death threats. I'd say they're very invested at this point. I'm personally not agreeing that this behavior is okay, though. It's like, I think most people are so used to, as soon as someone gets criticism, they start talking about death threats, that everyone is like, if I don't see proof of death threats, I'm not going to believe they're real. I just think that's the general, like, purview of people online now. And then, Banmin had some screenshots that he took here. He said, be Japan-based voice actor with no knowledge of American sociopolitics, accept a job offer given to him by MiHoYo. Union VAs get upset, and many started insulting him and sending their followers to harass him. Outsiders see this behavior and call them out, rightly. Victim blaming the Japan-based VA, saying he should not have talked about the Union VAs harassing him. That's right. If you're being harassed and you talk about it, you're the problem. You're starting drama. You're not adhering to the status quo. You need to just shut up and take it. Such is the main character syndrome of many Western VAs and people like OP. Not only they demand Asian and foreign creators to bend to their will, they'll make your life miserable for merely accepting a job offered to you by the creator that they're attempting to intimidate and bully. And finally, when they start getting pushback from their own rotten behavior and for throwing the first stone, they blame you for actions they chose to take that make them look bad. Here's some screenshots here. Jacob Takanashi is the Japan-based VA who took a role replacing the SAG-AFTRA-backed voice actor. Kaylee Mills said, "This is actually kind of diabolical. If you need the money, at least take the role uncredited. This just comes off as an easy grab for clout. It's not a good look. Why the fuck would you expect another voice actor to take a role uncredited? Like, that's actually a wild thing to say as another voice actor." And thankfully, this person also got community noted. According to voice actor Nathan Noakes, fellow VA Jacob Takanashi, who's a Japan-based VA, had no knowledge of the strike or circumstance of which the role was being recast. There's another screenshot here. Luis Bermudez, another voice actor, according to his handle. "My hope is that you were misled," towards Jacob, "and weren't fully aware that John was withholding his work to fight for a better future for actors everywhere. If that's the case, you have the opportunity to do the funniest thing right now, but if not, and you continue in this role, yikes, man." You saw all this too and you thought it was crazy? It's actually crazy. Like, I've known for quite a long time just how, like, cliquish the Western voice actor community is and how incredibly narcissistic these people come across on social media. Like, you guys know I've interacted with Chris Niosi before, and he has a bit of a, like, you know, sordid past that follows him around. He was accused of like sexual assault before. I don't want to, you know, speak for him too much. He's come on and he's explained a little bit about it, but he's like, I really want to, like, leave that part of me behind. Like, there are things about it that get misconstrued all the time. I'm tired of fighting about it. He had to give up a role with one of these gacha games. I can't remember which one, because as soon as he was cast in the role, tons of people came out of the woodwork to chastise the company for hiring Chris. And I feel like that's probably pretty bad, right? Like, if he's been arrested, sure, but to my knowledge, he hasn't. Right, some viewers may find this harsh, but I think everyone involved in this story should die. It was Honkai, you think? They all look the same to me. You have a friend who has a friend that owns a voice acting company. He has met several VAs that have a stick up their ass. It's like, I've loved voice acting, and I have a handful of voice actors that I've really liked their work. But, like, watching just how full of themselves a lot of these people are on Twitter, just, like, wanting to, like, change characters, making their headcanon real, trying to bully other voice actors out of roles, making sure that only certain people can get into roles, keeping the industry cliquish and small, while also claiming to want to, like, open it up to more diverse people. It's just... I would love to do voice acting, but I would not want to interact with the majority of these people, unfortunately. Western voice actors are kind of like journalists. So they take the English voice acting temporarily out of the USA completely. That'll temporarily hurt VA who are innocent, but if it hurts and damages SAG, it's better in the long run. Kirsche, #1 Yongye fan club member. Man, with VOs, the term never meet your heroes is so true now. Yeah. There's another one here. Shara Kirby quote retweeted, "This gotta be the most classless thing I've seen with everything going on. Have fun with Genshin. You'll never work on anything else. LMFAO." And again, this pointing to how cliquish the Western VA community is. If they want to black you out from somewhere, they fucking will. These people will go after a company if someone gets a role that they don't think should have it. And it's incredibly sad. Can we hire you to do my tortoise reproduction documentary? What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? And so there was a couple of screenshots here of this, and Banman was quote retweeting Lil Karibo. And the Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged series was something I fucking loved. I watched every fucking episode of that. I waited with bated breath for each new episode to come out. I loved Yu-Gi-Oh! The Abridged series. So to watch throughout the past couple of years, this guy just have the worst takes on everything has been so disappointed. It makes me so sad, man. Again, Jacob Takanashi here saying, hey, I know tensions are high, but don't do this. Jesus, if you send death threats to anyone on my behalf, too far. Sorry you had this happen to you, Kiba. I don't know who Kiba is. The post is unavailable. Let's see if I click on it. Yeah, it's not here anymore. And like, what else do you expect this guy to do? Like, he's not sending anyone after these other voice actors. He's not like asking for anyone to get death threats. Disavowing it, being like, hey, if you're getting death threats, you shouldn't be. I don't like that. Like, what more do you want from him? And Lil Karibo responded, with respect, tensions would decrease significantly if you recognized and spoke publicly on the fact that voice actors aren't bullying you. If you truly didn't know about the strike, say so. If you did, say so. Voice actors are going to keep being attacked until then. Voice actors attacking this man and then getting criticized for huffing their own farts. I don't care. If they're getting death threats, they shouldn't be. Don't send death threats. Don't send death threats to people. That's bad. But criticizing these people for being fart-huffing pieces of shit is completely fair game. And he is being bullied by these voice actors. They are going after him. They're telling him this shit. This has got to be the most classless thing I've seen. Have fun with Genshin. You'll never work on anything else. They're openly saying they want to freeze him out of being able to get other roles in the future. And anyone who knows about English voice acting knows this is something that happens. Don't you love how when some people say with respect, they really mean kiss my ass? Yeah, it's fucking fascinating, man. It's fucking fascinating. Rev had a post on it as well. Kirsche, VAs are the theater kids' worst scum ever. Rev said, these narcissist English voice actors must be shell-shocked, watching their lies and hypocrisy get put on blast over the SAG-AFTRA strike. Their slacktivism and virtue signaling has been coddled for years, and now they're finally getting criticized. They're crashing out. It's just like with game devs. They were coddled for so long, and then when people finally started calling their shit out, they couldn't handle it. This is, again, the SAG-AFTRA account that I read earlier, basically being like, hey, we'll make it easy. Here's a link to our agreement, which no one should fucking sign. Mafia tactics, once again. Zulu and Lima, Corina, I don't know what that means. There's a huge difference when you take the role of an actor who is striking for AI protections. You are no castmate of mine. And thankfully, this person also got community noted. According to voice actor Nathan Noakes, Jacob Takanashi, who's a Japan-based VA, had no knowledge there was a strike going or circumstances regarding being cast in the role. And then they link the Nathan tweet down here. Here's another one. Kaylee Mills, once again. Games signaling the interim is the best outcome for all actors. That said, non-union games do very much have the option of adding AI protections into their current contracts. See the Nava Voices writer. And while many of them do, some still refuse to. And again, she got community noted. Kaylee Mills is still working on Goddess of Victory Nikke during the strike. Nikke has been temporarily changing their voice actors who participated in the strike ever since the strike started. Wow! Imagine my shock! A virtue signaling voice actor was actually just a hypocrite! It's like Scooby-Doo all over again! Kaylee got severely too big for her britches, man. I was just like... The fact that these people keep trying to say AI protections over and over again when it's more than just the AI protections, it's like a lifetime agreement. It's forcing non-union VAs to become part of the VA. It's turning this non-union job into a union job. Again, it's literal mafia tactics. No weighing! And then we have Valeria Rodriguez, lost 400 followers for a couple of thumbs down and calling out entitlement in a fan base. Oh well, it is what it is. Wow! The level of projection that these entitled voice actors have to call anything coming out against them entitlement is crazy to me. Yeah, it's the fans' fault. It's the fans' fault. They just don't understand. I appreciate everyone who's thought critically and supports what's going on and has integrity. This article actually put it really eloquently. Again, community noted. I love to see it. The article lied and said John Patnuade has been voicing Kinnich for 5 years. Kinnich first debuted in the game 6 months ago, and John had only voiced him for 1 patch, 6 weeks. Genshin Impact itself isn't even 5 years old yet. Losing 400 followers is pretty huge, considering it's probably a significant percentage of her active follower base. Good lord, you know the Teamsters have ties to the actual mafia? What the heck? Yeah, he only voiced 1 patch, he's barely been in the game. Imagine lying about something so verifiable it's all these people fucking have. It brings me back to, like, when that weird fucking Bionicle dev lied about me on Twitter. They, like, took part of my Papers, Please playthrough out of context and claimed I was a white supremacist because I said get out brown people when I was talking about the color of the passport. And when you watch the context, I'm calling out all the colors of the passports. It's like, brother, how about you develop your fucking Bionicle game instead of making up shit about a random anime clown on the internet? I was like, what the fuck? And Teamster Union was the union Jimmy Hoffa was ahead of when he got disappeared. Oh, Jesus Christ. Hoyo uses Sound Cadence as their studio for Zenless Zone Zero. Sound Cadence has AI protections as a studio, yet the union actors still refused to work in it. So they were replaced because they had the protection they were claiming they were striking for. So again, it's even more lies in that case. Even more proof that this isn't about the AI protections that almost everyone would agree is a good thing, right? So it's like, all you want to do is bully yourselves into a position to have more people under the umbrella of your union, to have more of these companies have to give union roles to you, keeping it more in the exclusive club that it already is. That makes you sad? You're looking forward to that Bionicle game? Yeah, you can still find those tweets. That person didn't delete their tweets, but they are fucking crazy. And then we had Paimon's voice actor having a literal crash out. I haven't watched this yet. I'm very excited. I've been holding off so I can watch it with you guys, chat. Oh my god, here we go.
If voice actors, both non-union and union, in a video game want a game to go union, the game should go union. Nobody else's opinion matters. That's it. And YouTubers don't know anything. YouTubers don't know anything. They're not voice actors. They've never been in my industry. They don't know what my industry is about. They don't know anything about SAG. They don't.
That's why we talk to people who are in the industry. Wow, imagine that. We have the ability to talk to people. Who would have thunked it?
Know anything about being a non-union actor either. Stop telling me to go to liars. Liars. They are paid to lie to you.
Even though we've watched all of these people get community noted over and over again to expose the lies that they're telling, you know? That's how you do it. If you're the one lying, you just got to accuse the other people of lying. That's simple, easy, beautiful.
Also, I'm sorry. They have more incentive to lie. They have more of an incentive to lie because idiots like you fall for their shit and they get paid for that.
What is my incentive to lie about English voice actors? I feel like you have far more of incentive to lie about the SAG-AFTRA contract not just being about AI protections because it benefits you since you're part of the union. You know, it's a little bit of that's benefiting you, man. It's like Asmongold. I think it was Asmongold said, right, when we were talking about the Ludwig situation, where he was like, I think Ludwig made the right choice. From like a like content creator's perspective. I can't even remember what the fucking drama was, but Asmongold was like, when someone makes the right choice, right, you have to think about how did they benefit from this? Because even if they did the right thing, they didn't necessarily do the right thing because it was the right thing to do. They might have done the right thing because it was the correct PR move. And if it was the correct PR move to not do the correct thing morally, then they would have gone with that. So even when someone does the correct thing, you take it with a grain of salt. And also, like, unfortunately, I very much understand people's hesitance on believing content creators on anything because a lot of them do lie. A lot of people lie in general. Something involving Hassan, wasn't it? I genuinely don't remember because I don't think about Ludwig. He's not in my sphere of, like, noticing for almost anything. Eastern VAs, QT 6.28, Western VAs, Gremlins. I just feel like a lot of Western VAs don't put enough effort into their work. People lying on the internet! Everyone lies, like how she's lying right now.
Hello?
Hello?
God forbid. I want my industry to actually, like, I don't know, function, and that everybody gets paid and everybody gets, like, healthcare.
What?
Did you know that, like, once things become union, people get paid a lot more? So people are like, oh, but, you know, then some non-union actors will have to join the union. Yeah, they'll be able to, easily, because they'll get paid.
But what if they don't want to? And what if they feel like they can negotiate better on their own without the union, without paying the union dues? What about that? What if they don't want to be a part of the union? What if they don't want to have to stop taking work because the union decides it's on strike? What about all the TikTokers that decided to take favors from, like, Hollywood and whatnot, and when the writer's strike happened, all the TikTokers were not able to make content, and they were like, I don't know how I'm going to pay my bills because I can't make content because I signed this agreement. What about that? What about those people? What if the union keeps taking political stances you hate? Also that! What if I don't agree?
Paid more. Also, there are options that the union has to help pay for those things. There are options to help people pay for the union dues within SAG, but you don't know that.
If there are options for people to get the union dues paid for them, then what is the point of having the union dues except to exclude people you don't want in your club? Maybe I am just ignorant on this part, I will fully admit. Maybe I'm just entirely ignorant on how that works, right? But it seems like if there's a way for people to pay for the union dues without having to pay for it themselves, then what's the point of having them? Stop making sense!
Oh my god, it's almost like you're not an actor. It's almost like you're not a voice actor.
I'm a clown!
Those YouTubers. But bottom line is that both non-union actors and union actors in a video game want it to go union and have.
Well, clearly they don't want it to go union, or this whole thing wouldn't even be a fucking issue. If everyone in MiHoYo wanted it to go union, it just fucking would have. What do you mean? Like, this wouldn't be an issue if everyone wanted that.
I've wanted it to go union for a long time. So nobody else's opinion that is super fucking wrong anyway matters. Hope this helps.
No, it actually didn't help. It just made you look fucking crazy. Made you look crazy. You must be a chef to tell me if food tastes bad. Oh my god. Larry the cucumber really fell off after VeggieTales. I played Genshin Impact with Japanese VA, like my ancestors would. I hate commie subversion tactics where they claim virtue while being a degenerate abuser, feeling morally superior to others. True and real. So there's this guy. I have no idea who this guy is. Waves, a streamer, gacha gamer, musician, AI enthusiast, lover of good arguments. Welcome to the abyss. He's an AI enthusiast, so like maybe could be biased, who knows? But he posted this. First of all, Genshin Impact is not and never was a union project. By union's own rules, they shouldn't have been working with HoYoverse in the first place, but for some reason they did. And then he links the contract thing under SAG-AFTRA to prove his point. Second of all, forcing non-union VAs to join the union, which means paying a significant sum for a membership fee in the first place, and possibilities of their membership being terminated due to Global Rule 1 if they decide to work on non-union projects. Guess what project is non-union? HoYoverse, as we just established. Third, appealing to protection from AI is the most ridiculous argument for the strike. SAG-AFTRA openly states on their website about the partnership with Replica Studios. Another link. And usage of Ethnovox, which is an AI voice model. The strike is against things the union is already partnered with, and thus, position of VAs taking part in such strike seems vulnerable because of their only argument's core failure. And finally, the real reason behind the union is to explicitly manage who can work with who, taking over projects and creating a monopoly where non-union VAs will be forced to join or they will be left behind. This whole story is an example of the most hypocritic approach to create a monopoly under the flags of protection. It's just like the Patriot Act. Whole union is a masquerade and thus shall be called out. Reveal yourselves. This is under their FAQ. I'm a SAG-AFTRA member, but I'm tempted to take a non-union job to make ends meet. Why is that a bad thing? I'm just trying to earn a living. Created on March 16th, 2018, and then updated in 2020. And their response is, non-union work undercuts the union's ability to negotiate the best contracts possible for you. If non-union producers can hire the best in the business for next to nothing, they have no incentive to go union. Additionally, non-union work allows producers to pay less and avoid paying residuals and retirement benefits. It also subjects you to longer unpaid work hours and potentially hazardous working conditions. Sorry, my English failed. And when you work off the card and run into problems, the union can't help you because the project wasn't produced under the SAG-AFTRA contract. Working off the card not only contributes to the growth of non-union work, but it puts your membership in jeopardy. Under the union's Global Rule 1, members must work under contract. Consequences for working off the card range from fines to suspension to expulsion from the union. Hazardous work conditions. And I feel like the ability to work for a lower cut would help other newer voice actors get into the industry. And like, I'm someone who says that I think a lot of voice actors are underpaid. And I think even in Japan, voice actors are typically underpaid for their work. But if you are someone brand new, you don't have any work under your belt, and you're competing with people who typically cost many tens of thousands of dollars because they're very well known, they're a very well known voice, they're on tons of projects, you can be like, hey, I'll work for less than that, here's my voice reel, and maybe you'll get a job to start building your portfolio. Right? Like, if you're someone starting it, and I could be wrong, right? I could be completely wrong about this, but it feels like that's a way for, like, newer people to break into the industry. This is probably something I could ask Chris about, because he would know far more than I would. You want to get into it, but there's no way you want a union to represent you and extort you out of cash up front? Hell no. Yeah. You're only underpaid if another employer would pay you more, at which point you leave to join the employer. I could be wrong, she said, being right. Well, it's like, you know, I want to make sure that I'm not asserting myself as an expert on something, as I'm not an expert in this field. Don't worry about the union fees. As long as you're getting some kind of work, you can pay into the pyramid scheme. What is EthoVox? This is created October 28th, 24. EthoVox is a company creating a fully consented foundational voice model. A foundational voice model, or base model, is a voice model trained on large volumes of anonymized data files that does not have individually identifiable unique characteristics, such as sound, tone, rhythm, or cadence, that remain consistent and recognizable when used to synthesize speech. A foundational voice model provides the basis for a digital replica, which is trained on the speech of an individual or individuals and generates speech. EthoVox's foundational voice model is not intended to be user-facing, and the voices included in the model will not be identifiable in any of the speech generated. What a fancy way to just say it's AI. Kirsche is not an expert on cashbacks. I'm not. How does an extremely shitty AI voice model help voice actors? I have no idea. I have absolutely no fucking clue. I guess it's different because these people consented to it, but like, then if people want to sign a contract with a company with a consensual AI voice model based on them, should they not be allowed to? Should they not be allowed to make that decision for themselves if it's their voice and their property? It helps them get replacement. I think, like, baseline, if you sign a contract with a company for your voice acting, you should have protections from that company using your voice non-consensually for AI purposes. You should absolutely not have them do that. Sounds like a scam to you? I don't know. It's fucking weird. That's fucking weird. While protection from unauthorized usage of AI is a valid concern for voice actors, the union's approach on solving the problem seems irrational. Mostly forcing HoYoverse to sign a contract and thus making their titles union exclusive rather than protect voice actors from AI. Main concern is about HoYoverse's will to use AI voiceover based on the position of listed on their website before. This is rational only if in the context of its usage not included, there were no open statements from HoYoverse about plans on replacing real VAs with AI voices. And I hope they don't. I hope they don't replace real VAs, but I hope VAs trying to bully HoYoverse into signing contracts and then also bullying other VAs for taking jobs who didn't even know about the strike. I hope they kind of get a bit of comeuppance for the bullying. We can only assume why they would add such position to their roster. Most speculations are about adding voiceovers for every single character's line, which would make the game world more immersive. Such thing exists already in a lot of games. Most known one with this particular approach is Skyrim. Question is, whose voices would become a source of training data for the AI model, and would it be a fair agreement between a voice actor and a company? But that's for the company and the VA to decide on which terms they can agree upon using AI, not for the union, who has no contract with HoYoverse and probably never will. And again, if a VA wants to sign a contract that allows the company to even use their voice in specific scenarios for AI, that should be that voice actor's prerogative. It should be their choice. And there's another tweet here. Genshin English VAs are fucked. Isn't it interesting when they talk about Jacob Takanashi attacking him or harassing him, it's okay. But when people call out said toxic VAs, that's where they draw the line. Kaylee Mills here saying, this is one small job for him. It's not his full-time work. It's Corina's bread and butter. I don't know who Corina is. He's done very little VO work, and so it isn't what he's relying on to pay the bills. For all we know, his wife's the breadwinner. Either way, they bought a house recently, so I doubt it was a necessary job for survival. That's very weird. To, like, look into this guy to the point that you know he bought a house recently so you can denigrate him for taking a job that you think he doesn't need. If he just bought a house, isn't he gonna have to make fucking payments on that house? What do you mean? Karina's the Paimon VA. Thank you, chat. This is just like an absolute psychopathic thing to type out. It doesn't matter if it's his full-time work. If he wants to do a job, he should be able to take it. And, like, he says that he didn't know about the strike. Personally, I hope he's not lying, but I wouldn't care either way if he knew about it or not. He's non-union, so why does it matter? If he wants to take the job, he should be able to. He needs the job. Like, it's asinine to just, for all we know, his wife's the breadwinner. Who fucking cares if his wife's the breadwinner? If he wants to do it, he should be able to. What fucking right do you have to determine what's necessary for him? Yeah, it's crazy. And someone thankfully responds, it's all good, I like your work generally. However, I think that talking very deliberately about a colleague's financial situation in a public way is not something that looks good. And it's not! It makes her look fucking crazy! He can starve. What is it with these commies and making others starve? Let them eat cake! She's literally pocket watching his house purchases. Ain't no way. English VAs will genuinely never recover from this. Yeah, they fucking lost the plot, man. It's crazy. And then we have Banmin making another post here. Looks like SAG-AFTRA's big defender Kaylee Mills deleted her account. I wonder why she did she got caught mask off and accidentally, or purposefully, pushed U.S. Union imperialism and wanting her cake and eat. Oh shit, he made the same joke, or she made the same joke I did. I always default to calling everyone a male, so I forget that Ben is actually a whammons. Attacking Jake for scabbing, but actively defending her friends when they do the exact same thing. And apparently also her doing the same thing, because she got community noted with a statement that said she's still working on Nikke. She probably realized how bad she looks since her comments got pretty viral for the worse. Class! And this is again that tweet talking about how Jake bought a house recently. Here's another tweet. Why does no one ever address the fact that bothers people the most? The fact that it's end up in a US-based monopoly and making employment future non-union versus non-union, non-US based VA hell. What is this US main character syndrome, and why is it fine to be a scab for Nikke when others strike it? And Kaylee responded, SAG quote-unquote winning the strike means that their contracts will all have AI protections going forward. It doesn't make every game union. Also, I've worked on several union games with international talent. A game going union does not bar that talent from working. Then why are you mad at Jacob? Why are you mad at that guy? It's confounding, really. And then there's another tweet here. It continues. She just had a longer tweet. My bad, chat. She continues, technically no union actor should work non-union at all. But we all do. All the time. It's always been that way in VO. It's not necessarily fine, but it is still very different from taking an existing role from someone who vacated that role without work for AI or withholding work for AI protections. That's why you don't see anyone calling out any of the actors announcing their new non-union roles. It's because while as much solidarity as possible helps the cause, no one really expects everyone to be perfect allies. It's not about AI protections. You guys want the Hoyoverse to be a union contract. That Paimon lady said that everyone wants it to be a union contract, when very clearly that is not the case. JP voice actor's first time, that's why VAs take several gigs. They think they only need to get one and be set for the year. We expect other VAs to stab us in the back. Oh, man. Anna Valen's also deleted hers too. Yeah, that's true. We got 2 deletions today. We got 2 deletions. It's been fucking crazy, man. Yeah. This explains why the voice actor who voices Aloy in Genshin goes uncredited because of this mindset of theirs. That's unfortunate. I feel like if you're taking a role, you shouldn't worry about bullying from your fellow voice actors. You should be able to get that credit for the work that you're doing. That makes me feel pretty sad that some voice actors feel like they have to withhold that information. But like, I get it if you worry about voice actors coming after you for that kind of thing. And I've been told that like there's a certain level of capitulation that is expected, which is why you can't say some things publicly. BGM Doko! I don't know, I turned it off at some point. Who fucking knows? Who fucking knows? We went over a bit tonight. Emperor Creatine, thank you for the 5. The more you hear about SAG-AFTRA's bullcrap, the more you're convinced that unions are communist propaganda. Union delanda est! And my dad had the same issues with his union. His union was obviously a laborer's union because he was a glazer. But, like, he did not like unions. I heard a lot of complaints about how unions work and how they operate. And it literally just sounds kind of like mafia stuff to me every time I've heard about it. There's some crazy VAs also attacking their coworkers last year for being white and voicing tan characters. Yeah, I made a tweet recently about ProZD because people were like defending him recently for something as well. As just like he got what he asked for. He was just like, how come I can't voice white characters anymore, but like you give me generic Asian characters that might be Indian or whatever? And it's like, you wanted things to be done on racial lines. You wanted to be able to voice whatever you want while restricting white people to only white characters. And no, not every anime character is a white character. And it's crazy to think that that would be the case. I don't give a shit. The voice actor behind a character, I do not give a shit what their race or gender is. If they can do the voice, if they can bring the character to life, they should get the role. Their race and their gender and their sexuality should have zero fucking, like, importance on the role. And they literally are. You'd encourage everyone to look at what the word Soviet means and why they existed. Why am I reaping? All I did was sowing! Phil Lamar was a great Samurai Jack, but apparently he has a similar opinion. Yeah, it's unfortunate to see that he does have a similar opinion. I saw him make those tweets a few years back. Best voice actors are mostly VTubers. Face Connecting Kirsche can voice all future gotchas. It's like, if I was offered a role for a character, I would want to make sure I can do the voice to sound like that character. I wouldn't want to have like some disassociation where my voice coming out of the character doesn't match it, right? Union Kool-Aid. Cleveland Brown was voiced by a white guy, and he gave up his role because he was like, oh, I shouldn't have this because I'm white. And it's ridiculous to have that kind of, like, opinion. Cack McCackerson, thank you for the 13-month member, thank you. Good Bond, make some art for my cup. You hope I enjoy it. Ooh, cup art? Cup art? Oh, my fucking stream elements is... I'm not even refreshing the page, and it's just automatically marking things as unread again. Oh, fuck, this is gonna be rough. Kate4394, thank you for the 20-month resub, thank you. Crawling into bed to not do anything except listen to Fox after working 60+ hours. Help! Feel like you've been beaten like Rihanna. Should've stacked evasion, baby. Can't wait for your plushie and gamer subs merch. Love you, Foxy. I hope you get to big fucking relax this weekend, Kate. A fucking 60-hour work week, Jesus Christ. Canna Dave, thank you for the 8-month resub, but just in time for food to arrive. I want food. I'm a hungry foxu. I haven't eaten today yet. gotta make my fruit salad when I get off stream. I can't, you fucking piece of shit. Hold on. My activity feed is fucking up. My activity feed is fucking up. Why is Stream Elements so shit recently? Oh yeah, you should be getting that next week. And my merch is on sale until next Friday. Next Friday, April 11th at 2 p.m. Eastern is when my merch stops being on sale. So make sure you buy whatever you want from your Foxu Gamer Subs merch before Friday. Make sure you get those purchases in if you do want to buy something. Thank you for your patronage, as it were, chat. Thank you. Make sure you're using code Kirsche for 10% off your order. I get hella paid. You get 10% off. Let's fucking go. Heatseeker, thank you for the 5. They're actors. Their entire career is based around being paid to lie to the audience. But surely they would never use their skills to get their way. I mean, to be fair, English voice actors are typically bad at acting. There's like a handful that are really good. So, you know, it's pretty obvious when they're lying because their acting's not that great. Stream Elements has been so bad you learn to code CSS just to avoid Stream Elements altogether. I don't know. I don't know if I want to ask one of my mods to like code my own Stream Elements. That's crazy. Oh, you bought some stuff, 4 flavors. Hell yeah. I finally got my Bowberry flavor. I can't wait to try it. I'll have to try mixing it with ice cream. Oh, fuck me, brother. Hold on. I know I'm already overtime, but I forgot to bring something up. I forgot to bring something up. Hold the fucking phone, baby. I think I got to... It should be around here that I posted it. And then here. And then I gotta open this. And then I gotta copy. And then I'm gonna post it. Because I got a flippy. It's the wrong... It's the wrong flippy. Rotate, left. Ay. Okay, reposting this. Okay. Go. Damunya. I have obtained the Prickly Pale Cactus Candy! I'll probably save trying it for tomorrow since it is pretty late. But it has arrived! I have the Prickly Pale Gumbies and the Prickly Pale, taffy. It's a very small bag of taffy, but hopefully I enjoy the flavor and I don't vomit and die because of my texture autism. We'll find out tomorrow. What the fuck is that? I found out on a stream the other day that apparently cactus fruit is edible. I did not know that you could eat prickly pear cactus fruits. And that apparently they make candy out of the prickly pear cactus fruits. And so people suggested it for my throne, and I threw it on there. I was like, I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna try the prickly pear candy. Condensed milk and syrup would be great to ice cream toppings. Maybe. I don't know. I don't drink condensed milk. Blowtorch it to burn the itchy hairs off first. There's itchy hairs on the candy. Will it fill up a weeb tray? Probably. I can probably put this in a weeb tray. Dragon fruit is a cactus fruit. I also didn't know dragon fruit was a cactus fruit. I found that out recently too. Did Kirsche mention that Genshin probably can't legally become union? I did not, and I don't know if they can or can't. Legally, I have no idea how that stuff works. Sorry, not the candy, just a fresh fruit. Most people don't drink condensed milk by itself, but it makes for a great sweetener on cold treats. I had a friend who put condensed milk in their cereal and microwaved it. You never had this, but you hope I find it tasty? Yeah, we'll find out tomorrow. Well, I'll eat it tomorrow. I want to do some thank yous because I know I've missed so much today. I want to do some thank yous. Augustus Sinclair White, thank you for the 5. Her manner of speech reflects a great evil. She was not looking very sane in that video. A Bone Man Body, thank you for the 16-month resub. The woman looks like a skinwalker. Okay, that's kind of rude. That's kind of rude. Metal Murderer, thank you for the 10. That is the face of someone you hook up with at a bar, and then somehow she gets your gas cut off a week later. Rude. Star Phoenix, thank you for the 5. Karina's one of the non-binary people that tried to say Paimon was also non-binary. She's also no longer allowed on patch streams for the game. What the fuck? What? I don't even know what to say to that. Bruce Sobelvaro, thank you for the 5. She looks like Sid's mom from Toy Story 1. Chat, be nice! Cayman Rider Paul, thank you for the 100 biddies. You hope they replace Paimon's VA, and you hope it's by AI. I don't hope it's by AI. I hope it's by a person. Gail Kuvo, thank you for the 2 months of Proom. Thank you for prooming. We don't have to. She insulted us first. Just insult her for being a retard. Don't insult her face. Show no mercy, for they have none. I mean fair. I mean, that's fair. I don't disagree with you. My fictional character is non-binary, like me. Jesus Christ. Psycho, thank you for the 10. You're getting a cup for your cup and a computer pad. 2 more cups to resell because capitalism. That's true. These designs will not be on sale ever again after April 11th. So, you know, buy Fox who stonks. Frosty Chaos, thank you for the 6-month member. The Film Actors Guild was a mistake. Yeah, true. Koyomi Sama. Koyomi Sama. I can't say things. It's after 8. Thank you for the 6 months of Proom. Mr. Quasta Hoppa, thank you for the member. Star Phoenix, thank you for the 2. Kaylee is also the VA for Jessica from Class of 09. Oh, Jekka. Oh my god, I forgot that she did Jekka. Oh man, she did a really good job on Jekka too. Michael Turner, thank you for the 10. Unions are just another business, but with subtarded ideology. You'll always be enraged that the UAW did a conference call in 2016 to demand their members to vote for Hillary. Motherfucker, what? How can they do that? That's so strange. The Corina VA woman has a whole bit on her job website listing her disabilities and identity. But why? But why? Anthony, thank you for the 10. Telos for life. Cosmos, but chocolate. I mean, Telos is nice too, but Cosmos is my favorite. For the Emperor, thank you for the 199. Cosmos and Rubido were your favorites. Hell yeah. Karam, thank you for the 10-month tier 2 resub. Thank you. Can confirm Kirsch's dedication and honesty have inspired 10 months of viewership. Hell yeah, dude. I'm glad you enjoy being around here. I'm glad you enjoy my retardation. Next generation, thank you for the $1. Kirsche hard cringed rather audibly when a bunch of fetishes were brought up that you may or may not have that you won't repeat because you keep them to yourself and no one here wants to hear about it. I knew it. She hates me. It's just like, if you're gonna write smut, write it in smut areas, right? Like, I don't want to come across that stuff like out in the open. It's really weird. It's really strange. I don't mind a little bit of like tasteful lewdness on like artworks and stuff, but like when you're just openly posting on Twitter about how you want like breeding camps, you're gonna look like a fucking freak. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. Like, people are gonna make fun of you for posting about that on the Twitters. What if your fetish is brushing fox girl tail? Oh, hello, Proctor's alt account. And she needs the original Xenogears. I have the original Xenogears. Breeding camps is freaky. It's just like, it's a little strange. Like, I follow fuck tons of artists, and sometimes fetish art crosses my timeline because of it, and I'm just like, that's a little weird. I'm just gonna scroll past that. Malcolm Liang, thank you for the $1. You remember one of Keffel's last posts was attempting to ratio Leafy, fails at it, self-deletes post, didn't archive it. You didn't think someone would go as far as disabling a count over a failed ratio. Wasn't that like one of the things Keffels was known for? Just like popping out of nowhere and like saying ratio at random people? Oh, look at all those nice hearts dropping in there. Oh, that's so fucking sweet. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. He's an imposter. I'll fight him to my last breath. How dare you? I'm not a filthy Anglo. At least keep the degen shit to an alt account. Don't paste it on main. I try my best to not post lewd things. I look at lewd artwork that people post of me and I'm like, man, I'd retweet this because someone took time and effort to draw it, but also I don't want to retweet porn. The ratio thing is retarded. I think it's funny sometimes. I think a lot of people put way too much like importance on it. Venmaru the Fool, thank you for the 5. Kirsche, you're a wonderful brain-damaged woman, but if I have to listen to this freak show say breeding facility or destroy that macaroni pussy Like he's going to an arcade one more time. I'm gonna glow like Hiroshima. If you say you're gonna destroy that cock like a macaroni pot, is that like sounding related? Personalist, thank you for the 2. Journalist, son, or whore daughter. I remember that earlier, thank you. Quando Bandui! Thank you for the 10. Was Pandora's box macaroni in a pot good? I don't know, my mom wouldn't let me eat it. Mad Meon, thank you for the 10. Banning Tumblr was the scene in Ghostbusters where the EPA guy powers down the ghost prison. Tumblr was a containment zone. We know not what we were going to release. Video Gamer, thank you for the 225. You'll never get how people can knowingly lie about others and live with themselves. If you really need to air your dislike of someone, at least state legit reasons. You're a good person, Kier. You have good morals and enough integrity to stick to them. I try best. And also, if more information comes out, like, I'll change my opinion on things. That's just what you do as a human being. If you get more information, you just kind of look like a retard if you double down on something that's incorrect, you know? Sparky, thank you for the 86 cents. Chat, whenever you think you're too degen, always remember, there's a bigger degen out there. I read that earlier, but thank you again. Kaiser Vermillion, thank you for the 2. Oh no, it's the Harley Quinn comic all over again. Please do not make fart fetishist pornography on your ASMR account. Sergeant Buck, thank you for the 5. This is why God doesn't talk to us anymore. I'm having, like, PTSD flashbacks to fucking Pamper Chew and him microwaving dirty dumpster diapers to sit in. Ingress, thank you for the 19 months of Proom. Thank you. Scott Jackson, thank you for the 302. Is this what Gitmo feels like? I guess so. I fucking guess so. You can donate as low as 86 cents. I'm not gonna bully a man for having a currency that is lower than the American dollar. He wants to spend his currency on me. All currency is good here. Even the swastika currency from Israel. I'll accept that. Rosa Takanashi, thank you for the 2. Heresy, do not insult Fuda by making it trans-trender. John in English, thank you for the 20 gift members, thank you! And multiple Johns, we got a John in English and a Professor John Wolfman with 10 gift subby bubbies, thank you. Mr. John in English for the 20 gift subby bubbies. Giant schmeat smuggling across the border, thank you. Professor John Wolfman, thank you for the 10 gift members. And Mr. Quando Bandui, thank you for 20 gift members, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Quando Bandui. Hello? Hello, Temp. Oh shit, you saw Pamper Chew on Papa Meat's channel? Oh my god, has Pamper Chew finally broken out? Was this like an old meat video? If they tip in obscure currencies, it probably means they're from a lower income country, thus they're proportionally giving more of their paycheck to their Oshi. That's a nice way to look at it. I know there's a lot of people who get mad at like gift subs and donations in like Argentinian pesos? I don't know what Argentinian currency is called, man. But because it's just like people will abuse it and they'll like pretend that they're in Argentina to just like send weird messages to a streamer. But it's like I feel I don't want to like make people feel bad, right? It is an Argentinian peso, hell yeah. I don't want to make people feel bad just because like some people are going to do like really weird shit to streamers. It's like if you're willing to spend your currency on me, thank you. I appreciate it. I don't care how it holds up to the dollar. You're still wanting to do it, so thank you. Dim the Lamp, thank you for the 6 swastikas. We love the Foxu here. Thank you, Dim. Thank you for the shekels. It's fucking so funny that that's the icon for shekels, man. Hylian Juggalo, thank you for the 20. 99% of our problems are squarely the fault of the 2000s Fujo girls. Middle school girls that would ship Invader Zim characters were the majority of Tumblr's founding base. The RAR XD era's damage can't be understated. I was part of the RAR XD crowd, but I at least broke free of my Fujo chains that were starting to form around my body. I realized, what the fuck am I doing? I want to fuck men. Why am I shipping them with each other? Thank you for donating 5 million Zimbabwean dollars. And chat, Domino Stuffed Crust is pretty good. It is. Domino Stuffed Crust slaps pretty fucking hard. Sorry if you made a donor feel bad. That was not my intent. A premonition of things to come. And it's fine, you know? Like, I know you didn't intend to make people feel bad, but I wanted to specify because there have been streamers that have been like, if you're donating in this currency, like, I really don't want it. And it's like, that's fucking... That's weird. That's weird. You have to run, work is getting too busy. Oh no! I hope you have a decent rest of your night and you get to relax after, dude. Making donors feel bad is always your intent. Be less poor, Jesus Christ. Kermit B. Peterson, thank you for the 8 months of Prune. Thank you for pruning. Chex Mix. It doesn't have Mix in your name, but I wanted to call you Chex Mix. Thank you for the 2 months of Prune. Thank you for pruning. JWT6577, thank you for the 6 months of Prune. Rakita never asked Josh to delete anything, and he'll rant at the world for hours to prove it. Well, I could have been wrong earlier. I could have been mistaking Rakita for someone else. That could be mine. I don't want to, like, misinterpret the guy. I don't want to, like, lie about him, right? I know someone had, like, asked to, like, delete stuff from their thread. I guess I just can't remember whomst it was. I can't remember whomst it was. Pretty sure he's being sarcastic. I mean, maybe he's being sarcastic, but, like, I also want to be careful that I don't lie about people. You know? DJ Knock, thank you for the 21-month resub. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Alistair Corvo, thank you for the $1. Hi, Kirsche. I might become vice president of the HOA I live in. Wish me luck. Good luck. Hopefully you can make your HOA not shitty for everyone that lives there. I'm glad you got Bowberry and Red 40 Gamer subs using your code before they ran out. Yeah, they ran out pretty fucking quick. I was surprised. You'll be buying mine and Alana's cup when you get your next paycheck. 2 Fox, 1 cup. Hell yeah. Discount code Kirsche. Use code Kirsche for 10% off. Like, Kirsche's great because she's the only streamer that never poor-shamed anyone and has done the opposite. I only poor-shame as a joke when someone very sarcastically donates something that means they want me to lean into a findom joke at that moment. I will never actually poor-shame someone else. I'm Jenny from the block, as it were. I know how things be. You attend to Doge your HOA? Hell yeah, buddy. Make it shitty for everyone else who lives in the HOA. It's just raining if you're pissing on them from the top. What the hell? She hates me for being poor. No, I hate you because I still don't have a Cooey hat. Cap. What about core shame? I will shame you if you do the Kirsche. Jenny went around the neighborhood she was supposedly from and no one knew who she was. Jenny from the block is, oh god, I forgot her name! The only Jenny I could think of right now is Jennifer Aniston! Chat, help! My brain is broken! Yeah, J-Lo, thank you, chat. That's a J-Lo song. I accidentally proved that man's point because my brain is bad. That song is from 2002. Yeah, my mom fucking loved that song, man. Not many people will drop a slur for $1. Let's not test that theory. Cataclystia, thank you for the 200 biddies. Thank you. Mildly OCD, thank you for the 2. If I speak, I will glow. Sometimes I need to collect myself so I don't glow. Malcolm Liang, thank you for the $1. Many adult sites have a T filter because it was actually hitting their business so hard they had to segregate the content. Even D-gens have standards. Yeah, it feels like Fuda has kind of like just exploded everywhere, no pun intended. And so like, there needs to be some sort of filter. Like, if you're gonna look up that shit, you shouldn't be attacked with Fuda every fucking corner, you know? The question for the cups, is the last day the 11th, or is it all over the 11th? The 11th at 2 p.m. Eastern. 2 p.m. Eastern, my merch leaves the shop. So you have until 2 p.m. Eastern on the 11th. Absolutely meant that pun, I did not. What the fuck, Lala? Thank you for the 2. Who was the VTuber that did an interview with Bernie? It wasn't an interview. Bernie was like on a panel with a bunch of other streamers, and I think it was Sykuno who was using his VTuber model with Bernie. Massive Doge, thank you for the $4.99. This is a sickness. The one African politician. Fuda and Yaoi tags are the very first things you put into a blacklist whenever you join a new art posting site. I need to learn to do that. Femboys are only okay if we get more tomboys to balance things out. You'll pay for more cups on the 10th. More cups for your cups! Hell yeah! Elijah Snow, thank you for the $4.99. You know, the best people, Kirsche. What did he mean by this? Fun fact, campsites don't allow people with bottom surgeries. Is that true? That can't be true. Right? That can't be true. Interracial cuck Fuda. All psyops get artificially boosted, not gonna lie. Yeah, you know, probably agree with you on that one. John in English, thank you for the 5. Needs to be in Arkham. True. True and real. Also, women gooning fiction is exploding. You went to Barnes & Noble and it was just everywhere. When I goon, I just close my eyes and I think. That's what I goon to. Gabriel Campos, thank you for the $9.99. First paycheck from your new job. Foxy tax imposed. P.S. The IRS can go to hell. If I said the things that I wanted to happen to the IRS, I would be arrested post-haste, and I don't even live in the UK. Wolf and Wings, thank you for the 16-month member. Thank you. Eye of Magnus, thank you for the 100 biddies. Journalism is dead. Always has been. Burritos, thank you for the 47 cents. Holy sour grapes, Batman! Eye of Magnus, thank you for the 100 biddies. Thank you. The Good Dog Tour, thank you for the 13-month resub. You're a 1-year-old Kirsche, and what is this? Don't... I'm glad you said it's a Kirsche, because it's like an obvious joke, but don't make age jokes. Don't make age jokes. This is not an invitation to try and be a funny guy in chat. If you make jokes about being underage, Twitch will ban you. I am an 18+ flagged channel. Twitch will ban your account if you joke about being underage. I'm trying to help you, chat. Do not do that. Oh god, you just stepped back in for her to read it. Fifth Venom, thank you for the 100 biddies. You just realized there's an Anna Valens, the Fall Guys butt plug journo. Oh my god, it is. Oh my god, what the fuck? What the fuck? When they made the article, they even had succubus in their fucking Twitter name. How did you remember this? How did you remember that Anna Valens was the Fall Guys butt plug guy? What the fuck? I love that chatter. Why does he know that? I love him. This is why I love you guys, chat. You remember the things that my brain cannot. Cause I remember reading about this article, but I did not remember who the fuck wrote it. Holy shit. Did they write the Animal Crossing butt plug article too? Jesus Christ. You did this acting as a journalist. It's like that fucking video. I don't want to see more on Facebook, you fucking candy ass. This is like that video making fun of journalists where they like have a bunch of dildos on their desk and they close their eyes and just throw them at like words on a whiteboard to make an article. Someone kindly lobotomize me. Holy shit. I love that chatter remembered that. Jesus Christ. Thank you, Fifth Venom. Blue Mew 22, thank you for the 5. To repeat a prior stream, them, I don't like this. Me, I'm not you. Shut the fuck up. True. Kane's Brain, thank you for the $4.99. This journo definitely, intimately has, I don't know about that. I don't want to read that. You know, don't imply that kind of stuff. Don't imply that kind of stuff. Evil Mandrake, thank you for the 2. This is all because they applied and got rejected. I don't know if they actually applied, right? We don't know if they actually sent in an application. We just know that they replied to the tweet about auditions. They could have applied. They could have just wanted to apply and then just felt like, oh, I can't because they're being weird with their answering about, well, what is feminine? What is a woman? John in English, thank you for the 5. Every single time. True. Van Tesla, thank you for the 15 months of Proom. Thank you! Thank you. Zenic, thank you for the 366. My vision is starting to blur. It's too late for grandma. I like Kirsche, but her laugh makes my weekend. Oh, thank you. Risk Videos, thank you for the 2. Whenever I read Risk Video's name, I think of the pop-up video. And so I read Risk Video in the same, like, tune in my head. Risk Videos, thank you for the 2. The article is basically a giant bitch lasagna. Yeah, it is. It really is. John in English, thank you for the 5-month member. Totally not a fetish, you guys, by the way. Oogie 25519, thank you for the 100 biddies. Songs disappearing is dystopian. It is. It is. I like Rucka Ali's stuff, so it's like it's pretty sad to hear that his discography is getting taken down. Maybe it'll get put back up. I have no idea why it was taken off of like YouTube Music and Spotify and shit, but hopefully it'll get put back up. You've got mail. Dama Bless, thank you for the 2. No one hates women like autogynephiliacs. Opinion dismissed. The, like, rampant actual, like, woman hatred that they express is kind of fucking crazy. Blue Mew, 22, thank you for the 5. To do a Chinese accent, try to sound like a frustrated ambulance. The only ambulance I know is the, The amount of people in my audience who will get that joke is probably less than 5. I would be willing to bet there are less than 5 people who know what Animal Soccer World is, or Animal World Soccer, however it's fucking oriented. That's Ambulance Goose, my favorite character in Animal World Soccer. I'm sorry, what? Have an obscure reference, chat. My brain is broken. Dingo Pictures, never heard of this show. What is that? Oh my god. Donkey, not good. No, it's Ambulance Goose. Ambulance Goose, Animal World Soccer.
Driving me crazy.
I hope your left ear really enjoyed that, chat. There you go. Not a donkey. Fuck you, guy. You're not a goose, you're a fox. Danny D, thank you for the $4.99. You want to know the problem? The Ottomans sacked Constantinople in 1543. Fix that one, fox woman! Alright, I can't retake Constantinople by myself, chat, alright? Holy fuck, I just unlocked a part of your brain! You're welcome. Had no idea what that was, but it was funny, I'll take it! And show the Animal Olympics goat and cat track event? What does that even mean? To create context, thank you for the 3-month member. Thank you. ASMR power tool review when? I'm a woman, I can't use power tools. SGT D4C, thank you for the 5. Kirsche, you can't do that while I'm intoxicated. I'll do what I want. Skullfuck, thank you for the 351. Start over, I want to throttle to completion. What the fuck? Heatseeker, thank you for the 5. Honestly, the Boston debuff voice acting just makes you sound genuine and fun, which is more attractive than a girl doing a forced, fake, sexy voice. When I do mine, it's not forced, it's just kind of something I can do. My throat is my one talent, chat. Modest Rat, thank you for the 5. Hey, bada bing, Kirsche. Any voice you use is hot. You're dangerous to be left alive. Please don't say that. So, I have people that write, like, fucking college dissertations on how they think I'm an evil Nazi and need to die. So, please be careful. Which is more attractive than... Oh, I already read that. You're too dangerous to be alive. Also, please use your voice for good, or I'll do the Kirsche. I try best. Kirsche's mother, you and Cottontail should collab. Would we just like say sexy things back and forth at each, like, I don't see, this is the thing, right? Like, I don't know who I could reach out to for collabs, and if I did, I don't know what I would suggest. Well, I play Quime Bobs and single player games. What would I do? I don't want to like reach out to people and not have like oh, here's my idea for what we can do, because like I would feel bad. I got called racist the other day. I'm only half white. Monya. Young Arn, thank you for the 2. Go back to the silly Boston voice. Absolutely no one, thank you for the 2. The Boston voice was better. Your name goes well with that message. Brave SJ, thank you for the 25. Are these funds to be put towards the Kirsche Boston Blowy / Southie Sloppy ASMR goal, which hopefully Nim will put in the corner next to the subs cup meter. There's not gonna be any fucking Boston biker woman yells at you sloppy ASMR, you freak. Sparky, thank you for the 86 cents.
Spicy cat raid. What the hell is a spicy cat raid?
Malam Keikaku EN, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. I feel like I forgot to thank some Raiders earlier because I was in the middle of ranting, but I don't remember. Brain ouchie. Sparky, thank you for the 86 cents. Your Bostonian girlfriend cuddles with you, and girlfriend experience accent, gentle femdom, reassuring, cuddling, silly. Oh my god, we could talk about going to Fire and Ice, man. It's a great restaurant. The one in Harvard Square doesn't exist anymore, though. It's only in Cambridge now. Improbable, thank you for the 10. Thanks for the new fetish unlock. Hold on, wait a minute. Caramel the rabbit person, thank you for the 2. No, my other bunny Oshi. I mean, I would never. What did he mean by this? Sayore Joku, thank you for the 300 biddies. Just great. Now you've unlocked a new kink. I must rid myself of this curse. What do you guys mean by this? Boycott Warhammer, thank you for the 644. Absolutely gonna buzz. No joke. Please do not announce to the chat when you are masturbating. Thank you. Schmeat Zone. Welcome to the Schmeat Zone. Thank you for the $4.99. Finally moved into the new place. Thank you for the hours of stream to keep me sane while you work nights. That's the one thing I'm not looking forward to when I do find a house. The actual act of like packing everything in fucking boxes and then a moving truck and then actually fucking getting it across the country. Ain't no way. Hidden. Thank you for the 16-month member. Double funny, because based off of the stuff she's publicly posted, she's under the height and bust size of consent, allegedly, according to a friend. You're talking about Anna? Are you saying Anna's under the height and bust size of consent? I don't know Anna's measurements. I haven't stalked them enough to know, you know, like their recent house purchases and stuff. That random guy, thank you for the $5 doodles. Get called a pedo for being sorry, it says get called a pedo for being 6 and sign pound sign 39 semicolon 3 and QUOT semicolon. So like I'm not sure how to read that, I'm sorry. Get called a pedo for being, while the wife is, then for being 10 years older, and now because my wife doesn't makeup, well, guess I'm fucked. Yeah, you better make sure your wife is wearing the makeup of consent. Get called a pedo for being 6'3" while the wife is 5'2". Thank you, Binary Mind! Thank you for the assist, Mr. Moderator. Danny D, thank you for the 8-month member. Thank you. It chewed up the quotes. Yeah, so the Stream Elements thing has been chewing up things with like quotes and numbers recently. It's bad. It's bad. What was that? Hieroglyphics? Yeah, I've been having to like decipher a lot of these super chats because Stream Elements is fucking garbage. Okay, it makes more sense. The dude being tall when the girl's like 5'2" is really something. I think that's the weirdest thing to call someone a pedo over. Like, who fucking cares about their height, man? Sometimes men just want to dribble a girl like a basketball, you know? Crumple up her spine, turn her into a ball, and dunk her in a hoop. Bjorn Thor Gunmanson, thank you for the 574. A VTuber eating her own ass? Is that anime Marilyn Manson? Well, that depends on if they got a bone removed in their VTuber lore. John in English, thank you for the 12. The more you hear about V-lore, the more you want to check them out. That's all right. You didn't have to send a 2 for your autocorrect. I can autocorrect that in my brain, but thank you. Thank you. Anna Dorivan, thank you for the 13-month resub. Remember, journos are not people. True and real. Hylian Juggler, thank you for the 5. Your fiance is like 4'8". You joke that you're picking her up from school. Lol. Yeah, like, you know, cradle robber jokes are always fun. Does that work with a tall girl and a short king too? I feel like the reverse is usually less looked poorly upon for whatever reason. But yeah, you know, some short kings just want to climb their woman like a fucking jungle gym. They want to be like Tarzan jumping through the trees. Blood Puma, thank you for the 3 months of Proom. Thank you for prooming. Zachary Rollick, thank you for the 2. Velour based as usual. Mildly OCD, thank you for the 5. Everything is great, but they did wrong think, so bad company. Yeah, I feel bad for them, because I feel like I've never heard anything political out of any of the Velour women. So it's just like, for them to just get like fucking harassed like this, it makes me feel kind of bad for them. It's like, just let them do their fucking lewd ASMRs over in their sphere. They're not doing anything to anyone, dude. You weren't doing that for me, you're doing that for you, and the hatred for my new phone. I don't like change. Relatable. I hate change as well. Knuff, thank you for the 5. If you ever lose your mind, you'll attempt to become a masculine male VTuber, but for now, too many reasons to avoid becoming an inevitable lol cow. Oh, look, just because you don the virtual skin doesn't mean you'll become a male cow, okay, alright? Miss Blackfire, thank you for the 734. The entire thing is created because the writer got rejected by the company when they tried to audition. So they made this shit, and it's laughable. I will say, like, we don't know if they definitively put in an audition or not. We just know that they were interested in auditioning. Dilly Boy, thank you for the 5. You like the term flesh streamer? It implies you gave up your human skin to be an anime girl. Where does the flesh go? Nobody knows where the flesh goes. Only Loeb knows where the flesh goes. I also like flesh streamer. Some people seem to think that it's used in like a derogatory manner, but like I just like using it. I don't think it's any more derogatory than calling me a VTuber. Like, my skin is virtual, your skin is flesh. It just makes sense. Almighty Lolly, thank you for the 20. We finally seem to be breaking out of the tornado outbreak. Hope all the chat of bros was safe. It was a rough one. I didn't even know that there was tornado shit going on. So I guess if you were in the tornado zone, hopefully you got out fucking safe. Hopefully no tornadoes touched down and took you off to see the wizard, as it were. No, stop! Zekia, thank you for the 6-month member. Hey, Foxy, you spent some of my tax return on the Gamer Subs drops. Of course, I used code Kirsche for 10% off. Thanks for the business. Hey, no, thank you for your business. Thank you. You will call Bagman a fleshy. Call him a baldlet. Fucking baldlets! When will they learn? Jimothy Stickle Pasty, thank you for the $9.99. You like both the yap and the gaming. Did you need to use a super chat to say this? No. But it's important to pay your pharmaceutical bills. Here's my prescription of white pills. Thank you. Thank you. I just picked up my recent dose of medication. I had my pain specialist appointment the other day. Apparently, when I last went to him 2 months ago, he gave me 2 prescriptions, and I was supposed to fill one last month. I've been taking my medication at the correct time. I think I've only forgotten a couple of days. And so I didn't even notice that I had to, like, do a refill in March. And so when he went to refill it this time, I got a call back, and they were like, we actually gave you a paper prescription that you were supposed to fill on March 7th, and it was never filled. Do you have that still? And I was like, you did? I don't remember that. I don't know if I'll let you know when I get home, I guess. Turns out I did have it, and I was like, oh no. I hope they're not thinking that, like, I'm fucking not taking my meds and, like, selling it on the street or some shit. Like, I'm literally just retarded. I'm sorry. Steam-powered geekery, thank you for the 5. Your watchers have jobs. We listen to you yap while at work. And I love being part of your work day. Scooter, thank you for the 5. The Boston debuff makes your brain go fuzzy in a good way. Yeah, I sound kind of ridiculous, man. It makes me feel bad when I see, like, posts on Twitter. I don't care if it's a post from, like, a guy or a girl or, like, somebody talking about how, like, you know, they're trans and their voice sounds weird, right? Like, I don't care who you are. I feel pretty bad whenever I see posts like that, because it's like, I fucking know how that is. When people are just like, oh, your voice is weird, your laugh is weird. It's like, I'm Boston, I can't help it, man. So it's like, for all the people that, like, feel bad about their voice, like, I know a lot of comments can get to you, but there's gonna be overwhelmingly more people who like your voice than don't, right? Like, it's why you have an audience. If people didn't like listening to your voice, they wouldn't be there. So, like, it can be hard to block out negative comments sometimes, like, I get it. But, like, don't feel fucking bad. Don't feel bad. The people like listening to you. You can lean into it. You can make it funny, right? You know? Just have fun with it, man. Don't worry. You think the Boston accent is legit cool? Well, thank you. It's a condition I was born with. I wish I could trust my grandma to not accidentally dox me, because I would love to have, like, conversations with my meme on stream. Her accent is, like, a bit more funnier than mine. I don't know, I love it. Now that voice actress person, she needs to smoke cigars. What the fuck? What does he mean by this? The grandma docs is always funny. They can't help it. You know, their brains are mush. That's why my brain's gonna be mush. When I was younger and I was still living with my meme and Pepe, my meme would have to go through, like, so many people's names before she got to mine. She'd like open my bedroom door to tell me something, and she would go through like 10 different people's names while staring at me before getting the right one. You're content with it, but you don't like hearing it. I don't like hearing my own voice either. I was like, I don't know, it makes me cringe. So I appreciate when people, like, edit my content. I can look at the clip of myself and appreciate the editor's work instead of having to focus on my voice, you know? Zachary Rollick, thank you for the 2. You did enjoy the last time my grandma came on. She's a fucking sweetheart. I love her. Bailey, thank you for the 35-month resub, my guy. Thank you. Public service announcement. Kirsche and chat are super mega duper cute and wonderful. Hell yeah. Eggs over novice, thank you for the 20. Kirsche, you're a gem, refreshing in a world of pistards. I know YouTube probably doesn't let you say retards, so thank you. DRT is king, thank you for the 10. Lurk gang, you try not to chat. You're too ignorant of how many other honorable chatters in YouTube, let alone our hated cousins in Twitch. Love the whole Kirsche Cobutail. What is a Cobutail? I felt a hiccup. Help! There it is. Oh, God. It stopped coming, but then it took me by surprise, man. Thank you, DRT is king. I mean, you don't have to try not to chat too much. I just sometimes if you're having a conversation with other chatters, I'll like pick out your message and I'll read part of it and I'll be very confused. I'll be like, what are they talking about? Putting this molding around the door. What's happening? You're always in danger of me reading your chat at any point in time. Foxy Women's Mimi White Pills is the new flavor. Oh, Jesus. The pterodactyl demands freedom. He's never gonna get it. Agent Rude, thank you for the 8-month resub. Just remember, when you feel bad about canceling a stream because you're sick, if you get sicker, you cancel more streams. And this is, again, an advanced reminder that I will not be streaming the week of the 21st this month, which means I'll be gone the 22nd, the 25th, the 26th. Maybe I'll be back in time for a stream on the 27th. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. I don't know if I'll be able to stream on that day yet, but we'll see. We'll see. Enjoy your time with Pippa. I'm not going to Pippa's this time. God hates taxes. Thank you for the 5. You want to see a dad joke competition between Kirdad and Papakin? That would be a really fun collab. When I get a house, I'll have to work on making it happen. Greninja Zach, thank you for the $4.99. Holy crap, you heard Space Ghost mentioned? Fucking love that show, man. Kirsch's mom, thank you for the 2. Should check out Randy Feltface, the IRL VTuber. What did he mean by this? Zentetsu 13, thank you for the $4.96. Sorry, I'm getting blurry again. Foxu used this to hire Zorak. Is his voice actor still around? Can we do that? Can we get like a cameo, like an alert from him maybe? Quendo Bandui! Thank you for the 10. If you want to get rid of Ursery, then Theocracy. I don't know how that works. Wolfgar, thank you for the 7-month resub. Huzzah! Dan the Man, thank you for the 100 biddies. You kind of want the government to cancel student debt, not pay it off, but cancel it, declare it null and void, and drop it off a cliff just to see the scummy lenders scream. I think they would achieve that same amount of screaming if you canceled all student loan interest. And the people who took out the loans just had to pay back the initial loan amount. Right, or however much is left of the initial loan amount, and if they've paid more and all of the rest is their interest, then it's just fucking gone. The lenders would probably just turn into dust, right? Randy's pretty funny. Wait, is that a real person? Phoenix DS, thank you for the 7037, thank you. Klaus Schwab, you will own nothing and be happy. I hate that quote. Thank you again, Phoenix, my guy. I think I read that earlier, but thank you again. Yeah. Phoenix, thank you for the 704. Off to work, farms to pay your debts back, you freeloader. Time to get paid in Dogecoins. I don't want to get paid in Dogecoin. Krovenin, thank you for the 6-month resub. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Jeremy Lorimer, thank you for the 10. If you want to understand why college is so expensive, look up Griggs versus Duke Power. It's the reason we have credentialism in employment. Unless you overturn it, nothing changes. You're right, I have no idea what that is. I have no idea what that is. God hates taxes, thank you for the 5. Good thing you paid off your trade school and credit score hate. Yeah, learning all that I have in the past couple of years about how having a good credit score basically just fucks you. Like, you were a good boy, so now you get fucked. Makes me really angry. Chaotic Neutral, thank you for the 20. You got 2 of each GamerSubs merch and 4 cups. Holy shit. Use display backup and a cup for your cup. Your wife said the design was cute, but never to show it in public. I took it as a blessing from her to purchase. Thanks for the laughs. Aw, Chaotic Neutral. I'm glad your wife is okay with the merch. What a nice lady. Maybe she'll use the cup. You're fantastic with knowledge bombs from yourself and your chat. Sometimes chat has good information. The time Randy bought a bookshelf off Gumtree, Aussie Craigslist, is the funniest thing you've ever seen. You pulled a rib laughing. Huh. I don't know who that guy is. You know, they're trying to make you rent video games for 70 to 90 just to put it on multiple cartridges if it's necessary. What the hell? Phoenix DS, thank you for the 352. Knots! Any Gordian knots? No Gordian knots here. Big O Cheese says, thank you for the prune. Thank you for pruning. A Phoenix DS, thank you for the huge 20 gift subby bubbies. Slanging that thick schmeat over on the YouTubes, thank you. A Spicy Flower, thank you for the 100 biddies. When you get a himbo, you highly recommend trying a romantic couples massage package. Tried it once with a girlfriend, side-by-side massage with both soothing and exciting. I've never had a couples massage. I don't know, maybe it could probably be fun. I'm usually, like, I try not to talk too much during my massages because I want to focus on, like, the pain relief. But I make a lot of retard noises. So I guess it would just be like my eyes closed making retard noises next to my future himbo. Have I seen big stream suggestion? Uncovered Gildan, a Canadian company that's implementing Bridge with total operationalization. Isn't Gildan a fucking t-shirt company? Isn't that a t-shirt company? Am I crazy? But no, I haven't seen that. God Hates Taxes, thank you for the 13-month member. Thanks for blessing me this long, Fox Lady. Hell yeah. Thank you for being here this long. God Hates Taxes. Phoenix DS, thank you for the 1407. Would I have a mortgage if I bought a haunted house? Wouldn't it be cheaper than getting a new house with smart features? Fuck! I had a house I wanted to show you guys! It'll have to be tomorrow. It'll have to be tomorrow in my short tangent time I'll allow myself before video games. Crow of Agony, thank you for the 2-month resub. Thank you very much for these 2 months. Oh, great Silver Foxu! You've been influential to many people, including myself. You'll enjoy many more months watching Great Silver Foxu! Makes a Silver Foxu, hell yeah. Thank you, Crow of Agony. Glad you enjoy your time here. Short tangent time, she says. I haven't played much Okage in like the last week, and I want to play it, chat! I'm having fun. Night of Nights, thank you for the 2. So what you're saying is you don't have someone in your community that can act as a pseudo warehouse or vault for your gamer subs cup. If that's the case, I can be that guy for you. I do not have warehouse. I also do not have cup. I have 1 cup. I'm gonna ask for a couple of more cups because I do want to have, you know, a couple on hand to look at and oogle and be like, that was me. I had merch at one point. Naked-headed knave, thank you for the 5. You've perceived Kapu and sticker, which is going on your PC case. I can have the rest of your grocery money. I joke, of course. I'm glad you're joking. Thank you, naked-headed knave. Thank you for the 5. Kevin Hale, thank you for the 5. You need a himbo to princess carry you out of your massage and grill you a steak? I do. I need that so fucking bad. I need that like a fish needs water, man. Phoenix DS, thank you for the 1407. Acupuncture helps for pain relief, too. Absolutely not. I don't care. I do not like needles. I am not a needle lady. Needle do not touch my body. Like the last time I had to get my blood drawn, the nurse was like, what do you have for hobbies? What do you like doing in your free time? I'm like, I don't know. I don't know what I like doing. And she's like, I'm trying to relax you. I'm trying to calm you down by having a conversation. I'm like, I know you're trying, but I can't. Oh god, I can't. Needles are terrifying, chat. Emperor Creatine, thank you for the 5. News from Texas. Muslims are trying to build a new city, a new city-sized enclave called Epic City without any building permits. Thank God for the Rangers. First of all, yes, thank God for the Rangers. Second of all, how far did they get before someone noticed? Third of all, why are they calling it Epic City? I'm gonna have to find a tab on that. That can't be real. That's fucking nuts. Spider God, thank you for the 35. If a man was in an opium den and saw a video of Kirsche, he'd be asking the opium owner to give him what she was having. Look, man, good masseuses can fucking take you out. They can take you out. Phoenix DS, thank you for the 352. Kirsche's masseuse needs to have a twisty slide back down. Yes! I would fucking get in a slide to get down from her fucking place of business. Jimothy Stickle Pasty, thank you for the $9.99. Some money for the hippie fog. I'm not hippie. I do have like hippie leg warmers though. They make me feel like a pretty princess. They're like these like knit crocheted, like brightly colored. Some of them are multicolored like leg warmers. I say leg warmers, but they're not really warm. They're like flowy fabric. You pull them up over your leg and they stop just above your knee. So they're like only the lower bell bottom part of pants. and you have like nice colorful braided ties to like tie them around your knee to keep them in place. And so you can wear like a dress or like shorts and then have these nice like little flowy like leg thingies on. Oh, they're so cute. They're like little skirts just for your legs. Put me in the medieval torture chamber to fix your spine. Thigh highs? They're not socks. They're not socks. I don't know like what to fucking call them, man. Bell bottom bottoms? Yeah, they're like, if somebody cut the bottoms off of bell bottoms and they weren't made of jeans is like what they are. I have a bunch of those and I think they're super fucking cute. The apprehension is so much worse than the actual poke in your experience. Perhaps you've been fortunate in this regard. Some of the pokes can be really bad if you have like bad phlebotomist, I think is what they're called. You eat needles too, and they take a blood sample, you have to look away. You can pinpoint why that is too. You were getting shots as a kid, and had a friend from kindergarten in line before you. Could hear him howling like a pig and crying. You were very afraid of needles after that. I cry every time. I cry every time. I don't know, needles terrify me, man. Stab a Devil, thank you for the $19.99. Hail, Kirsche, off to see Hatman at work. Yay, allergy season. Man. When I went outside yesterday, the layer of pollen on my car made it look like it was a yellow car. That was crazy. I was like, holy fuck, there's so much tree cum everywhere. Dynamic Doodle, thank you for the 352. Oh god, the massage turned her into Joe Rogan. I would not do the frog vomit butthole. Standalone Complex 9, thank you for the 5. You put the Foxu cup in a cart, you check out, and nobody gets hurt. Do it. Do it now. And use code Kirsche for 10% off. Will be Pequeno. Thank you for the 200 biddies. Now you want to get stoned and have stoned conversations with the Foxu woman. Alexandru B, thank you for the 554. Did she put some lotion made out of drugs on when she was doing her things or something? No. Just regular, like, scented oils, like citrus. I like the citrusy oils. Arb Nero, thank you for the 5. Payday, so I could finally buy the Kier Cup. Artwork just too good. I think you mean Quine Bobs. Thank you, Arb Nero. Phoenix Diaz, thank you for the 140.75. Thank you. Huge. Fucking massive. I think I read this earlier, the fucking aeroplane points. I remember reading this and getting confused, I think. I don't remember, but I remember answering this. Alexandru B, thank you for the 221. In your country, Romania, we had gypsy, Indian, slaves. Wait, gypsies are Indian? I thought gypsies were Romanian. Hold on, wait a minute. You forgot code Kirsche for 10% off? Yeah, reach out to GamerSup support. If you forgot to use my code, reach out to GamerSup support. They will help you. They help. There are many kinds of gypsies. I still haven't gone to that voodoo shop. I really want to go to the voodoo shop so I can have a fun voodoo story for you, chat. Emperor Creatine! Thank you for the 10. EPIC is the East Plano Islamic Center. Oh, okay, so it's an acronym. They're basically trying to build a roughly 400-acre-sized Muslim-only conclave north of Dallas. After investigation, it was revealed they have no permits. We're going to talk about that tomorrow. I'm going to find an article on that because that sounds fucking silly. Synapse, thank you for the 348. As an example of how to handle mortgages, you bought a house on a 30-year loan, paid it off in 6. Overall, you paid some $60K in interest, whereas not paying early would have caused interest to waste some $200K. Scary stuff. It is. And I talked about this to my dad as well, where I was like, wouldn't a 15-year mortgage make more sense because I pay it off sooner? And he was like, no, because you want lower payments and then you can make more payments and then you can pay it off with less risk. And I was like, oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. Why did I imagine Foxy running on all fours around the doctor's office the moment a needle is shown, possibly hissing, "Do not needle the Foxy!" Warden Weird, thank you for the 20. Can I please talk to GamerSubs about selling replacement lids for their waifu cups? The lids seem to break way too easily, and the ones you bought from Amazon do not fit properly. By the way, are you going to make a flavor? I have a percentage goal down here at the bottom of my cup filled with all of your love. And it's at 39% right now. If that hits 100%, or I guess maybe if I get close enough, I might get to negotiate. But you know, I gotta hit 100% to get a flavor. It's dependent entirely on how many of my specific cup sells. You'd kill for replacement stencils to reapply the graphics. Buy clear vinyl vinyl. That's what I was looking for. People have saved the link, and so they posted it when others request it in the Discord. But I posted a link for like the clear vinyl that I bought to protect my designs on the cuppoos. On the cuppoos? Yeah. Fill the cup with more love, chat. Yeah. Paying off a 30-year mortgage in 15 years is a lot better than a 15-year mortgage. Papa smart. He is smart. That's why I listen to him as an adult. Get a 30-year mortgage, pay it off like it's 15. It's actually cheaper than the 15. Yeah, that's what my dad said. That's what he said. Buy 2 cups for your cup. Yeah. Be like the Hat Man. He said he'd buy a cup. Thank you, KB, for holding on to the clear vinyl link. I guess I could ask him about the replacement lids, though. I saw, I think it was Vexoria, her new cup that came out. It has like a sparkly lid. I like that. I don't know if I would ask for a sparkly lid on my next cup, in my next drop, when that happens. But I really like it. I think it's super fucking cute. And also, I use Asmongold's lid on a lot of my cups because it's got the little fucking cat ears. It's cute. You don't make enough money to do otherwise? Take care of your mother at the same time? Got a 30-year, you'll pay it off in 30 years? I mean, it's not bad if it takes you, you know, the correct amount of time to do it. It's just, if you have the means to, paying it off earlier would obviously be better. You'd pay less in interest. Effective Cult, thank you for the 100 biddies. Have we praised the wonderful being Loeb? How did he fucking know? This is a fucking super from 5 hours ago. I already made a Loeb reference. How did he know? Alright, chat. I'm like an hour overtime. We've talked about a lot of shit today. I got through a good chunk of thank yous. If I have missed your super, I will get to you on Sunday. I do thank you licking catch-ups on Sunday for anyone I missed over who has resubbed or donoed or done a super. I do catch-ups on the Sunday. If I missed you, I don't hate you. I'm sorry. I don't hate you. Nearly an hour and a half, you crazy fox. Oh my god, it is an hour and a half. I thought it was only like an hour. Fucking an hour. Hold on, eine Moment. Let us go see. I'm gonna go raid the Peekle. Peekle looks like she's playing something with the bag man. Just 1 second! Peekle's content is intended for certain audiences. It may contain drugs, intoxication, or excessive tobacco use. What the fuck is Peekle doing? Is Peekle getting high on stream while she's driving? That's illegal. That's illegal! Don't drive while you're on drugs, Peekle! We're gonna raid the truckin' Peekle. She's playing truck sim with Bagman. I think that would be a fun thing to do. Imagine Bagman having to suffer riding passenger for VTuber women trying to drive. Holy shit, what a fucking show. What a fucking shit show. That sounds like a lot of fun. Thank you guys for hanging out extra freaking late tonight. Thank you. I hope you guys have a great rest of your night. I will see you tomorrow. Bye bye. Bye bye. I probably need to actually set the fucking raid, huh? You know, hello, first time streamer.